Morning. Good morning, Sister T. Thank you so much for your extremely generous donation last night. Very much appreciated. Thank you so much. I still have to put on the board the event list. I gotta do that. We're back. Excellent. Seriously, Sister T. That's above and beyond all expectations. Thank you for. You're awesome just for being here. You don't have to do it. You don't have to do any of that. Really do appreciate you. Really do. We're right back. Hey, my beanie. I appreciate you more. Hey, Miss Bungle. Going? Yeah, I've noticed he's scratchy. He probably needs more flea medicine. I'll ask my vet for some more tomorrow. It's dark in here today. I already saw Mama. Mama was here and left. She was hanging out at like 7, sitting there staring at the hole. Oh, I have to check something. Apparently, my fucking gas and water is about to get cut off in 15 days. I had a note on my door. I don't know if I forgot to pay fucking gas or what. Did I forget to pay my gas bill? That's unusual. Maybe. I don't know. We're about to find out. Oh, he's going to bowl number 2, baby. Dude, my account balance is 0. My neighbors aren't paying their fucking bills. Aha! Mom is back in town. I got a note on my door saying to cut my shit off, man. Your gas and or water sewer service. I got a feeling my neighbors aren't paying their fucking. Never gotten one of these before. I'm gonna send this to my landlord and see what he says real fast. 7:30. I've never, dude, what the fuck? I've never had one of these on my door in my life. How fucking embarrassing, dude. It's on my front door hanging there. The fuck? My neighbor's making me look like a deadbeat. I'll be back. I was gonna go see if it's on their door. Well, it won't be. They already took their trash out. They definitely already got it off their door. They had it. Have you ever gotten one of those notes? It's like, dude, the way I see it, if they got that they're more than just a month late. They're like 2 months late. They've been getting emails and shit probably before now, or letters in the mail. They don't just come and put some shit up on your door like that. Like, what the hell are they doing? It's $50 a month, dude. I have auto pay on mine. I don't even do. I have auto fucking pay, dude. Why don't they have auto pay? Are they so strapped for cash that they can't fucking pay their gas and water bill? Bro, if that's the case, they need to move the fuck out of California. This ain't the one for them. They need to go to like Mississippi or something. Yeah, it has both of our addresses on it. I'm on a duplex, man. Stop. Kinda stupid. Yeah, it actually has their address on here first, and then it says also serves, and it puts my address. I'm just going to send this to my landlord now. He should be up, right? Stop! Fuck! I just ratted him out to the landlord. Let them know. Let him know, man. They pissed me off anyway, dude. Disrespectful little shits. So it turns out I definitely should have. I should have gambled on Raven Coin a couple weeks ago when I was like, man, Raven Coin's low. I don't know, man. It's almost doubled in price over the past few days. I'm a moron. Whatever. I wasn't so much in debt, I would have gambled on it. I'd put a couple thousand on it, actually. Oh well. That's got me a little depressed. Probably just gonna keep going up now. Making people millionaires. I knew it. What the hell? Why doesn't he eat that? Yeah, these cats are weird about not eating it once like it's low. It's like, oh no, there's not enough there for me to eat. Hey, pubs. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right, all right. All right. What? What? Chuck probably wants more food, but I'm not. I'm not privy. I'm not fond of giving him more food when he's leaving food just sitting there as if he's not hungry. Wait a little bit, I think. How can I do a freaking giveaway and get donos for it? What do you think? What do you think would be? Because I mean, a specific giveaway. I got these. There he goes. I got these consoles, man. I mean, I got PlayStation 5s and an Xbox X Series. I've had them for 3 or 4 years. They're sitting right there. They just sit there. But if I could do a giveaway and make as much as they cost, that'd be awesome. Like, make it at least, you know what I mean? Get community members while at the same time paying off some of what I spent on them. That'd be sweet. They're just sitting there. It's a waste. And if I could get some community members to win them, then maybe we could get some games together. Like I could do really high amounts, like $50 per ticket. That way, there would only be like a few amount of people that could win. But hardly anybody would probably enter, and they would want it to be for one of three of them probably instead of like the chances of getting one of them. I'd probably never make a fucking. I'll probably never make anything. Probably. I don't know how to do it. That's why they just sit there. Oh, and I feel. Oh, he is hungry. Oh, poor little guy. You enter after Christmas. Oh, I was gonna do it for Christmas. After Christmas. It was gonna be like a Christmas giveaway. I don't know how to do it. Last time I did it with this program, this app on the like online, I paid for the service. It cost me like $500 just to do the service, to do the giveaway. Because I was primarily just trying to get new community members. I had a ton of crypto at the time. I had savings. Like, I mean, I was in debt. I was in serious debt, but I wasn't like, I knew that the crypto was going to pump eventually, so I wasn't tripping as much. Now I don't have anything like that. It's going to pump. I don't have any investments. I'm pretty much like the average fucking American now that hates his life and is living paycheck to paycheck. Trying to figure out how to get the fuck out of debt. Well, I was happier back then. I didn't feel the burden so much because I knew the crypto was going to pump again. I just knew that I was going to be able to pay off my shit one day when the crypto pumped. So I wasn't worried about it. Now I'm fucking stressed, dude, because I don't see the end in sight. Trugging on along, getting it paid off little by little. Why do you fucking walk right there and then walk back here? Just wants to get my way for a second. Wait, is that tux number two? That's tux number two, dude. I don't know. Maybe it just seems to be a lot of white on the back of the ears. I guess Tux wasn't hungry. Tux 2 is. Two's a little skittish. Might not be like he doesn't let me pet him as easily as the other Tux. Hey, pretty girl. Hey, pretty girl. You're so pretty. You're so pretty. Come here. Hey. Yeah. Not even. What are you doing? No, 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 no. Oh, come here. Oh. You know what's really cool? Y'all probably never see this. Look at her color and her belly, like oranges. Those little dots, like she's a leopard. I'm looking at 15-day notice, Long Beach utility. utility. In Long Beach, a 15-day notice for utilities means that your utility bill is considered past due. If not paid within 15 days of the bill date, essentially you have 15 days to pay or your bill before it becomes delinquent, and potentially service interruption means it will be taken. How long was that on my door anyway? Oh my god, it's found over 2 days. Hey, my neighbor's been seeing it out there for 2 days, thinking that I'm just some degenerate renter. And pay my $50 gas bill. What? There's no way. Why would he put it on my door? I think they put it on both of our doors, dude, because it has both of our addresses on it. But his is first, and it shows mine. I put it in my door. I think they put it on both of them because I'm about to. Because here's why. My water. I think that they pay for my water. That's why. I'm serviced also by it. Hmm. What's going on today, man?
Please.
Hey, please. What the fuck? Bro. Huh. Huh. What the fuck? What the fuck? Supreme Court oral arguments over transgender care. Oh my god, look at all the crowd out there.
So let me return to Justice Kagan's questions. She asked you whether really the more natural way to think about this is that it is discriminating on the basis of transgender status rather than, I feel like trying to make the Bostock-like argument, holding all things equal, or that you have to do this by reference
This is a big deal, actually.
biological sex, feels like an odd way to solve the problem. And kind of that hypothetical I gave you about the drug that just has the transitioning purpose. So if we just head on confront the question which you raise in the second part of your brief about whether transgender status should be a suspect class, one question I have is, at least as far as I can think of, we don't have a history of de jure, or that I know of, we don't have a history of
Oh,
these laws.
Here's the thing. Last night I did some research on my off time. Yeah, I was fucking working off time. I was out here doing something. I was curious. We have 1.1% of self-identified transgenders in America, right? What's crazy is that over 5% of 18 to 29-year-olds identify as transgender. So they're making up a massive amount of that 1%. Isn't that weird? Look into it. What the fuck is up with all the Gen Zers wanting to cut their dicks off? Because it's more accepted. They're gonna try to have us believe that the reason why there are more trannies now is because it's more accepted. I think it being more accepted allows more fucking mentally ill people to latch onto that shit because they're so lonely, they're so pathetic, they're so depressed, they don't know what else to turn to, and they turn to that shit because, oh look, now I got friends, now people respect me. They didn't respect me before, now they have to respect me or it's a fucking hate crime. Before they were just picking on me, now they can't do that anymore. It's a hate crime. Before I just thought I was weird. No, I'm not weird, I'm a tranny.
But before that, we might have had private societal discrimination. But I don't know of, but am I is there a history that I don't know about where we have de jure discrimination? And my concern about it is this.
It's like, classes, oh my God, you're such a brave human being. You're so brave. They hold them up on pedestals. They put them up, they give them a fucking award for it pretty much. Oh, you're training? Oh, well, we didn't know that. You get special treatment now. And nobody talk about you badly. Like when I was in school, I got picked on so bad, I dropped the fuck out. I dropped out of high school, got my GED at 17 and dropped out because I was tired of dealing with the kids. I had that choice and I did very well on the GED. So, whatever. I wasn't a moron. That's not why I left. But these kids now are like, no, you're gonna treat me right. You're gonna accept me. You're not gonna discriminate against me. I'm telling. They turn into the fucking tattletale generation too. That too.
That we've recognized so far.
Like, I didn't fucking get picked on and go tell the teacher about it. I fucked that dude up one day. If he kept fucking punching me or kicking me in the hallway, I remember once I told my mom, I showed her the bruise on my leg. I was like, Mom, this kid keeps kicking me in the shin every day as I walk past him after algebra class, going to Spanish. He does it again tomorrow. We're getting in a fight. And she saw my shin. She was like, okay. Next day, I left my bag on one shoulder. I saw his leg go back. I instantly started punching him in the head multiple times. He didn't know what the fuck hit him. As fast as I could over. And I broke my hand on his. I still have a lump right here on my right hand from where I broke it back here because I hit with this side. It somehow, I don't know, man. It's fucked up for a while. I tell you what, old fucker didn't ever mess with me again. And he rode my school bus too.
Do have that long de jure history of discrimination. And, the Equal Protection Clause applies to state action, so it feels like an odd fit to say that in their private lives, people have
and guess what?
Discriminated
Here's what's
against.
crazy about it. I didn't get suspended for it either. Neither one of us did. For some reason, I had to go to the office, of course, because, the teachers saw it. They broke us up. And then it was so late in the day that the last bell ended up ringing and I hadn't seen the principal about it or anything. So I just left and got on my bus and went home and was nervous. Like, oh shit, I might hear about this tomorrow because I just left the office. Never heard about it again.
Transgender people. Therefore, we're going to treat it as a suspect class for purposes of the Equal Protection Clause.
So I think you may be right that the discrimination, historical discrimination against transgender people may not have been reflected in the laws, but I think there's no dispute that there is a broad history here and it hasn't just been confined to private actors. I think that if you actually looked at the facts, There's a wealth of evidence to suggest that transgender people throughout history have been subjected to violence and discrimination and maybe lost employment opportunities or housing opportunities, even in contexts where there might be state public employment at play.
It does sound
and of
like
course,
her.
that's especially reflected now in the law, where there has been this, I think, attention and focus on trying to limit transgender
I didn't know I had
people
more
from being
grass
able to
left.
live and
I
identify
need this, dude. I'm so
consistent with their
flared
gender
up right
identity
now.
in our society. So
Gabby
I
fucks
don't
me
even
up,
understand
dude.
the state
More.
to be disputing the historical discrimination point.
Yeah.
But if you're approaching this from the standpoint of saying, is this a group with a distinguishing characteristic that has no bearing on their ability to contribute and that needs some protection from the courts, I think if any group qualifies, this one does in light of the current laws and what might come in the future.
Man.
And our basic argument is, if you can look ahead and say, maybe the states will ban medical care for adults who are transgender, maybe they'll ban adoption by transgender people or not allow them to be teachers, you know, that doesn't
Maybe
look anything
they
like
should.
the workaday economic regulation that just gets rational basis review.
Transgender people adopting kids.
Yeah, and I don't want to
No,
be
they're-
misunderstood to say that I don't think there's a problem or that.
Aren't there rules against people that are mentally ill adopting kids? I'm sure there are, dude. I'm sure they go through some kind of thing. They're like, oh, sir, you've been diagnosed with bipolar and your wife is diagnosed with anxiety issues. I'm sorry, you don't qualify. But no, but trannies qualify. Yeah, makes sense. That makes sense, even though they're definitely proven to have mental illnesses. Other than being tranny. You look at it. Transgender people are much more higher rates of depression, anxiety, and they blame it on the transgenderism, even though they've been this is the most they've ever been accepted in the world. I think they have it at the same time because their brains are broken. It's not just the transgenderism that they have usually. Multiple brain breaks going on there.
There hasn't been private discrimination.
If you're
I
a
guess
tranny sympathizer, suck my
to me
dick.
to say race or gender or national origin, those kinds of things, because we did have de jure discrimination to point to. And so I guess what I'm thinking is, when we are in the business of identifying suspect classes, you know, in Cleburne, we expressed, and I'm not saying that this is analogous to Cleburne in that respect, but we expressed in Cleburne hesitancy, you know, to identify groups such as the elderly, you know, or the mentally disabled as suspect classes, in part because those are judgments that are pretty hard for courts to make. And at least de jure discrimination of the sort experienced by women, you know, or people on the basis of race gives us something to point to if we're going to be identifying a new suspect class, which we haven't done for a long time.
Yeah, and I, of course, take that point, and I should reiterate, we don't think the court has to confront it here. But in the cases involving age and disability, I understand the court to have approached those issues with somewhat different reasoning, that age is something we all experience, that disability is a broad and diverse group, and that individuals with disabilities have been able to harness the majoritarian political forces to protect their rights. And none of that is true here. Transgender individuals are a discrete minority. I think there's no dispute that they are being subject to a wave of legislation across the states today. And I think that this is the kind of circumstance where the court could rightly recognize that heightened scrutiny should apply.
Last question. Do you agree with me that the resolution of this case has no impact on the parental rights claim that the Sixth Circuit also addressed?
That's right. I think we are not making a substantive due process parental rights claim here, and this court obviously didn't grant review of that issue. I will say that I think parental rights are actually relevant to the Equal Protection Clause as well.
I'm fucking serious, dude. Is there any other group of people that is so little represented, has such little representation in our society that we give so much fucks about? Is there? They're fucking it up for gay people, dude. I tell you that. Because we were cool. We're cool with gay people. All right, we're doing the gay thing. We're accepting. All right. Because there's a lot more gay people than there are transgender people. Probably like 8% of our population or something is gay. It's much higher than 1%. We're letting fucking Gen Z run our damn country right now. That's what's stupid as shit. And they're all, you know what's fucked about it too, is all of Gen Z thinks that anybody over like fucking 40 just should be dead because they're too old to run anything. You know what I mean? Gen Z they think, there's even some older people that think that if you're over like 45, you shouldn't be in government anymore. I got into it with one like a month ago or so on comments.
So far as it's significant to me that Tennessee, in choosing to categorically ban this care, is taking a sharp turn away from how it ordinarily handles parental rights in the medical decision-making space. And Justice Kavanaugh said, who decides here? But when it comes to medical risks and benefits, the state's general approach is to say parents get to decide along with their doctors and their children. And so I think from the standpoint of under-inclusivity, it's pretty significant that Tennessee now is completely overriding parents' wishes when they are best positioned to know their individual child and to have a good sense of whether the risks of this treatment are outweighed by the benefits.
But this isn't, I guess my point is,
Wait, is
even if
AOC?
we decided that this wasn't a sex-based
Is she on the side of the parents? That would be unusual.
classification that triggered intermediate scrutiny, that would not prevent parents from still asserting the substantive due process right.
Yes, of course, I agree with that. I do think that the sex-based classification under Equal Protection Clause is the most straightforward way to think about what's going on here, though.
Yeah, thanks.
Justice Jackson?
So I'm glad that you've clarified that how we characterize this law is really the issue on the table today, not the risks or benefits or the policies that justify it, but how we characterize it. And I guess I think there might be some confusion a little bit. At least I'm confused because there's so many lines that this statute could draw. The classification, as far as I can tell, is a line drawing, is the statute drawing lines, and there are lots of different ones. And Tennessee says this is drawing a line between people on the basis of age and purpose. And I totally
good news,
see
girl.
that.
Simon was up to 11.3 pounds today, and his poops were solid, and he had good amount of fluid output. I don't. You might be doing all right. I think our appointment is tomorrow, I believe.
You say this is drawing a line on the basis of sex. I see that as well, but I guess my sort of initial question is, are those mutually exclusive? Do we have to choose between those characterizations? Isn't there a world in which this statute is doing both of those things? And the question for equal protection purposes is, if you're right that there is a sex-based line being drawn, then to the extent the plaintiffs are implicated by that line, don't we have to apply heightened scrutiny in evaluating their claims?
Yes, that's exactly right. And I think, of course, you could say this is a statute that classifies based on age and purpose and sex. Critically, we think that purpose incorporates sex here because the purpose is expressly defined in terms of treatments that are inconsistent with sex.
Right.
So I think the problem with the state's approach is to say, well, it's just purpose going on. You take one look at that, and that just dissolves down into drawing a sex-based line itself.
Can we put more flesh on that, though? Because I mean, even if we separate out their age
more
and purpose,
flesh on it.
just
Right,
say, okay,
Hannibal
so
Lecter.
how is this actually drawing a line on the basis of sex? I think I heard you say it a couple times with respect to some examples, but I think it would be helpful to get on the table exactly who's falling on what side of the line in a particular situation related to sex.
Yes. So the way that the sex-based classification is working here is that from the standpoint of any individual who wants to take these medications, their sex determines whether SB1 applies. John Doe, one of the plaintiffs, wants to take puberty blockers to undergo a typical male puberty. But SB1 says that because John's sex at birth was female, he can't have access to those medications. And if you change his sex, then the restriction under SB1 lifts and it changes the result. And my friends say, well, that
so
also simultaneously changes the medical purpose of using these medications. We don't dispute that point, that it might also inherently change purpose when you're changing sex.
But it doesn't have to, right? I thought of an example in which we have a plaintiff, a person a minor, who would like to take this medication to affirm their gender as a male because the medication deepens their voice, for example. They want a deeper voice, and they're biologically male. They're taking the medication because that's what they want. They, I think, can get that medication.
That's right. And
But
so
a
They want a
person who is
deeper
biologically
voice.
female who wants to take the
What do you
medication
mean?
for that same purpose,
Hold
to
up.
deepen their voice because they would like to live as a male, can't get it.
Wait
Is
a
that right?
second.
and
All right,
that
so
is
the
on the
That's a thing? Yo, I want a deeper voice. I want to sound like I want to sound like Chuck E. G. Hey, I'm gonna go to my doctor next time I'm at the VA. I'll be like, hey, I really want a deeper voice. I want to sound like this. Yeah, I want to sound like this when I talk. Can you give me some testosterone or something? Because I've always just wanted to sound like that. What do you mean? You can get medication to deepen your voice? What the fuck? Or it's just like, so it sounds like this. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with my voice. Can you fix me, doctor? Who the fuck is that happening to? Oh no.
Basis of their sex.
So the purpose is held constant with that example. It's not changing. What is changing is just the biological sex of the individual.
I think that that's correct, but even in a circumstance where you might characterize that as treating delayed puberty instead of gender dysphoria, if you said, well, there is a different purpose there, even though the effects are exactly the same and they want the medications for exactly the same reason, that doesn't eliminate the sex-based classification because sex only has to be one but-for cause of disparate treatment.
Hold up. It's not the fucking same reason, though, because if you're a female taking male hormones, sure, there might not be severe long-term side effects. There might not be. We don't know for sure. They think that as long as they stop doing it at a certain age, then everything will be okay. But there has to be some sort of side effects, like bone density supposedly can be affected by it, I heard. And because males have higher bone density, and most trannies are females, so like by a small margin. So they're actually, and females have a lower bone density than men. So if you decide you want to go back to being a man and not do the female thing, then you're at a disadvantage for bone density. Your bones stop densifying after a certain age. So you only, like, I'm thinking in your early years they're doing it the most probably. I have osteoporosis, dude, so I definitely don't recommend motherfuckers fucking with their bone density.
I think the state will say it's perfectly reasonable to treat different medical purposes or uses differently. We don't disagree, but that's something that's channeled to the application of heightened scrutiny. And if the state has a really good reason to say there's a danger in using these drugs if your birth sex was female and you want to deepen your voice,
I think so.
That's Justice Alito's studies and all
there
of this.
Is,
exactly.
because you know what I'm saying, and that's what I was getting at.
That's
what I was getting. If a dude takes more testosterone, because that's their argument, because a guy can take more testosterone, deepen his voice, it's going to only help him. Guys that are low T, take testosterone to help their bodies properly function. A female taking testosterone is the opposite. It's making their body not properly function. Therefore, if they decide to go against it later, it could have lifelong repercussions, possibly. I don't know, but like their tits won't get as big as they would have been, and all their life they're going to be like, oh man, hey, god damn, I shouldn't have done that damn hormones when I was a kid. Now I got A-cup titties and I got to get a breast implant to even look like a female.
And maybe the state can prove it up and show they have an important state interest and they really have a reason to distinguish between who can have these drugs for which purposes based on their sex. But that doesn't eliminate the facial sex classification or provide a reason for this court to turn its back on 50 years of precedent saying if you classify based on sex, you have to justify that.
And it's interesting to me that you mentioned precedent, because some of these questions about sort of who decides and the concerns and legislative prerogatives, et cetera, sound very familiar to me. They sound in the same kinds of arguments that were made back in the day, 50s, 60s, with respect to racial classifications and inconsistencies. I'm thinking in particular about loving, and I'm wondering whether you...
It's just crazy to me, because race, that's a much higher percentage of populations that we're dealing with. You know, blacks make up what is it, in the 30s or something % of our country, and Asians are high, like Mexicans are high. Not 1%. Not fucking 1%, man. Come on. What is this shit?
Thought about the parallels, because I see one, as to how this statute operates and how the miscegenation statutes in Virginia operated.
Yes, and
it's like they got like people that think they're cats and they're having a fucking argument about whether or not we can have litter boxes in schools because we got a certain percentage of people that think they're cats. It's so ridiculous. Oh, but they probably think that if they approve all this shit, we're gonna have a much higher transgender population because they'll be more approved in society. I think the numbers are low because people aren't coming out.
And I think the court has recognized that the Equal Protection Clause was intended to force some changes in society and get us to think more closely about the way that people were being classified, including when that was based on overbroad generalizations of how we expect them to live and order their affairs.
Yeah, the thing is,
and the court has made
companies are allowed not to hire you if you have a mental disorder, right? Like, if they find out you got schizophrenia, they can be like, I'm sorry, you're not a good fit for our company. But they can't do that for transgenders, even though it's a mental illness. Does that make any sense? They're discriminating against them if they do that, if they find out that they do that. But it's not discrimination if you don't hire somebody on a mental illness that they have, even though they're both mental illnesses.
that clear in the sex discrimination cases as well, where it said
there's probably less trannies in the world than there are schizophrenics.
Operate to disadvantage someone who falls outside the average description, and that person needs the protection of the courts.
Well, and the thing I thought what was most interesting about the potential comparison to Loving is that in that case, everyone seemed to concede up front that a racial classification was being drawn by the statute. That was sort of like the starting point. The question was whether it was discriminatory because it applied to both.
No, it doesn't, because if you're taking medication that'll pop on a piss test, you got to tell them why you're taking it. You got to tell them what medications you're on when you get a job, right? Like, shouldn't a job be able to know if you're fucking on medications that are going to make you drowsy all day? Or whatever? Or maybe you only have to tell them if it's a narcotic? That work. Most stops piss test.
Races, and it wasn't, necessarily invidious or whatever. But, as I read the statute the case here, the court starts off by saying that Virginia is now one of 16 states which prohibit and punish marriages on the basis of racial classifications. And when you look at the structure of that law, it looks in terms of you can't do something that is inconsistent with your own characteristics. It's sort of the same thing. So it's interesting to me that we now have this different argument, and I wonder whether Virginia could have gotten away with what they did here by just making a classification argument the way that Tennessee is in this case.
Yes, I think that's exactly right, that there is absolutely a parallel between any law that says you can't act inconsistent with a protected characteristic, and in all other contexts, the court has recognized that as a facial classification based on that characteristic, and Tennessee even concedes the point when it comes to dress codes and to seeking a profession inconsistent with sex. But I think one other way to look at this, Justice Jackson, is that, to me, it would be a remarkable proposition for this court to say that a statute that on its face says you can't have medications inconsistent with your sex, and in part that's because we want you to appreciate your sex, isn't drawing a sex-based line in the first place. That would have no correspondence to or grounding in the text of the statute or how it works in operation or what effects it produces for individuals on the ground.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel.
Counsel? Is that AOC or is that a lawyer? Isn't that a word for lawyer? Counsel? Bartender. They sound like it though.
Mr. Strangio?
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court. On its face, SB 1 bans medical care only when it is inconsistent with a person's birth sex. An adolescent can receive medical treatment to live and identify as a boy if his birth sex is male but not female. And an adolescent can receive medical treatment to live and identify as a girl if her birth sex is female but not male.
Yeah, why not?
Tennessee claims this sex-based line drawing is justified to protect children. But SB1 has taken away the only treatment that relieved years of suffering for each of the adolescent plaintiffs. And critically, Tennessee's arguments that SB1 is sex neutral would apply if the state banned this care for adults too. By banning treatment only when it allows an adolescent to live, identify, or appear inconsistent with their birth sex, SB1 warrants heightened scrutiny under decades of precedent. Because the Sixth Circuit failed to apply that standard, this court should vacate and remand. I welcome the court's questions.
Dude, I totally think that they should legalize it for adults in Tennessee too. That'd be awesome if a state did that. Can they? I would actually be kind of proud of Tennessee. Make it so people can't cut their dicks off. Make them go to another state to do it. Constitutional Republic, motherfucker.
You are successful.
California cut your dick off.
Your Honor, if we're successful here, the remedy would be to enjoin the state of Tennessee defendants from enforcing SB1 as applied to our individual plaintiffs.
So, in practical terms, what would it be? What would you get? Wouldn't you get you would get different treatment based on sex?
In practical terms, what it would mean is that an individual like John Doe, who was receiving medical treatment to undergo a typical male puberty prior to SB1 and is now barred from doing so because his birth sex is female, could then receive that treatment as he had been doing with the consent of his parents. So his sex would no longer be the basis for the denial of the medical care that his doctors recommended and his parents consented to.
Counsel, is there any significant respect in which your position departs from that of the Solicitor General?
No, Your Honor. The only argument that we make before the court here that the Solicitor General has not advanced is that this is a law that fails under any standard of review. That it is so discontinuous with the asserted interest in protecting children and therefore fails under any standard. But we think, as the Solicitor General made clear in her remarks, that it is clearly a sex classification on its face and should be resolved on that basis and remanded for the Sixth Circuit to apply that standard in the first instance.
Is there anything you would like to add, and maybe there isn't, but with respect to the Solicitor General's responses to my concern that this is unlike a case like Craig versus Bourne, unlike a case like Morales, and those where it was quite clearly simply stereotyping with respect, can men have the same rights as women with respect to adoption and the liquor laws. This does strike me whether, whatever you think about the disagreements between where Europe was some years ago and where Europe is now, where Europe is, where the United States is, in that it is quite a distinct type of inquiry.
You're going to bite me?
Involves medical expertise, predictive judgments in the medical area than in those cases.
I don't dispute, Mr. Chief Justice, that at the application of heightened scrutiny, there will be particular considerations that involve the underlying medical evidence, as there always is. But I don't think that it would break new ground to apply heightened scrutiny here. The purpose of applying heightened scrutiny has been because, in part, we don't know at the outset whether a classification is benign, and many justifications for sex-based differential treatment in law were defended on the ground of biological differences and were upheld by the court under a rational basis. And the role of heightened scrutiny is not to make sex a proscribed classification. It is just to shift the burden to the state to show their work and show that, in fact, this is a law that substantially advances an important governmental interest.
Counsel, are there other situations, the Chief Justice's question just made me think of this, in which any of our levels of heightened scrutiny, whether they be intermediate or strict, require courts to make the judgment, the means ends calculation in this kind of medical context?
You get so mad
because
at me.
I agree with you. I mean, I can see your point, like, well, as a matter of logic, we should shift this to that stage, assuming that the suspect class is triggered and we say this is sex classification. But is there any other situation in which courts get into that? in the tiers of scrutiny?
I mean, so I would point, Your Honor, to recent cases involving the COVID-19 pandemic, in which many cases came up before this court, in which the states were regulating, undeniably in areas of public health and evolving science, and the court repeatedly made clear that yes, of course, the states have latitude through their police power to regulate, but when they do so in ways that classifies based on suspect lines or infringes constitutional rights, then heightened scrutiny remains the standard that the courts apply to ensure that the state is advancing an important governmental interest.
Yeah, I guess I'm thinking of some. Can I just this last follow up? But even in those COVID-19 cases, courts weren't, and we certainly weren't, diving deep into the medical evidence and comparing Europe and America and looking at research. I mean, this would be, I think, of a different order. Do you agree?
I don't agree, Justice Barrett, in the sense that I do think it is precisely the role of the courts to assess the tailoring and look at the evidence, whether it's presented through expert testimony or not. It is not the role of the court necessarily to say definitively these risks outweigh these benefits or vice versa, but do what the district court did here, which is to look at the assertions of harm, make comparisons to how Tennessee treated all other medical care, and then see whether or not Tennessee had met its burden under heightened scrutiny. That type of tailoring inquiry, I believe, is precisely the role of the court.
Counsel, in the COVID, I have a colleague to my right, whom I think very highly of, who spoke about the need of the courts to look at that evidence to ensure that there wasn't suppression of religion, correct?
That's correct, Justice Sotomayor.
Now, with respect to Justice Barrett's question on COVID, in my mind, it's a little more similar to the bathroom situation, because there, COVID was a risk not just to the individual and the threat to their own life, but their contact with others could threaten others. So the compelling state interest was different than just a pure medical issue, correct?
That's correct. I totally agree. The state interest was different.
All right. With respect to treating that issue, you can hear from some of my colleagues that they're worried that, and there is a plethora of science in this area, both that developed in Europe, and the lower court hasn't really looked at it. No one has. That courts are ill-suited to that.
They have brain.
Why do you think they're not?
Brain abnormalities.
What about the fundamental role of the court makes us suited to answer those questions?
Well, I think first, Justice Sotomayor, the role of the court is to ensure that when the government draws lines based on suspect classifications, that the states are tested to ensure that they're substantially advancing an important governmental interest. And when it concerns
they know already what's wrong with their brains, dude. We've looked into this. People were here with me. We know what is malfunctioning inside their brain. Therefore, we know this shit's a mental illness. If the brain is malfunctioning, what does that make it, man? What does that make it? What does it make anybody else if their brain is malfunctioning? Not these people. No, they're perfectly normal. They're just a little different.
Underlying questions of medicine or science, the judges and judges in the lower courts have every ability to assess the testimony before them, as the district court did here. This is not an area where I believe Tennessee is saying that medicine is altogether an area in which suspect classifications have no bearing on the judicial inquiry. It is precisely the role of the court to ensure that the government of Tennessee has substantially advanced an important governmental interest.
I have one small question to finish with. The regret issue that was raised to the Solicitor General. Respondents cite a figure of 85% of children expressing gender dysphoria regret later. You use a figure of 1% of minors who receive this treatment expressing regret. Can you tell me where those figures lie and exactly what the difference is between that 1% of children who receive these treatments expressing regret and the 85%?
Certainly, Justice Sotomayor. And so the first point I would say about the 85%, and we address this on page 22 of our reply brief, that's a misleading figure for two reasons. I think most critically, it refers to older studies of prepubertal children. And everyone here agrees that the medications that are banned by SB1 are only prescribed to individuals after the onset of puberty. And so in JA 151 to 153, the evidence shows that once an adolescent reaches the onset of puberty, their likelihood to ultimately desist and identify with their birth sex is very low. And then as to the question of the 1%, the question of regret, which is a different question than what happens with prepubertal children, the record shows there that the rate of regret when people receive this medication after the onset of puberty is as low as 1%, and that's in JA 131 to 133. And I think what's important here, and the Solicitor General mentioned this, is that is exponentially lower than the rates of regret of treatments that are expressly permitted by SB1.
Thank you, Counsel.
Could we explore what intermediate scrutiny might look like in operation in assessing laws like Tennessee's? So the Solicitor General on page 48 of her brief lists a lot of things that she says, well, if Tennessee were really concerned about the health and welfare of these minors, it would have taken into account a variety of things. So one is waiting periods. Another is whether puberty blockers should be exempted. Another concerns things to make sure that the future of these minors is properly respected, even though they personally cannot make mature judgments about potentially irreversible procedures. So she mentions things like two-parent consent or counseling, readiness criteria, age recommendations, licensing, certification, or reporting requirements for physicians, and other guardrails which are not specified. So if intermediate scrutiny were the regime that would apply, would it not be the case that judges would have to decide whether a particular package containing this much of that and that much of the other thing is sufficient? Wouldn't this be endless litigation with the decision based on determinations by lay judges regarding complicated medical issues?
So if I could make 2 points in response, Justice Alito. In the first is going back to the Solicitor General's example of West Virginia, where West Virginia looked at the underlying science and instead of categorically banning this medical treatment, created pathways with guardrails for individuals to access medical care. There has been no litigation over West Virginia's law, and if there were in other contexts, the question would remain whether or not the state could make out the showing that this is being treated in such a substantially different way than other forms of medical care. I do think that judges are equipped to make those determinations as they do in many other contexts.
George W. Bush appointed him.
Categorical statements have been made this morning in argument and in the briefs about medical questions that seem to me to be hotly disputed, and that's a bit distressing. One of them has to do with the risk of suicide. Do you maintain that the procedures and medications in question reduce the risk of suicide?
I do, Justice Alito, maintain that the medications in question reduce the risk of depression, anxiety, and suicidality, which are all indicators of potential suicide.
And do you think that's clearly established? Do you think there's reason for disagreement about that?
I do think it is clearly established in the science and in the record. I think as with all underlying questions of looking at evidence, there can be disagreement. I don't dispute that. But here, and sort of going back to questions about the CAS review, for example, the CAS review only looked at studies up until 2022.
Well, I don't regard the CAS review as necessarily as the Bible or as something that's true in every respect, but on paper.
So here's my thing: why can't, since there are brain abnormalities or chemical imbalances in these people, could we just test them for it? Why can't we come up with a tranny test? somehow. It's either an MRI, CAT scan, blood work, pee in a cup. I don't know, man. Can't we know for sure whether or not, other than just going off of some kid's word that I think I might want to be a female? I don't think there is anything like that for gay, but there are studies that show that with transgenderism, there's differences in the brain function or physicality. Not sure which. Both, maybe.
Page 195 of the CAST report, it says, there is no evidence that gender affirmative treatments reduce suicide.
What I think that is referring to is there is no evidence in the studies that this treatment reduces completed suicide. And the reason for that is completed suicide, thankfully and admittedly, is rare, and we're talking about a very small population of individuals with studies that don't necessarily have completed suicides within them. However, there are multiple studies, long-term longitudinal studies that do show that there is a reduction in suicidality, which I think is a positive outcome to.
What is that even? Okay. So you got a bunch of trannies who are like, I don't know, I'm kind of suicidal. I don't I'll kill myself. So you got a bunch of that going on. They're not actually doing it, right? They're just like, they just are depressed because they're not as accepted as they would like to be. So they lash out and do what a lot of people that are depressed do, and they would say some dumb shit like that, right? But they're not actually doing it. It's a very, very low number, she just said, of trannies that are actually killing themselves. So we're bending over backwards for people that are just depressed, pretty much. They're not necessarily offing themselves at an alarming rate. That's what it sounded like right there.
This treatment.
Let me ask a question about another issue that came up during Justice Kagan's questioning and Justice Barrett's questioning in particular, and that is whether transgender status should be regarded as a quasi-suspect classification. And Justice Barrett referred to one of the things that our cases had mentioned in explaining when something should be classified as a quasi-suspect classification, and that is a history of discrimination. Another one is immutability. Is transgender status immutable?
May I answer, Mr. Chief Justice?
Sure.
So I would say that under this court's consideration of that criteria, it is a distinguishing characteristic. Transgender people are characterized by having a gender identity that differs from their birth sex. That is distinguishing and discrete. And that also within the characterization, I would also point, if I could, to the history of discrimination, and there are many examples of in-law discrimination, exclusions from the military, criminal bans on cross-dressing, and others.
There's a wait. I need to hear all those again, because the military, we know why that's a thing. If you don't know, here, let me make it make sense for you why trannies shouldn't be in the military. Men and women have PRT standards, physical readiness test standards. We all have to do it, depending on your age. That's it, or sex, both, and or sex. It gives you different numbers that you have to hit, and depending on what you hit, gives you a different rank. Pretty much, you get the top one. I can't remember if it's excellent or Bravo Zulu. Remember, if you got a 10 out of 10, you get a Bravo Zulu, and then like you could fail, right? The bottom one, but there are like, I don't know, 5 different levels that you can achieve. And the thing is, with trannies, they don't have a level. You know why? Because they're not a female or a male. They don't know what to make them do physically. That makes sense, though. Why would they know? Because they don't know what the average tranny of that age, of that crossover, should be able to do physically, and they don't make them do what their assigned birth would, or they're the one that they're going to. It's weird. That's what I heard, dude. That's what I heard. The trainees that are in now, that's how it's working. Because we didn't have that fucking stupid shit when I was in. Don't ask, don't tell worked. It worked. What were the other two? I didn't even know what the fuck you were doing on the outside.
Of discrimination, and there are
We're
many
working
examples
here.
of in-law discrimination, exclusions from the military, criminal bans on cross-dressing, and others.
Thank you, Counsel.
Where was a criminal ban on cross-dressing
I think I
done?
lost track of the discussion you were having about COVID. What was the point you were
And
trying to make?
hold up. And why not? Why not? Maybe there should be a criminal ban on the cross-dressing if the state wants that. They don't want for dudes dressing up like women and infiltrating women events and whatever, you know? Why can't that be a law? Is that, do I sound like I'm overreaching here on what, like, if I'm just thinking, if I were a woman, would I want for men to be able to put makeup on and look like, what if they actually look like a woman? What if they're Asian and they're able to really pull it off easily? And then what? Now I got to worry about that. A fucking dude dressed like a woman going into the restroom. So they can already do that in most states, but they want it to where it's illegal for them to walk up in there and do that in every state. In some states it is. That's crazy. What the fuck? Oh man, that's scary, dude. I wouldn't want to be a woman nowadays in this day and age. I don't think I'd ever want to be a woman, but especially with that. Who knows who the fuck's, because here's the thing. What if you don't see them walk in? They're just sitting in the stall next to you, waiting. Their pants off. They're not actually tranny. They just get to go into the female restroom pass, so they dressed up like a woman so they can get in there. And they're just waiting on a woman to come in so they can lock the door behind both of you. I don't have to worry about that type of dumb shit. Some woman's in the male bathroom, I'm just going to be like, hey, don't look at my cock, lady. What are you doing? Like, eyes forward, pervert. Like, what's the worst going to happen?
Somebody was trying to make it.
Yes, I think it was me. And the point about COVID and the question of whether or not this court has ever considered.
And there are more male to female transitions than there are female to male. I looked it up yesterday. Just barely, but there are more of them.
Applying heightened scrutiny to contexts in which states are grappling with evolving medical evidence. And I would point to Justice Gorsuch's statement in South Bay United Pentecostal, in which the purpose of heightened scrutiny, even when the government is grappling with experts of a medical character, is to still test whether or not that infringement on an individual right or that use of a suspect classification meets the heightened scrutiny standard. It's not exempt simply because it is in the context of public health or medicine.
Well, I don't want to relive the COVID cases.
You and me both, yeah.
But it does seem to me that one of the issues that came up, and as to which courts around the country had vastly different views, was the lack of knowledge about precisely what was going on, what the effects were going to be, what the remedies were going to be. If this is similar to that, I think that would be very troubling to say that in such a evolving situation, we are going to decide what the right approaches are. I mean, you said at some point that the Tennessee court, I'm not the Tennessee court, this court is just as qualified as Tennessee to make the decisions here. And it's not really so much a question of qualifications. It's more questions of constitutional allegation of authority. And, we might think that we can do just as good a job with respect to the evidence here as Tennessee or anybody else. But my understanding is that the Constitution leaves that question to the people's representatives rather than to 9 people.
So he's wanting to leave it to the state.
Particularly in
George W. Bush
maybe
appointed.
I'm just repeating myself, but
Republican.
You can look, should we follow the United Kingdom position from 3 years ago? Should we follow the United Kingdom's position now? It seems to me that it is something where we are extraordinarily bereft of expertise.
Well,
Anyway, just what you think.
Mr. Chief Justice, if I could first respond to the first half of your question about whether or not this is comparable in terms of the underlying science with respect to COVID-19, and I think absolutely it is not. I merely use that example to say that the court has not hesitated to suggest that heightened scrutiny applies in contexts that deal with medicine and science. And then with respect to what is the role of the courts, I continue to think it is to test whether or not a law is properly tailored, and that is what the district court did here. And in fact, the underlying science and the evidence showed that Tennessee's assertion of harm and their prevalence were not supported. The district court made factual findings to that effect, of which Tennessee has not argued were clearly erroneous. And so if what is left here is just bare rationality review, Tennessee is in essence saying, let's not look at the evidence at all, whether this is a law that bans this medical treatment for minors or for adults, that in all other contexts, what Tennessee does is recognize that there are risks and there are benefits. And usually the state regulates by informing patients of the risks and tailoring to minimize them. Here, what they've done is impose a blunderbuss ban, overriding the very careful judgment of parents who love and care for their children and the doctors who have recommended the treatment.
Thank you. Justice Thomas?
The point I was getting at with respect to remedies is normally in equal protection cases, there's a difference between one group and another.
This is a black judge.
Be that the women could buy alcohol.
It always slouched back.
The male students could not. And what would that be in this case?
So 2 points, Your Honor. I think that what the birth males can do that birth females cannot do is receive medical treatment to live and identify as boys. And what birth females can do that birth males can't do is receive medical treatment to live and identify as girls. That's
okay, let's change. What if, would you make the same argument if we were only talking about puberty blockers?
If it was puberty blockers, I would point to John Doe, who is receiving puberty blockers. The purpose of receiving puberty blockers for John Doe is so that in the future he can undergo a typical male puberty.
No, I'm talking about from an equal protection standpoint, the difference in treatment. Normally in these cases, one group receives something that the other group does not. And I'm trying to make, discern that in this case.
And so what I would say to Justice Thomas is that a birth sex male can receive puberty blockers to undergo a typical male puberty, and a birth sex female cannot. And if I could slow it down and just explain a little bit how that works. If you're someone who was born male and you are going through puberty too early, you want to be able to have a final adult height that is typical of boys. You may receive puberty blockers so that you can develop as a typical boy.
Fuck would do
Someone
that?
who has a sex of female at birth is also.
Who in their right fucking mind would be like, "Oh, I'm starting puberty too young. I don't want to." Is that a thing? People, I don't want to get too tall. Oh shit. I better stunt my growth or something. Mom, I'm getting too tall. Are there kids out there that are like that? I'd be marketed on the wall. We'd be all proud of it. Hey, look, I'm getting taller. Sweet. So nowadays kids want to be short. I want to be average, Mom.
Receiving puberty blockers so that they can undergo a puberty like other boys. And so it is the same purpose. And what makes
I've never
the treatment
heard of
prohibited for the birth sex female is their sex.
Justice Alito?
Counsel, I don't think you had a chance to finish answering my question whether transgender status is
regular
immutable.
people.
You cited a bunch of other criteria, but is it immutable?
I think that the record shows that the discordance between a person's birth, sex, and gender identity has a strong biological basis and would satisfy an immutability test. And I also think under this court's precedence for determining whether something is a suspect or quasi-suspect classification, a distinguishing characteristic is sufficient.
I get Mama some more food.
The category of does transgender status apply to individuals who are gender fluid?
I think that the distinguishing characteristic is to have a birth sex that does not align with, or a gender that does not align with one's birth sex. So it may include people who have different understandings of their gender identity, but I think it is still the distinguishing characteristic of a birth sex and a gender identity that are incongruent.
Look at that little skeek.
Are there individuals who are born male, assigned male at birth, who at one point identify as female, but then later come to identify as male, and likewise for individuals who were assigned female at birth, at some point identify as female, identify as male, but later come to identify as female? Are there not such people?
There are such people. I agree with that, Justice.
So it's not an immutable characteristic, is it?
Well, I think people's understanding of it shifts, but the evidence shows that there is at least a strong underlying basis. And I think the normative reason for that particular consideration is whether or not this is something that someone should or could change, and whether they should have to change it in order to receive constitutional protections. And I think transgender status squarely fits within that.
We have said that having a disability is not a suspect or quasi-suspect classification. So if we were to agree with you on the question of quasi-suspect classification, how could we justify saying, for example, that a person who is schizophrenic does not fall within a category that is not a law that category that distinguishes on that ground is not a suspect classification? And I'm not suggesting that gender dysphoria is a disease, a mental illness. I'm not suggesting that at all. I'm just saying, how could we justify that different treatment?
I think
it's immutable in the sense that there isn't any cure for it. There's been severe discrimination against people suffering from schizophrenia. At one point, they were locked up in hellish institutions. They can make a valuable contribution to society. Think of John Nash. How would we distinguish that?
Justice Alito, what I think would be the difference is that in Cleburne, the court in essence said as to the distinguishing characteristic that this was a large and diffuse group of individuals who have different forms of disabilities, and that group of people had been able to secure some protection through the legislative process. But again, if this court certainly does not have to reach the question of transgender status as a quasi-suspect classification, SB 1 on its face hinges its prohibition on inconsistent.
Well, I understand that, but would you dispute the proposition that transgender status is a very broad category? Doesn't the American Psychological Society Association say it's an umbrella term?
I don't know exactly what the American Psychological Association says, but I don't dispute that there are people who fall within a transgender identity who may not fit into a binary identity. I still think that the distinguishing characteristic applies to every single transgender person, which is a birth sex that is inconsistent with their gender identity. And of course, here on SB 1, this is a law that I think is easiest to understand and the most straightforward classification on the basis of sex.
So when asked whether you differed from the SG's position, I assume that if you win in this proceeding, what you're asking for us to reverse is the Sixth Circuit conclusion that rational basis review applied, correct?
That's correct, Chair.
Now, you think, as does the other side, that each of you should win on that question, but are you differing from the SG that should be remanded to the court below to apply strict intermediate scrutiny in the first instance?
No, Justice Sotomayor, we're not disagreeing.
Now, with respect to Justice Thomas's question, I'm not sure you answered it. You did in part, and you said the relief you're seeking in the lawsuit, assuming you win on the intermediate standard review, is to permit your plaintiffs to receive the medication other children receive. I don't know if he was suggesting that one of the things we can go up in discrimination or we can go down, which is, but I don't think we've even decided who makes that choice, because the other alternative is to block the usage of all of these drugs for all children, which would present a very different than Arlington Heights perhaps question, but the point is that what the relief is still something that has to be determined as well.
Well, so if I could clarify, Justice Sotomayor, I don't think that the relief we're seeking is for our clients to receive the medication. The relief we're seeking is for SB1 to stop being a barrier to their ability to continue to access medical care and make the individualized assessments with their doctors. So it is just simply an injunction of the barrier to the medication that they had been receiving in Tennessee.
Got it. Thank you.
Justice Kagan? Justice Gorsuch? Justice Kavanaugh?
Two basic questions. So whether we apply rational basis or intermediate scrutiny, either way, you end up looking at the state's justification, and they are articulating a health and safety justification. So it's not simply morals legislation as they've described it, it's health and safety justification. And it seems that there are risks and benefits both ways here. So it's very hard to weigh those, at least as the briefing has set out the issues. If the treatment's barred, some kids will suffer because they can't access the treatment. If the treatment is allowed, these treatments are allowed, some kids will suffer who get the treatment and later wish they hadn't and want to detransition. At least that's how I see the positions set out in the briefs. And so there are risks both ways in here, allowing the treatment or not allowing the treatment. And how to choose there is a very difficult judgment call, it seems to me, but it's one, it's a difficult judgment call as a matter of policy. And then for us to come in, and this is repeating what I said earlier, but I want your reaction to it, for us to come in and to choose one side of that, knowing that either way, people are going to be harmed. There's no kind of perfect way out, at least as I've read the briefs here, where everyone benefits and no one is harmed, right? The difficulty of the issue is some people are going to be harmed. And then the question becomes, how does the court choose which group? Why isn't that a choice for policymakers as best they can to make that choice in the first instance? So I just throw that out there and take your reactions and anything you want to say on that.
Okay, so if I could just make a few points in reaction.
I had one more point,
okay.
Sorry, to add to that. And I don't think, with respect, that what you and the Solicitor General said, oh, we'll just send it back to the district court and they'll make fact findings. It'll be back here in a year and we're going to have this same discussion as I see it. So just to get you thinking about that too. Go ahead. Have at it.
So a few points, Justice Kavanaugh. And the first is I don't see this as the court choosing what is the appropriate response here. What I see the role of the court is assessing whether the choice that Tennessee made is one that they can justify under heightened scrutiny. And so that question is whether or not by taking this decision away from the adolescents, their parents, and their doctors based on claims of harm, that protects children and protects children from adverse side effects. And what I think the record here shows, and again, this is a preliminary injunction record, what it shows is that broad categorical ban does not advance that interest. That doesn't mean that a more tailored response would not advance that interest, in which you may be able to actually come out with a solution to ensure that you are protecting those who may come to regret this treatment, which are much, much smaller than those who benefit and find it medically necessary, something like West Virginia did. And I think the relevant inquiry here is whether what Tennessee did meets their constitutional burden because they use sex-based classifications to pass this law. And then on two quick other points that with respect to the difference between rational basis and heightened scrutiny, yes, of course it will be weighing the state's asserted interest in both circumstances, but there's a world of difference between rational basis and heightened scrutiny, and we think the Sixth Circuit got it wrong by simply applying rational basis here. And to the question of, well, is remand, a sufficient?
Well, can I just stop you there? If even under rational basis, if there were no benefit to anyone, then it would probably lack a rational basis. So I guess in the end, you still come down to their risks and benefits both ways. Either way, you go here, and I don't know whether rational basis or intermediate scrutiny, however that gets applied, you still have to kind of look, is there a real justification here? I think you look at that either way.
And I think the difference under heightened scrutiny, there's a chance to look at the evidence in a much more substantial way and have the state come forth and show whether they've met their burden. In terms of your question, Justice Kavanaugh, about, well, is it sufficient to just remand it? It will be back up here again. I would say two things. That in response, I think that there are often examples where there's a threshold question and it goes back down on the application of heightened scrutiny. And I do think an instructive case is Johnson versus California here, in part because it gives us some guidance for what happens on remand in the application of scrutiny. And that, of course, was when the court was considering whether or not to apply strict scrutiny to racial classifications in prison or Turner deference. And when the court reversed and said the wrong standard was applied, strict scrutiny still applies, and sent it back down, it did so with guidance that even under strict scrutiny, the lower courts could take into account the particular context of prison. And I think here, this court could send it back down with instructions to take into account the particular context.
And just one point there, you agree that there's some group of people who receive the treatments who later wish they hadn't and wish to detransition. I know you say it's a smaller group. I understand that. I just want to make sure you agree as a factual matter there is some set of people.
I agree as a factual matter, as there is in all areas of medicine.
And then on the sports question, I want to get your reaction as well, which is it logically and legally possible to apply intermediate scrutiny and say that the Tennessee law and the other laws like it do not satisfy intermediate scrutiny, but laws that limit women's and girls' sports to exclude transgender athletes would be constitutionally permissible? Is that legally and logically possible?
I agree with the Solicitor General that it's legally and logically possible, because in the application of heightened scrutiny, it's wholly different state interests that are being asserted.
Thank you.
Justice Barrett?
Mr. Tragio, I wanted to give you a chance to see if, I'm not sure if you named all of the laws when we were talking about de jure discrimination before. You mentioned bans on cross-dressing and bans on military service. And I had thought of the military service, but I didn't know about the statutes prohibiting cross-dressing. Could you think of others? Are there?
I mean, I would say that there are other examples that exist in which sometimes homosexuality and transgender status are sort of lumped together in discriminatory frameworks as language has changed. But I think the most salient to me would be the cross-dressing bans and the explicit bans on military service for transgender individuals.
Okay, and thinking about, when we identify suspect classes, the factors that we've considered, one of the ones that the Sixth Circuit addressed was political power. Do you have a reaction to the Sixth Circuit's discussion of that?
I would just say, Justice Barrett, that I think looking out at the country at the moment, that there is a significant challenge for transgender people to protect themselves in the political process, where you do have laws excluding transgender people from places where they need to go in all aspects of life, and there is a difficulty in that type of majoritarian protection. I think that's precisely what the political powerlessness prong of the test accounts for.
Thank you.
Justice Jackson?
So I guess I'm suddenly quite worried about the role of the court questions and the constitutional allocation of authority concerns, because I understood that it was bedrock in the equal protection framework that there was a constitutional issue in any situation in which the legislature is drawing lines on the basis of a suspect classification, that it's a constitutional question that is being raised when that is happening as a threshold matter. And then you may get into why is it happening, what is the justification, and then you've said here at the podium today that the different levels of scrutiny account for how strong the government's evidence has to be for doing that, and the court really holds them to it in a heightened scrutiny scenario. But the kind of initial issue is that a law is drawing lines on the basis of some suspect classification. Does that accord with your understanding of what we normally do? And that's a question for the court because it's a constitutional question. Is the statute doing this, right?
Yes, I completely agree with that, Justice Jackson. That's precisely why we think heightened scrutiny applies here, because this is a statute that on its face draws.
All right, and to answer the question, is this statute doing this? I understood that we had a sort of two-step framework for looking at it, that we don't just kind of launch into an assessment of the evidence or what the state is, why the state is saying that they're doing this, or the scientific basis for it, that we're looking at something else when we're trying to determine is a classification being made, right?
Yes.
And I guess my real concern, and maybe I'll just ask you to react to my Loving parallel because I'm getting kind of nervous, is that in Loving, those same kinds of scientific arguments were made. So I'm reading here where the court says the argument is that if the Equal Protection Clause does not outlaw miscegenation statutes because of their reliance on racial classifications, the question of constitutionality would thus become whether there was any rational basis for a state to treat interracial marriages differently from other marriages. On this question, the state argues the scientific evidence is substantially in doubt, and consequently, the court should defer to the wisdom of the state legislature in adopting its policy of discouraging interracial marriages. And so for me, this kind of idea that the way we look at it is not first, are you drawing these classifications, and then state, give us your evidence so we can make sure that there's a proper fit. If instead we're just sort of doing what the state is encouraging here in Loving, where you just sort of say, well, there are lots of good reasons for this policy, and who are we as the court to say otherwise? I'm worried that we're undermining the foundations of some of our bedrock equal protection cases.
I share your concerns, Justice Jackson. I think one of the things that's happening in this case is we're seeing a lot of concerns that come in at step 2 of the analysis being imported into that threshold question of whether a classification has been drawn in the first instance. Concerns about real differences between males and females. That is exactly what heightened scrutiny is intended to test in the application of heightened scrutiny. If Tennessee can have an end run around heightened scrutiny by asserting at the outset that biology justifies the sex-based differential in the law, that would undermine decades of this court's precedent.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Mr. Rice?
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court. Tennessee lawmakers enacted SB 1 to protect minors from risky, unproven medical interventions. The law imposes an across-the-board rule that allows the use of drugs and surgeries for some medical purposes, but not for others. Its application turns entirely on medical purpose, not a patient's sex. That is not sex discrimination. The challengers try to make the law seem sex-based this morning by using terms like masculinizing and feminizing, but their arguments conflate fundamentally different treatments. Just as using morphine to manage pain differs from using it to assist suicide, using hormones and puberty blockers to address a physical condition is far different from using it to address psychological distress associated with one's body.
Exactly.
The Equal Protection Clause does not require the states to blind themselves to medical reality or to treat unlike things the same. And it does not constitutionalize one side's view of a disputed medical question. Half of the states, Sweden, Finland, and the UK, all now restrict the use of these interventions in minors and recognize the uncertainty surrounding their use. These interventions carry often irreversible and life-altering consequences, and the systematic reviews conducted by European health authorities have found no established benefits. Politically accountable lawmakers, not judges, are in the best position to assess this evolving medical issue. The Sixth Circuit should be affirmed. I welcome the court's questions.
Yeah.
Both the SG and petitioner have suggested that a better approach would be the approach of West Virginia. What's your reaction to that?
Your Honor, my friend's arguments with respect to the alternative approaches is pure policymaking. As Justice Kavanaugh recognized throughout his questioning, they cannot stand up here and say that if these alternatives were imposed, that there would be no detransitioners. So they cannot eliminate the risk of detransitioners. So it becomes a pure exercise of weighing benefits versus risk. And the question of how many minors have to have their bodies irreparably harmed for unproven benefits is one that is best left.
I'm sorry, Counselor. Every medical treatment has a risk, even taking aspirin.
Okay.
There is always going to be a percentage of the population under any medical treatment that's going to suffer a harm. So the question in my mind is not, do policymakers decide whether one person's life is more valuable than the millions of others who get relief from this treatment?
Millions.
The question is, can you stop one sex from the other?
There aren't millions
One
of them.
person of one sex from another sex.
Guys, do you want my roll cues?
What's happening? What are you doing?
Yes, ma'am. Take the passion.
Bro.
We don't
But you're
agree.
saying one sex is getting it and the other's not.
We do not agree that the medical condition is the same. We do not think that giving puberty blockers to a 6-year-old that has started precocious puberty is the same medical treatment as giving it to a minor who wants to transition. Those are not the same medical treatment. And once
What
you
you're saying
recognize,
One's a mental disorder.
You're still
Oh, is
depending
it?
on sex to identify who can get it and who can't.
I don't think so, Your Honor. If a minor comes up to a boy, goes to the doctor and says, I want puberty blockers to transition, the answer will be no. If a girl goes up to the doctor and says, I want...
If a sex-neutral looking child walks into a doctor and says, I don't want to grow breasts, doesn't the doctor have to know whether it's a girl or a boy before they prescribe the drug?
I don't think so, Your Honor.
I gotta tell you, I've made that mistake on children often.
What? What
I look
mistake?
at one of them and think it's a boy, and I'm corrected, and it's a girl, and vice versa. I hope that you're not going to tell me you haven't made that mistake.
Well, I may have made that mistake, Your Honor, but I don't think that is an example of where a sex-based line is being drawn.
Why not?
Because
Please.
Because all that matters is the medical purpose for which the drug is used. So if the minor comes up, if you have a biological...
No, it's the same medical purpose. Her hypothetical is, I don't want to grow breasts. Same medical purpose. I'm trying to stop the development of breasts.
Well, Your Honor, I
They're
think
not gonna
that
just-
likely would not be allowed under SB 1 for a girl.
For a woman who is
would be
for
allowed-
a girl. But
Yeah, and it would
girl.
also not be allowed under Tennessee law with respect to a biological boy.
Really?
Tennessee law doesn't just allow doctors to prescribe drugs without a medical purpose. They
Thank
can't.
you.
But
Of
the way
course
I
they
understood the
don't.
law to work is it has to be inconsistent with your sex in order for it to be blocked. So I don't understand why a boy, I don't understand why it would work in the way that you're saying. Why wouldn't it be differentiating on the basis of gender? A girl who doesn't want to grow breasts for whatever reason,
They're not going to give her
could
that.
not get it.
No.
Does not want to grow breasts
Yes.
without a medical reason.
Right.
Could
No.
not get it.
Right.
And a boy who doesn't want to grow breasts could or could not get it.
Could not get it if there was no medical purpose.
Fuck, man.
There has to be a medical purpose for these
The
drugs.
fuck?
My friend's arguments rest on conflating
These people are
different medical
ridiculous.
purposes.
But they couldn't get it not under this law, right? Because this
Under
law
any
is
law, under
operating around
doctor
the
law.
inconsistency.
He's doing
so if they
harm
couldn't
at that
get it,
point.
It would be for some other reason, right?
But we have other laws in Tennessee law that prevent malpractice and that prevent the use of drugs for a non-medical
I understand, but
purpose.
this law is the one that is being challenged today, and we're trying to decide
It's-
whether or not it's operating
No,
on a
he's being
sex-based
stupid right now.
basis. And
Well, I don't think
we
we-
have so what about my lower voice hypothetical?
Yeah.
All right, so a biological boy comes in and asks for a hormone treatment to deepen his voice in order to affirm his masculinity.
No, that
because
shouldn't be
He
approved.
hasn't come, and he'd like to
That's
deepen
why I
his
was
voice.
joking about it earlier.
Can he get it?
If there's no medical purpose,
Exactly.
No, that's a
It's not a medical purpose to want a deeper voice.
The
You weird
purpose
bitch.
is to bring on
This is like
a
plastic
deepening of their
surgery.
voice.
Let me try to
Hormones.
rephrase.
Yes.
If there's no medical condition, the answer is no. You cannot use testosterone for purely cosmetic reasons. It's a Schedule III
Unless
drug.
you're
In this statute
delinquent
or in
in
another
it.
statute?
In another statute.
Okay, so setting aside that other statute, we're looking at this one and how it operates. This statute says something about inconsistency with your biological sex, and that's what I'm trying to test. The boy comes in, he asks for a hormone treatment to deepen his voice,
That's not a thing.
to affirm his masculinity.
Unless he's
Can he
low
get the
on
treatment?
testosterone.
Under this statute.
Under this statute, no, but under Tennessee Code annotated
The
63.
boy could not, under this statute,
Unless he's low on
get
testosterone.
a medication that would
Possibly.
deepen his voice?
If there was no medical condition, no.
That's the other statute. Under this statute, with respect
Under
to
this statute.
consistency, he could.
Under this statute, he could. Under
Okay.
63-6-21412, he could not.
I understand. Setting aside that other statute, under this statute, he could. Now, looking at this statute, a girl comes in biologically and asks for a hormone to deepen her voice in order to affirm the identity that she chooses, which is masculinity. I'm asking you, would under this statute she be precluded from getting that treatment?
She wants to, I'm sorry, one more time, Your Honor.
She wants to get the medication in order to deepen her voice and affirm her masculinity.
Your Honor, I think if it's for the purpose of identifying inconsistent with their sex, she would be barred from doing that under
But
the.
isn't that the point, Mr. Rice, that if it's for the purpose of identifying with their sex, I mean, the prohibited purpose here is treating gender dysphoria, which is to say that the prohibited purpose is something about whether or not one is identifying with one's own sex or another sex. The whole thing is imbued with sex. I mean, it's based on sex. You might have reasons for thinking that it's an appropriate regulation, and those reasons should be tested and respect given to them. But it's a dodge to say that this is not based on sex, it's based on medical purpose, when the medical purpose is utterly and entirely about sex.
Justice Kagan, we think that is a slightly, we think that's a request for a substantive right to engage in non-conforming behavior. We don't think it's actually drawing a line based on sex. And again, the only way that my friends can point to a sex-based line is to conflate the use of puberty blockers to address precocious puberty with the use of puberty blockers to transition. And those are fundamentally different treatments. They have different effects on the body. They're used for different purposes. I actually think my friend's response to Justice Alito's hypothetical regarding puberty blockers is devastating, because that law draws no different lines than the law that's drawn in SB 1. It just doesn't use the words inconsistent with sex. So we use the words inconsistent with sex to describe a single prohibited medical purpose. We do not use it to draw lines between males and females.
Counsel, I want to be clear about this. I assume you agree with me that no matter how difficult the science may be, and no matter how evolving it may be, at the end of the day, legislation on this subject is subject to judicial review.
Yes, Your Honor.
And I also want to be clear that the issue about the difficulty of regulating the science and attempting to figure out where to sort of stop and place the scale in the evolution is a matter that goes to the level of judicial review. Is that right? The level of the scrutiny that's applied?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor, given your argument, you're saying your state can block
Buddy, I know.
gender treatment
I know.
for adults too.
Your Honor, we think that if we're assuming a similarly worded statute, that there still would not be a sex or a transgender-based classification.
So
we think
you're licensing states to deprive grown adults of the choice of which sex to adopt.
Your Honor, I don't think that's a fair characterization.
That's what you're telling me, because you're saying to me rational basis would be the review for that kind of law for adults as well.
And this court has not hesitated to hold laws unconstitutional under rational basis review when they are rooted in unsubstantiated fears and prejudices. That's exactly what this court did in Cleburne. And
That's quite an interesting way to protect the population.
And to the extent, Your Honor,
I thought that's why we had intermediate scrutiny when there are differences based on sex, to ensure that states were not acting on the basis of prejudice.
well, Your Honor, of course, our position is that there is no sex-based classification, but to finish the answer, that to the extent that a law with dealing with adults would pass rational basis review, that just means it's left to the democratic process, and that democracy is the best check on potentially misguided laws.
So when
you're 1% of the population, when you're 1% of the population or less, very hard to see how the democratic process is going to protect you.
Well, Your Honor,
you blacks were a much larger part of the population, and it didn't protect them. It didn't protect women for whole centuries.
Mr. Rice, I have one factual question, then one legal question. The factual question is, the Sixth Circuit mentioned that this is an off-label use, that the FDA is not authorized. Is that still true, and is that just for children, or is it for adults too?
It's still true. I think with respect to both children and adults, I know with respect to children, I'm not certain with respect to adults, but we do think that that's relevant in the sense that the FDA, when it approves drugs, it does so based off of the purpose for which the drugs are being used. And we think that we are drawing the same type of distinction in our law between using one drug for different purposes.
Okay, my legal question is, I wondered if you had a response. You know, I was asking your friends on the other side about de jure discrimination and what we should take account of if we're thinking about whether transgender people should be a suspect class for purposes of the 14th Amendment. Do you have a response to that? What we should be thinking about, or whether do you know the history of de jure discrimination?
I do not know the history of de jure discrimination. I mean, our frontline position is that the court has gotten out of the business of creating new quasi-suspect classes, precisely because it's a very unprincipled test when it comes to creating these classes. And in some of the cases, political powerlessness means that you need protection from the majoritarian process. In other cases, it means can you gain the attention of lawmakers in the most recent Cleburne test. So the court has not applied any form of principled analysis when it comes to creating these tests. It's been an exercise of judicial power, and the intermediate scrutiny analysis that accompanies the quasi-suspect classification is no more principled, and the court has often struggled to apply that as well. So we don't think the court should even open the door for further judicial creation of new quasi-suspect classes.
Okay, and last legal question. I was just going to ask you one. I have a second one. Could you address Justice Kavanaugh's questions about what the implications of this case would be for the athletic context or the bathrooms context?
I would love to, Your Honor. So we think this is, we differ with our friends on the other side with respect to their argument is that, well, there's a sex-based classification in sex-separated sports, so necessarily that means that there's a sex classification, intermediate scrutiny applies. We are not actually seeing challenges to the sex classification. When these challenges are being brought, they're not arguing that we don't want there to be boys and girls sports. They're arguing we want there to be boys and girls sports. We just want to be classified based off of our gender identity. And so we think that is fundamentally a transgender-based challenge and not a sex-based challenge if you are not actually challenging the sex classification that is at issue.
Can I ask you, so in my sort of loving parallel, Virginia, in your view, would not have been making a racial classification if they had just reworded their statute to say no person can get a license to marry for the purpose of uniting with another person whose race is inconsistent with their own. I took you to say that the use of the term inconsistent with their sex was drawing a line to prohibit one use of the medication. So why couldn't these statutes have been interpreted as drawing a line to prohibit one use of a marriage license.
Your Honor, we think that in a case like Loving, when you look at the individual level, which we agree with our friends on the other side, that the protection of the Equal Protection Clause operates at the individual level, that if there is a line that is being drawn based off of race, like in Loving, where you had a white male who could not marry an African American female under that law, that is a race-based line. You are creating multiple groups of permissible and impermissible behavior based off of race. Where we differ from our friends on the other side is we just don't think that there is any sex-based line in this.
But I don't understand why not. I mean, the law here operates in the same way. The question of can you marry this other person depended upon what your race was. You could marry the other person if it was the same, consistent with your race. You couldn't if you couldn't. I take your law to be doing basically the same thing. You can get these blockers if doing so is consistent with your sex, but not if it's inconsistent. So how are they different?
We think it's different because we think in their use of inconsistent with sex and all of these examples that they have in the briefing, those actually do create separate categories of conduct that is permissible either based on sex or based on race. But in this case, the only way that they can point to a sex-based line is to equate fundamentally different medical treatments. Giving testosterone to a boy with a deficiency is not the same treatment as giving it to a girl who has psychological distress associated with her body. This is not only
what's your
different.
basis for saying that? I'm sorry. Is it just because of why they're asking
Because one's
for it, or is there
physical
some
and
kind
one's
of medical?
mental.
I took the SG to be saying that it operates on the body in the same way. So what's your basis for saying they're not the same?
I don't think it operates on the body in the same way. Take testosterone. If you give a boy with a deficiency testosterone because he has constitutional delayed puberty, that allows him to go through and develop the reproductive organs associated with being a male. If you give it to a girl, it renders the girl infertile. So we have 8 to 12-year-olds.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought your reasons for them being different was that you said they were for different purposes. I'd heard you say at the beginning the reason those two are different is because one wants them to transition and the other wants them for some medical purpose.
Well, to go back to my example in the introduction, I don't think anyone would say using morphine to assist suicide is the same treatment as using morphine to manage pain. It's the same drug, just like it's the same drug here, but they're being used for fundamentally different purposes. They have different effects on the body. And once you take out and you recognize medical reality, then there is no argument that our law differentiates between treatments for males and females.
Can I ask you about one of the purposes of this law? And I note that your brief does not talk a lot about this, but one of the articulated purposes of this law is essentially to encourage gender conformity and to discourage anything other than gender conformity. And I'm wondering how you think that plays into the analysis.
I disagree with that characterization of our law.
Well, encourage minors to appreciate their sex and ban treatments that might encourage minors to become disdainful of their sex. Sounds to me like we want boys to be boys and we want girls to be girls. And that's an important purpose behind the law. And I understand that sentiment, but it's a fundamentally different sentiment and it's a fundamentally different understanding of what produced this law than the one that you are talking about now.
Your Honor, if I could make a few points. First of all, it sounds like the question is rooted in a potential improper purpose-based argument under our Arlington Heights argument, which, as Chief Judge Sutton pointed out below, that argument was never raised until it got to this court.
Well, I'm less interested in sort of like the legal box to put this in, and more interested in, you're spending a lot of time talking about what exactly the classification is here, and I think we've talked a good deal about that. But what produced this classification might be relevant to understanding what the classification is about.
Absolutely, and I would love to address it.
And what seems to have produced this classification is that we want to ban children treatments that might encourage minors to become disdainful of their sex. So we think that there's something fundamentally wrong, fundamentally bad about youth who are trying to transition. And that's the way this purpose seems to me.
If I could try to unpack both of those, Your Honor, because I think both of those read in context do not support the narrative that Tennessee wants boys to live as boys and girls to live as girls. So the appreciate their sex reference in detailed in legislative findings, that is simply the recognition that given the high desistance rate among minors and given the tragic regret of detransitioners, that there is an interest in making sure that minors have enough time to appreciate their sex before undergoing life-altering changes. So I think that has to be viewed in the context of the legislative findings, which both emphasize the detransitioners and the high rate of desistance. With respect to become disdainful of their sex, the challengers have never explained why it would be problematic to prevent interventions that could affirmatively cause minors to become disdainful of their sex and thus at issue for psychiatric conditions. And in fact, there are multiple studies, I would point to this court, JA 400, where minors actually, their mental health and suicidality got worse after taking these interventions. Now, my friends on the other side may disagree with that research and that assessment of whether the findings of that study, but the legislature specifically noted those studies. So I think that statement was rooted in the notion that actually this is causing affirmative harm to minors who are undergoing the interventions. And that's why they were saying we don't want these interventions that will cause minors to become disdainful of their sex.
Go ahead.
You go.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead. I'll be back.
Justice Kavanaugh.
At a big picture level, I think the argument on the other side, putting aside some of the details, is why not trust parents rather than the state, particularly in a situation, as General Preliner said, where there's not the kind of direct harm to third parties that you might see in other contexts like sports.
Yes, Your Honor. So, as my friends recognize, the parental rights question is not before this court. And
she explained how it informs. So just take the question as best you can.
Yeah, I think our position is that there are certain times in medicine, history has shown where the states in their traditional role as regulators have had to intervene. And that's not because, of course, the parents are trying to do the best they can and get the best treatment for their kids. But we've had multiple instances in somewhat recent history where we have stuff like lobotomy, eugenics, that had widespread acceptance among the medical community, and the state had to intervene as a regulator to protect the children.
Mr. Rice, just to let you kind of finish what you started to say to Justice Kavanaugh, you agree that the parental rights question is not before the court, so it would be open to parents to continue to press that point in other cases.
We agree, and we think Chief Judge Sutton got it right, but we agree.
Can I just ask you about, I don't understand at all the similarly situated argument that you make, and I hope that you can help me, because I don't know how you can say both that girls and boys are not similarly situated at step one when this law is being evaluated and it's not making a sex-based classification. It seems to me that recognizing their lack of similarity, as you do in making the argument, is making a sex-based classification. So,
Your Honor, I think our position is that if you're in the point where we're treating giving testosterone to a boy with a biological deficiency as the same thing as giving testosterone to a healthy biological girl who wants to transition, then there has to be some threshold inquiry that recognizes the biological differences between those two.
Right, but when you're doing that, you're making a sex-based classification. I mean, the very argument carries with it the characterization that we're trying to identify here. You start by saying it's different to treat a boy who's using this medication for a particular reason from a girl who's, okay, so that's a sex-based classification. Haven't we dealt with step one now? We should be going on to step two? No. Intermediate scrutiny applies by the terms of what you're arguing.
I don't think that we agree that we've checked the box at step one, because there is no medical treatment that boys can receive that girls cannot. So we disagree with the notion.
Didn't we already dispose of that kind of reasoning with our equal protection cases that looked at things like interracial marriage, where we said even though it applies to both, it's still making a racial classification? Even though whites can't marry marry non-whites and non-whites can't marry whites in the statute, right? So both are equally disadvantaged, we said. That's not an argument for why you shouldn't have a heightened scrutiny or why the statute is not making a race-based classification.
And that's not the argument that we're making.
Okay,
Your Honor.
so what is
we are
your
not arguing that you can discriminate and draw lines so long as you do so both against boys and against girls. We're arguing there is no sex-based line. If you're a boy and you go in to get puberty blockers, you can get the puberty blockers if you're going to use them for precocious puberty. You cannot get the puberty blockers if you're going to use them to transition. That is not a sex-based line. That is a purpose-based line. So our fundamental point here is not that you can discriminate against both sexes in equal degree. Our fundamental point is there is no sex-based line here, and the only way to get to a sex-based line is by equating fundamentally different treatments that defy medical reality and defy how the statute itself sets out what is a treatment.
And the treatments are different because of the biological sex of the person, right? I mean, that's what you said. The purposes are different because of the biological sex and why you're going in to get them.
Not at all. I mean, with puberty blockers, the purpose, nothing turns on sex. Take puberty blockers. There's nothing that turns on sex as to whether there's a sex-based classification there. Everything depends on what is the reason that you are using those puberty blockers for. Happy to take more questions if the court has them.
Justice Thomas?
A number of times you've mentioned off-label uses of these hormones. What are some of the other off-label uses that are not legal in Tennessee?
So, for example, Your Honor, testosterone, we have a separate law that prohibits the use of testosterone for hormonal manipulation intended to increase muscle mass, strength, or weight without medical necessity. We have, like every state, we regulate medicine and we regulate the use of drugs. You cannot use drugs in the state of Tennessee if it's not for a legitimate, viable medical purpose. Here, through this law, all that we have done is make clear that these treatments, which are irreversible often, have significant effects on minors and often leave them with bodies that are infertile and permanently damaged, that you have to wait until you turn 18 to receive those type of treatments.
A number of times you've tried to say that what the classification that the state of Tennessee has advanced in this legislation. Would you spend a few minutes on that?
Yes, Your Honor. So again, we think that our law fundamentally draws a distinction based on medical purpose. I'll go back to puberty blockers. If a boy wants puberty blockers, the answer is yes if you have precocious puberty, no if you're doing this to transition. If a girl wants puberty blockers, the answer is yes if you have precocious puberty, no if you're doing this to transition. That is fundamentally a different treatment, and what is dictating under this law is the use for which you are putting the drug. And just to kind of build out on the notion that these are not the same treatments, we talked about earlier testosterone. If you give it to a biological boy, it allows the boy to develop a normal body and healthy body, whereas providing it to a girl causes a physical condition, hyperandrogenism, and that results in clitoromegaly, atrophy of the lining of the uterus, blood cell disorders, increased risk of heart attack. So the notion that the risks are the same when you give testosterone to a boy as when you give it to the girl are simply not borne out by medical reality.
Justice Alito? Justice Sotomayor? Justice Cave? No? Justice Kavanaugh?
Just one clarification. It's an obvious point, but I want to make sure you agree with it, which is you are not arguing that the Constitution takes sides on this question. You, as I understand it, you are arguing that each state can make its own choice on this question. So from your perspective, as I understand it, it's perfectly fine for a state to make a different choice, as many states have, than Tennessee did, and to allow these treatments, correct?
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct. And we think that's because of what Your Honor has pointed out, that no matter how you draw these lines, there are risk and potential benefits and harms to people on both sides. And the question of how to balance those harms is not a question for the judiciary, it's a question for the legislature.
Thank you.
Can states make a different choice if doing so means that a state's law operates to treat its citizens differently on the basis of name the suspect classification? I thought that was the work of the Constitution and the Equal Protection Clause.
Your Honor, we don't think that it draws any lines based off any...
No, I understand. I'm not talking about this law. I'm going back to Justice Kavanaugh's suggestion that the Constitution doesn't play a role if the state is making a policy choice regarding issues such as these. And I guess I'm still seeing a role for the Constitution in circumstances in which the claim that is being made is that the state's choices are implicating the equal protection rights of its citizens.
Your Honor, I think the point, I don't want to misstate the point, but I think the point is that the Constitution is neutral in the sense that it does not provide heightened protection based on any suspect classification, and thus rational basis review applies in the presumption of legislative validity and the presumption that these types of policy choices are best left to the democratic process. I think that is exactly what the correct way to think about this case.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Rebuttal, General Prelogar.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice. Two quick clarifying points. I want to make clear that Tennessee here is not regulating based on off-label use. Off-label use is extremely common in pediatrics, and we've pointed to a number of uses of these medications on page 40 of our brief, the very same medications that likewise are off-label use. If there are problems with safety and effectiveness, then that would not become the standard of care, and there are self-regulatory measures to address that issue. Justice Kavanaugh, you said this might be a space where each state can make its own choice. But I think it's important to recognize that my friend's arguments would equally apply to a nationwide ban if this were enacted by Congress. And so I think that the court should keep that in mind when thinking about the level of scrutiny here. There were a lot of questions about how to take account of disputed medical evidence when there might be some uncertainty, and I want to make a few points. As my friend acknowledged, that doesn't go to the level of scrutiny, so that doesn't mean that you should ignore a sex classification when one exists in the statute. But at the point of applying heightened scrutiny, the court can take context into account, and we're not asking courts to step in here and say, we want to figure out as a matter of policy exactly what the right approach is, but you can ask the familiar judicial questions like, does the state actually have any evidence to support its claims that there's a harm to adolescent health? And is this law severely over and under inclusive? And if the court conducts the analysis here in the first instance, this law doesn't look anything like a typical medical regulation to protect adolescent health. That would look like the West Virginia law, where you're tailoring it, but still leaving some possibility for care when it can have enormous benefits. And the reason it doesn't look like a typical medical regulation is because the legislature was doing something different in trying to get minors to appreciate their sex and not become disdainful. That's not a medical-based justification, but I think it shows exactly why the state drew the lines where it did. Finally, I think the court should think about the real-world consequences of laws like SB 1. Consider its effects on Ryan Rowe. As Justice Sotomayor noted, Ryan's gender dysphoria was so severe that he was throwing up before school every day. He thought about going mute because his voice caused him so much distress. And Ryan has told the courts that getting these medications after a careful consultation process with his doctors and his parents has saved his life. His parents say he's now thriving, but Tennessee has come in and categorically cut off access to Ryan's care, and they say this is about protecting adolescent health, but this law harms Ryan's health and the health of all other transgender adolescents for whom these medications are a necessity. And the state says it doesn't even want the courts to take a look at whether this protects adolescent health, but the reason Ryan can't have these medications is because of his birth sex, and a sex-based line like that can't stand on rational basis review. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. The case is submitted.
The Honorable Court is now adjourned until Monday next at 10 o'clock.
I gotta make it.
To no benefit. benefit of these treatments for kids. And this explosion in cases has been driven by ideological pressure, sexual.
What the fuck, man? This station sucks.
Thank you so much for being here. My name is Amy Wilhite. I'm the Director of Communications for the Tennessee Attorney General's Office. Today you'll be hearing from Tennessee Attorney General Scarmetti, who will be making a few comments, and he will also be taking questions. So I will now turn it over to him, and feel free to go ahead, General Scarmetti.
Thank you, Amy. This case is about protecting kids from the consequences of decisions that they cannot fully understand. Kids on puberty blockers and hormone treatments for gender dysphoria face serious risks of losing their fertility forever, of losing their sexual function forever, of dealing with medical conditions for the rest of their lives, including blood clots, tumors, bone density disorders, cognitive development impairments, and others. The medicalization of youth gender dysphoria has moved very far, very fast over recent years. The number of cases has exploded. One researcher identified a 4,000% increase in the number of adolescent girls seeking hormone treatments. And this explosion in cases has been driven by ideological pressure, not by scientific evidence. Over and over, systematic reviews have shown little to no benefit of these treatments for kids. That's why many European countries that pioneered the use of these treatments for kids have recently reversed course and severely restricted them. They looked at the evidence and they determined that the risks far outweighed the benefits. The people of Tennessee, acting through a bipartisan supermajority of their elected officials, made a similar choice. They passed SB 1 to protect kids. Half the states in the United States have done the same. The Constitution allows the states to protect kids from unproven, life-altering procedures based on uncertain science. The states have exercised the power to regulate the practice of medicine for hundreds of years. It's one of the fundamental things that they do. And Tennessee's laws draw a line based on age, which is something that the laws do all the time. The other side argues that SB 1 discriminates on the basis of sex because it prohibits cross-sex hormones for kids. But this misses the common sense fact that boys and girls react differently to different hormone treatments. The law targets the harm. It does not target on the basis of sex. It regulates regardless of sex. As Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, the greatest feminist in the history of the court, recognized, there are enduring physical differences between the sexes. There just are. And the Constitution does not require legal absurdity in response to biological reality. The dramatic and unexplained increase in the use of these life-altering procedures on kids is exactly the sort of situation where the state should take notice and regulate. Now, adolescence is hard, and gender dysphoria is a heavy burden, and we need to remember that. But the evidence shows that the large majority of kids dealing with gender dysphoria will grow out of it unless they're put on these medications. Tennessee's elected officials carefully considered the evidence and passed a law to protect Tennessee kids. The Constitution allows this. We look forward to a decision from the court. I am glad to take your questions. So I think the question was, does Tennessee law set a standard for the United States? In the United States, each state makes its own decisions. Different states reach different conclusions. Different states elect different people. That's the way the country works. Tennessee's standard is constitutional, but we have 50 separate laboratories for democracy. Each state is allowed to make its own decisions. So the question is about whether a heightened degree of scrutiny should apply. I think we made a good argument. The way that you categorize the classifications in the law are going to be driving that. This is a different situation than the court has considered before. We think rational basis applies. We think Chief Judge Sutton got it right at the Sixth Circuit, and we'll see if the court agrees. So the questions about numbers in Tennessee, I don't know the numbers offhand. With respect to treatment, the law has provisions related to differently situated kids, and the legislature's made determinations on that fact. That's a policy decision for the people's elected representatives to make. It's my pleasure to introduce Attorney General Steve Marshall of Alabama, who is also here to make some comments.
Thank you, General's Committee. First of all, I want to congratulate General's Committee and his team for the presentation today. Very confident in the result of the court. Very pleased with the questions that took place today. One of the things that was obvious to me, however, is the fact that this court did not have a complete record of what we've been able to uncover nationally. It's what I believe is one of the greatest medical, legal, and political scandals that we have seen. Uniquely, the Solicitor General was able to relate, as Justice Alito pushed back on, that there is widely accepted within the medical community that this is an appropriate treatment for kids. That's absolutely incorrect. And I find it highly disingenuous for the Department of Justice to argue that it's widely accepted when the second in charge of Health and Human Services, Dr. Admiral Levine, directly contacted those medical organizations that establish standards of care to have them remove age restrictions on surgeries for kids. You can't have it both ways. And not only did they remove those age restrictions for kids, it wasn't for medical reasons. Instead, it was for the political.
Dude. Man, dude, Live Now has been fucking shit lately.
Let's welcome our history-making attorney for the very first time arguing for trans rights in the halls of the Supreme Court, the first ever transgender attorney. Please, as he walks over to the stage, make some noise for...
These people don't ever do anything except for themselves. And they praise themselves for being the first tranny to do something, but it's never like accomplishing anything but for each other, for them. He's gonna do this for us, y'all. Like, it's not like they're creating a new vaccine or something, you know? Like, it's ridiculous.
Let's show him all the love, y'all.
The first one to be one of us there. Oh, we did it. Now you can help us even more. We just help each other, yeah.
You guys, I love you. Okay, hold on. You guys, I've been on a lot of compartmentalizing for so many weeks. It's all gonna come flooding out. But we are here together. This is all of us. We are here with our ancestors, and we were here with the people who will come after us. And so whatever happens, we are the defiance of everything. Okay, Peppermint loves to give me advice about how to project, so I'm gonna work on it. We are collectively a refutation of everything they say about us. And our fight for justice did not begin today. It will not end in June, whatever the court decides. We are in this together. And I know that the months ahead and the years ahead are terrifying. I know that we have been the subject of relentless and unjustified attack. I'm not projecting.
I think a lot of women want to be men just for the
here's
power.
The thing. We are in it together. We are in it together. Our power only grows. I love being trans. I love being with you. And we are going to take care of each other. Thank you for being here.
Okay.
I felt it inside.
Chase says he felt it inside. He felt the love from our community. Let's make some noise for Chase Strangio and all of the fabulous attorneys from the ACLU. Doing the very essential work of representing us in such an historic way. And Chase says it didn't start today. It won't end in June whenever they decide whatever they're going to decide. And it continues on with our community, the people who've been fighting at the very future. Please make some noise for Trans Youth Advocate L.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for being here today. My name is Elle. I'm a 21-year-old college student from Massachusetts. I'm a son, I'm a brother, I'm a friend, and I am a transgender young person who transitioned as a child, and I'm very proud of that. Growing up, I was so lucky to be met with support in my transition from my family, my school, my friends, and my faith community. Starting at age 13, I had the short haircut and the clothes that I wanted, which allowed me to be the boy that I always felt I was on the inside. I had a beautiful boyhood, but it took years to get to that place. Years of sitting with the severe distress of gender dysphoria. Dysphoria, which I now understand to be the disconnection between my internal sense of gender and the way I was perceived by others, made me want to crawl out of my skin and made me unable to recognize myself in the mirror. Dysphoria was so distressing that I was desperate to hide my body in any way that I could to distract myself from the psychological toll of it. Coming out as transgender saved my life, and it allowed me to flourish as the young man that I am today. I started taking testosterone at 15 after years of contemplating the decision, after years of countless appointments and evaluations from therapists, psychologists, doctors, and endocrinologists. They all agreed that gender-affirming care was the best choice for my health, and they were right. I have no regrets. Transitioning gave me a future. I finally felt able to have a sense of self, to establish goals, and to be present enough to enjoy my teenage years. This is all because my right to access healthcare is recognized under the law in Massachusetts. Most transgender people, including many of my friends, my community members, and my colleagues, aren't so lucky. I've witnessed firsthand how lack of access to care has devastating impacts on people's mental health, self-esteem, and ability to function. A 2020 study by the Trevor Project found that trans youth who experienced discrimination had over 2 times the likelihood of attempting suicide. Let's let that sink in. Gender-affirming care access is not trying to make cisgender kids trans. Rather, it's trying to let trans kids grow up.
I heard otherwise in the court that wasn't true, dude.
It's giving trans kids the chance to be healthy, well-adjusted adults who can take on the world. Thank you.
Our All right, y'all. We have just a couple more minutes left. From out Memphis, please welcome to the stage, Tamisha.
Hey, everyone. My name is Tamisha Kay, and I'm here today not as just a community member, but as someone deeply invested in the well-being and dignity of every individual in this community. I travel here from Memphis, Tennessee, where I work out in Memphis as the trans service manager. Where I have the privilege of connecting the trans community with the resources back home in Tennessee all year long.
Memphis in the house. That's a woman, though, isn't it?
For me, this is personal. In my role in Memphis, I've seen how access to gender-affirming healthcare can mean the difference between despair and hope, between surviving and thriving.
Dude, keep Memphis tranny-free.
I know what it feels like to know that your state doesn't have your back.
Yes. Right.
Studies have shown time and time again that the access to gender-affirming care dramatically improves the mental health outcomes, but it's not just numbers, it's people's lives. I have seen the impact of this ban in real time over the past 2 years as dozens of adolescents lost their access to health care overnight, and the community experienced a chilling effect as an adult providers and adolescents' mental health. This ban has meant that countless teens and families have been forced to leave our state and have relied on the support systems to spend money, time, and energy navigating complex referrals and traveling across state lines just to have an open and informative conversation about their well-being. My organization has rushed to the institute new services and funding for individuals impacted by this ban, along with other laws that come in its wake. Imagine being denied care. Imagine being told that your identity is wrong, or that you don't deserve the same rights and cares as others.
Yeah, I'm not really listening to her very much.
That's the reality for many transgender and non-binary individuals in my hometown and community.
You're the MVP.
This cares about empowering people to live authentically and with dignity.
You're the most valuable.
When we talk about gender-affirming care, we're talking about health care that saves lives. I'm here today because the transgender people in Tennessee can one day live and thrive. I am proud to have lived in a transgender woman in Memphis for many years as an advocate, a friend, and a mother.
Well, it's a woman.
And resource for many people, and I know for the better
See,
of the
man,
future
the women, y'all doing the most out here for the trannies.
Lawmakers who implemented and defended this law don't represent the interests of my peers and putting politics over health and well-being of Tennesseans. I am proud to be here to represent my colleagues, my community, clients, my peers, and to stand in solidarity with the advocates fighting for us in the court and behind the scenes today.
Yes.
As we all go forth today, I hope we can continue to defend the folks in local communities like mine who are feeling the impacts of these bad policies so deeply right now. And I lead with courage and empathy together. Let's create a world where every person, no matter their gender and no matter their state, live in, can fully, freely, and with pride. Thank you.
Trans power! I say trans, you say power. Trans, trans. We say trans, you say power. Trans, trans. We say trans, you say power. Trans, 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 trans. Thank you so much. Tamisha Kane from Memphis. I cannot even imagine what it feels like to have this type of legislation begin in your state, in one of these 24 states. And I have to say right now, with all this stuff that we're hearing right now, as Chase said, that the fight does not end here. We are energized. We're going to continue in the future. We have to thank the ACLU and Lambda and all of the LGBTQ-led organizations, national and locally, in each and every single one of these states. Of course, there are local chapters of the ACLU in each and every single state. We want to make sure that we thank everybody out here, from our sound people to our fabulous interpreters. So many people have pulled together and organized to make sure that we had this opportunity to make sure that our voices were heard and that you could feel community, because you're coming from a place where maybe you don't have the type of community that you have right now, but we can take this love that we are experiencing here and take it back to the cities and towns and states that you're in, and we will continue to multiply it, because love does multiply. And the people who have helped us with that love so much all day out here in the cold, never been inside, are two people that I would like to bring up from ACLU and Lambda Legal respectively. Make some noise for Lala and Sammy. DJ, can I have a little beat real quick? We deserve a beat. Every single speaker, every youth, every trans youth, every parent, and every family who came here today. A big applause for every single one of you. A big applause because you are on the trenches. You are on the front lines of this fight, this spiritual fight. And we are here as representatives. This families, these speakers are living the consequences of what these policies are. But we're here with a different kind of spiritual mission, which is politics of love, politics of solidarity, healthcare for all, and peace. So, estamos aquí por nuestras comunidades trans y no binarias, y les agradecemos a todos por haber venido de todo Estados Unidos. Un fuerte ruido a todos los latines, hispanohablantes. And Lala and I have been activists for over a decade, and it was very important for us that our communities were represented here, that trans and non-binary voices were leading in this fight. I'm very proud of Lala, for ACLU and Lambda Legal who fought for this lawsuit, and let's not forget why we are here. The humanity of our trans, non-binary, gender non-conforming, gender diverse, and LGBTQ community, but particularly for our children, because we do believe in rights for our children and humanity. I know that today was a lot. It's a lot of energy, a lot of emotions. We heard from youth like Mila, like Danielle, like Jay and Scar, who are putting their bodies on the front lines. So I want us to start closing, and then I will pass it to Lala, to take a deep breath together, because what we're here for is going to continue. But we are going to draw from the resiliency, the strength, the activism, the power of our trans and queer ancestors, like Silvia Rivera, Marsha P. Johnson, Cecilia Gentili, Lorena Borjas, that taught us that we are not going to stand down. We're going to fight back, stand up in our power, in our beauty, our love, and our radical resistance. So Let's take an all deep collective breath so that we're grounded on our inner power. You are powerful, you are beautiful, and we are divine creatures. Take this back to your homes and bring this fight to your communities, to your churches, to your schools, because you are transforming what is the face of America. Let's take a deep breath. Exhale. One more time. Inhale. Exhale. And one more time for all the people in America that are watching and thanking you for being here today. Exhale. Thank you so much, Sami Nemir from Landaligo. And now, Lala Sanel.
Thank you all so much. I am so full today. I want to tell each and every one of you, you are the best Christmas present ever for me to be able to do this and into this. And I don't know what's going to happen in January, but what I do know is we will not go back. So while you're over there talking your foolery, while you're over there,
oh, I saw that a couple days ago. He left.
Know that we will not go back, and I know that that building behind us, they gave you the best argument of your life, and you're mad because we outsmarted you.
I saw him driving. I was taking a shit at like 5:30 in the morning.
Today, by coincidence, it is destiny. I
was with them in the passenger
because
seat.
this is my destiny. I have dedicated my life
Open road.
to all of you. I have dedicated my life to every trans and non-binary body that has been displaced, that has been killed, that has not been birthed. You are going to be birthed. I'm telling you. We are not going to go back. So wherever you're going to go, take this energy with you. Take this energy with you. To all of my black and brown folks, we gotta be together, brothers and sisters and siblings. All that fighting ego gotta go.
I forgot to bring Simon back in.
Brothers and siblings, you gotta leverage our privilege.
Come here.
You gotta let us lead. You gotta trust our leadership. We are one band, one sound. And before I leave you, I wouldn't be me. You know it's my favorite chant in the world. And you're going to repeat after me. And then I want you all to take flowers. But before I go, I got to do this. And recognize them all. I will. I am blessed to be here and do what I do because I had a mother who loved me. I had a mother who affirms me. And this is that lady in that fur coat. And here's your flower for affirming me, for affirming my friends, for letting my friends stay with you when they mama put them out. I love you. But before we go, it is our duty to fight for our freedom. I said it's our duty to fight for our freedom. It is our duty to win. It is our duty to win. We must love each other and protect each other. We must love each other and protect each other. And when we will do that, we have nothing to lose but our chains. I wish you all safe travels. Keep in touch. And we will do this. We ain't done yet. Look at
Fucking
them.
weirdos.
Say we won't go back.
Holy shit. This is way different than the civil rights movement, dude.
Let's hear it for Lala and Sammy from
Those people
ACLU and Lambda. Y'all, thank Thank you so much for
Born
staying
with
out
it.
here in the cold.
I don't know if all these people were born with it.
And your love
We need that
and warming
test
it up
done
with all
on
of your
trannies.
presence. We are so grateful to everyone who's willing to share their insights and their experience today,
Brain
from
scans,
legal
blood
experts
work.
to storytellers. We have to wrap it up, but I want to leave you all with a few things. Remember, the courts alone will never determine who transgender people are.
Well, they should be able to. They should be able to. Physical. It's a
And
physical
we have each other's
thing.
backs. We support one another no matter what these justices will ever decide. We
They
will
see
continue
brain
to fight
differences.
for liberation and equality for all.
In a real transgender person.
We might not hear from the Supreme Court until next summer, and that's fine. We have a lot of work to do in the meantime, so keep showing up. Follow and support your local organizations and trans-led organizations. So when you go home for the holidays and they ask you, how can we help? Tell them donate money to LGBTQ organizations. Donate your money and your time to
Where does that go?
trans-focused
To condoms?
organizations.
Type of cock rings.
Trans-specific organizations. Black trans-specific organizations. These are the very first people who will be impacted by some of these laws. Thank you so much to everyone who turned out today. Please follow the
You can donate
ACLU
to
and
an
Land Illegal.
LGBT
I've got some
as a
flowers
straight
for
person.
you.
Donate
I've got
to.
some flowers for you. We're all handing out flowers. This entire thing is decorated with flowers. I want you all to come up and just take some flowers to take back with you. Grab some flowers right from the edge of this. Just take them off. We're sharing this bouquet. There we go. Come on up and grab some flowers, everybody. Thank you to all the staff and volunteers again. Thank you so much to everyone who has come out. Grab you some. Thank you. My name is Peppermint. Give me a follow as well if you like. Because I'm going to be. I promise to use my platform to continue to focus and advocate and uplift voices, marginalized voices, people of different communities and organizations that will be able to help us, especially resources as we go into next year. So make sure you grab yourself a flower and get into the warmth, y'all. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you.
Oh my God, way more popular than I wanted to see. All I had to do was type in Peppermint IG, and she was the first one. Peppermint 247 with 701,000 followers. Miss Peppermint, she goes by. Actor, singer, horror movie buff. Oh my fucking God. She's followed by my niece. That's embarrassing. Bruh, what the fuck? What the fuck? She's followed by my dad's brother's kid. What the fuck, bro? That's a little tranny, I guess. That's wild. I wasn't expecting that one. She's a psychologist, so I think maybe. I don't know. That might be why.
Check 1, 2. Check, check, check. Yeah, yeah.
She probably talks to trannies all the time.
All right, hey everyone. This is Dan at Unicorn Riot. Thank you all for sticking with us in this 3-hour broadcast. We're here live outside the U.S. Supreme Court. We were out here. There was a rally for several hours. Down over there, there's been a counter-demonstrator rally. Jamie, want to talk about why you've been here today? Do you want to talk on Unicorn Riot while you're here today?
Am I understand she's a therapist? I think she's a licensed therapist or some shit.
When I was 15.
That's interesting that she's following
I
her.
wouldn't be a trans woman today. I wouldn't be here. I want trans kids to have their futures, protected.
Oh no.
All right.
No,
Sorry,
she's
1
not
second.
kidding.
It was a long rally. What do you feel the significance of this case is? Can you talk about the case?
Yes, this case is supposed to protect. This case challenges the rights of parents, families, and providers to care for their children. If the side defending trans children does not win, we will have children will not be able to access the care that is proven to reduce depression rates, suicide rates, all that.
What would you say is happening right now to trans people in America right now? What's been happening?
I think that you can't. I want to talk about what's happening to the most marginalized of us. Trans women of color, trans men of color, poor trans people. They are on the front lines of these movements because they are denied employment, they are denied justice, they are imprisoned, and we need to allow. So the trans experience is a rainbow, just like the flag. So we must listen to diverse trans voices and the most marginalized among us.
What do you think is going to happen in the next few years? What do you see going on?
If I have it my way, I will keep fighting. We will keep fighting. That's what's going to happen.
What would you say to any trans kids watching right now?
You will make it. You are beautiful, and your community loves you.
The kids just went right past us, right? So, sorry. It's been a long day. I'm a little tired.
Yeah. No, you got
it. What are the stakes right now? Like, how high are the stakes right now? Can you talk about that?
We see Democrats even bashing trans people. A Democratic congresswoman who is a trans woman is not allowed to use the bathroom of her choice. Hundreds of trans women have been murdered this year. Trans people, but especially trans women and Black and Latinx trans women. These are the stakes. Their lives.
The world with trans acceptance, what does that look like to you?
A world with trans acceptance means that we can live as ourselves. We have all the same opportunities as cis people. It means that we can access our health care. We can make decisions about our bodies. It means that we can run for office and win office and make laws about our bodies, not have cis lawmakers make laws about our bodies because they don't know our bodies.
Okay, so you've got a religious symbol and it's got a trans flag kind of worked into it. Can you talk about what your shirt means? What does that mean?
I'm a trans Jewish woman. This is the Star of David. It's a symbol of Judaism. And in Hebrew, it says B'Tselem Elohim. That means that I am made in the image of God. God wants me to be a trans woman, and that is why I wear this shirt.
Okay. Anything else you want to add right now?
I want to thank the lawyers, the Lambda Legal, ACLU for working hard, and I want to thank the small grassroots organizations everywhere that are doing everything to protect trans people. And if you're not doing something to protect trans people, but you want to, look up your local organizations, look up your local chapters of PFLAG, of Human Rights Campaign, of the smaller Black, Latinx, trans-led organizations.
Excellent. And thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Where did you come down from?
I came from Philadelphia. I am a trans woman who goes to a historically women's college, Bryn Mawr College, because I am a woman.
I also came down from Philadelphia today, so thank you very much for your time today. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So we just talked to somebody who came down from Philly. So, yeah. Are you come up from Tennessee? All right. So we'll give a recap a little bit later, but we want to talk to folks out here. So I guess first of all, what brings you out here today?
Yeah, so I'm a trans Tennessean. I grew up in West Nashville. I have a lot of first-hand experience with the devastating effects of transphobic policy. I go to school in D.C. I study political science. I'm close to everything here, and I'm here for my little brother.
What do you feel the significance of this case is?
If this bill continues, we'll see a lot more dead kids. This bill is another reflection of the culture war against trans Americans, and It's bigger than just Tennessee. I mean, they would represent a precedent shift in potential for policies affecting trans adults and access to gendered health care for all people.
Yeah. Well, and they're talking about restricting bathroom access for adults and things like that as well. Can you talk about what you've seen happen in Tennessee lately in the last couple of years?
Yeah, so at least in my personal experience, visiting at home with my trans partner, being an openly queer person, I've experienced a lot more personal harassment, a lot more visibility about trans people just kind of out in the world. Makes me more recognizable and more of a target for this kind of harassment. I know people who have, excuse me, sorry. In the past couple years, I know a lot of people that I went to high school with whose mental health has gotten significantly worse. When I was in high school, I knew people who committed suicide because of anti-trans policy and everyday harassment in real life. This bill will result in homelessness, in evictions, in the forced outing of children to their parents, and extreme violence against children who are already vulnerable. This is a deadly, deadly piece of legislation. Yeah.
What do you feel is happening across this country to trans people right now? Can you describe outside of Tennessee?
So I think trans people are becoming more and more visible, but visibility is vulnerability in a lot of cases. I think trans people are experiencing higher levels of public harassment than we ever have in American history. We're experiencing greater attacks on parents' rights to talk to their children because it's been overly politicized. The way that parents feel comfortable to raise their children is being politicized, and that's very dangerous. We're also seeing higher levels of trans homelessness than we ever have. What kills trans people internationally is poverty. It's not the news media. It's not people talking about whether kids know that they're trans or not. It's kids being out on the streets and victims of violent crime. And we're seeing that more than ever.
Do you think that, in the next few years, that things could be getting worse? Do you think that, or?
Yes. Bills like this kill people. Bills like this encourage trans children to seek out unsafe ways of accessing gender-affirming health care with all kinds of devastating side effects to it, yeah.
What would you say to any trans kids watching right now?
We will always be here. There are trans elders, and trans people have survived through worse, and we will continue to be here.
What are the? What do you feel like what do you feel is up in the air right now regarding the stakes around this issue? Like what's up in the air? What isn't settled right now?
I think that's a big question. I think there's a lot of public education that needs to be done about what transgender identity means and the role of gender identity in legal policymaking in the first place. So it's education, I think.
What do you think a world looks like with trans acceptance?
It looks like it's being left alone. I've never thought about my transness more than what I've been confronted with transphobia in my everyday life. I'd rather not think about it. Yeah.
Anything else you want to add?
Tennessee's got bigger healthcare problems than trans kids talking to their parents. The leading cause of homelessness in Tennessee is healthcare debt. The greatest debt in Tennessee is healthcare debt. The southern opioid crisis is at an all-time high. We have better things to be doing with legal advocacy that we need from our policymakers more than interfering with parents' choice.
Anything else you want to add?
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Cool. Did you want to go? All right, great. So, let's switch. Actually, my other hand is free. Right. Thank you. Yeah. We've been out here in the cold. It's like almost above freezing. So what brought you out here today?
Well, I don't know. As a trans person, I think it's and someone who has received life-saving gender-affirming care, I'm here to fight for it, and I'm here to fight for our community because it's ridiculous that we aren't allowed the same rights as every other person in regards to gender-affirming care. So,
what do you feel is the significance of the case here today?
I think it's significant because it's a decision of our autonomy for us. Gender-affirming care, as it's seen, is received by everyone, not just trans people. When you think of a breast enhancement or like extra testosterone for people assigned male at birth who like have low testosterone levels. That's the same gender affirming care that I receive as a trans person. So to deny specifically trans people that care makes absolutely no sense in the eyes of equality. And it is consistently been proven through studies and licensed medical professionals that this care is saving. So it makes absolutely no sense to deny us that care. It is an active attempt to destroy and kill our community off.
I think it's surprising to me, growing up in the 90s, one of my neighbors was a cisgender teenage girl, she was able to receive puberty blockers, right? And now we're being told that puberty blockers 25 years later are impermissible in Tennessee only for transgender health care and not for cisgender health care. And I think that's like such a striking cherry picking of what's the same set of drugs. You know what I mean?
He's clueless.
I mean, it's like
fucking
Like,
idiot.
it's like there's nothing else to say. It's just intentional discrimination.
It's
especially
not.
for
It hurts one and it doesn't hurt the other.
Blockers are reversible, and although that shouldn't be the point of something that's allowed, but I mean, yeah, it just makes no sense.
So the police are moving. Let's just film this really quick.
Willingly ignorant.
The police are clearing the street.
Intentionally ignorant.
We have to relocate. Okay. So the cops are making us move the setup. Just hang on a second. Just give us a second, folks. We'll move the camera. Force majeure. All right. All right. So we had to move because of the police. Where did my interview subject go? I lost track of my subjects. They turned around and they were gone. That was tough. It's no good when the cops interrupt your interviews. So, all right, let's sorry about that, folks. All right. So basically, let's give some background here. So let's look at the shot like this. So the case is called U.S. versus Skermetti, and my colleague has some notes from inside the court today. So Tennessee and Kentucky have a law that's against gender affirming care, and it was challenged by the families of trans kids, the ACLU, Lambda Legal, and we saw many amicus briefs filed in this case on both sides. So the law prohibits trans minors from accessing puberty blockers, hormones, and whereas non-trans minors do retain access to that kind of treatment. So, for example, like puberty blockers, like I mentioned. So, in 26 states now have gender affirming care bans. Almost 40% of the trans youth are in those states. That's around 110,000 estimated. So earlier we heard from Chase Strangio, who's the lawyer arguing for the ACLU, the first openly trans lawyer to argue at the Supreme Court. And so basically the pro-trans argument was that equal protection under the 14th Amendment, citing a 2020 case called Bostock versus Clayton County. And the anti-trans argument was that states' rights can protect kids from, quote, experimental treatments, and transness and gender identity are not covered by equal protection. That's the argument from the government, the Attorney General of Tennessee, Kentucky, and the other parties that are pushing the anti-trans side of the case. They're arguing only sex is protected, but not trans or gender identity. So the conflict that apparently will now go to the Supreme Court, again, a ruling expected around June, is will trans identity be protected or not, basically? Will that be one of the protected categories in the American political system? So possible consequences, if it...
Shut up. Who the fuck are you, man? Fucking neckbeard.
"911, 911, please. My baby was in the car. She's not responsive. The AC was on. She's dead. We have nothing.
Would it be alright? So we can't let you do that right now.
You can stay in the room if you want, but I'm not going to talk.
It's a scorching 109 degrees in Marana, Arizona on the late afternoon of July 9th, 2024. A frantic 911 call sends first responders racing to the aid of a 2-year-old child, found unresponsive after her father left her to sleep in the family's car. As investigators try to piece together what may have happened, unsettling discrepancies begin to emerge, and shocking evidence raises a haunting question. Was this a heartbreaking mistake or a catastrophe waiting to happen? The suspect in question and all persons charged with a crime are presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty in a court of law.
It's like baffling. I don't know. It's baffling that this happened.
Our lives have been literally perfect.
The panicked 911 call comes in around 4 p.m. from 37-year-old Christopher Schultes. As the dispatcher attempts to keep him calm, Marana County Police and first responders weave through the busy streets in a desperate race to get to the scene.
What are you reporting? She was in the car sleeping. She's unresponsive.
Okay. And who is she?
Please. My daughter.
Is she still breathing?
No, she's not breathing right now.
Okay, we need to start CPR right now.
Yes, we are. We're starting CPR, yes. I'm so sorry.
Okay, is she breathing yet?
How long has it been? Half hour. It was, but it turned off.
They have started CPR. Mom is a doctor and is also performing CPR on that baby.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Come on, baby. Deeper. Move on, give her breath.
He was beaten off the whole time.
Arrive, paramedics have already
Did they say
taken
that already?
over efforts to save the child, but the situation looks grim. As the temperature outside is boiling, they need to know how long she was exposed to the deadly heat.
He was
45 minutes.
beating it while his kid was dying.
She was left in the car up to 45 minutes, but it was said it was on. Was the air conditioning on?
Yes.
That's the title of this.
I guess it turned off, right?
As the paramedics need space to work,
The title is Dad Watches Adult Videos While 2-Year-Old Bakes to Death in Hot Car.
Chris walks away from the desperate situation. The officers attempt to keep Chris calm as he experiences rapid shifts in his emotional state.
Chris.
Yeah, and who does it while they're just going inside to randomly rub one out, you know? Like, I'll be right back, Timmy. And then they go back inside to get the wallet or something that they left. And like, you know what? I haven't rubbed one out yet. You know, like, what? The fuck are you?
What's going on? Why are you with me? Because we were first responders and we were on scene.
All the stuff they have, man. The nice piano, all this musical equipment. What the fuck?
My worst nightmare. I'm sciatica pain, so I can't be sitting down. Please, baby, please. Anything.
Despite their best efforts, the situation takes a dark turn.
I mean, I don't know if we should be there or if you can now. She's dead. Like, I need to be with her.
Oh my God, I know. No.
She's dead. We have nothing. Sir, they're doing the best they can right now, okay?
Shortly after arriving at the hospital, 2-year-old Parker Schultes was pronounced deceased, a devastating result of
Nice
intense
house,
heat stroke.
man.
While waiting with officers inside the
Jeez.
house, Chris's demeanor continues to alternate between panicked and eerily calm.
Thank you. Can we get you anything?
What? I can't believe this. This can't be good.
I just wanted to rub one out.
Get her right to the hospital. Hey, we'll accommodate that for you, all right?
You know I get a little horny, baby.
We're just gonna need to get a statement from you about what happened, what's been going on. Obviously, I know
Holy
this isn't easy
shit.
for you.
Imagine having to explain what you were doing while your kid was in the car right now. Oh my God. If you're just joining, he was beaten off.
It's not easy for anyone around right now.
As the officer prepares to get Chris's version of events, a group of investigators outside try to piece together what little information they have from the child's mother. However, a disturbing observation made by one of the paramedics will leave them questioning if there's more to the story than they've been led to believe.
Everything is nice.
Mom arrived, asked where the daughter
was. Mom's an anesthesiologist. Did he get into mom's supply a little bit?
Anesthesiologist, so mom was working. Mom arrived, asked where the daughter was. Dad came out here, brought the kid in, looked like that. Mom started working on the kid. At that point, Dad said the kid had been in the car for 45 minutes. AC was running.
So this car wasn't running when you guys got?
No, the car was not running.
It sounds like he was aware because he said he left the baby in the car to sleep and let the car run.
No medics were talking about rigor in there already.
While Parker's physical state upon the paramedics' arrival raises suspicions with the officers outside, Chris begins to explain his version of what happened.
My daughters were at Elevate with my friend next door. They got home about 2:45 or so. We've just been hanging out at home. She was sleeping in the car and I had the car on. But it has a sensor where every 30 minutes or so it'll turn off if you haven't moved. I swore she was in the house playing with her sisters like she always does. I haven't been doing anything else really on the house. And
Well, we never do this anywhere, but I'm home, right? Like you're home, you're safe, you're like your kids are home.
Right. I'm sorry this is all going on.
We always park that car in the garage usually, but I just got a Peloton recently and the Peloton is in the garage now, so that's why it's not even in the garage. But
and how long was she sleeping in the car out there?
I want to say it was no more than 30-45 minutes.
The chilling reality is that Parker remained in the driveway for far longer. A darker truth that will soon come to light with devastating implications.
Oh man, look at that. That's what she's trying to get out.
Simmer in the stifling heat outside. Two officers take refuge in the shade and vent their mounting frustrations over the tragic situation.
No summer one. That's it. Frustrating notes in the AC is on. No, I would not miss.
It's so hot, they don't think the AC would keep up with it. Really in the sun, it's got 10.
Now taking a break from questions,
I think with the AC on full blast, it would have kept up, though.
As they attempt to relay the gravity of the situation, his willingness to cooperate takes a sharp turn.
Just to let you know, I don't want to feel like we're intruding, but we're gonna have to stand by with you for a while. All right.
Is there a reason why?
So any death we have to treat like a crime scene. I know this is extremely difficult.
This bathroom, holy shit.
This is a normal process that we have to follow through with. I don't want you to be blindsided by anything, but that's what's going to be going on for right now, okay?
So I'm being treated like a murderer?
No.
I just lost my baby.
Not at all. I know that. And I know this isn't easy for you. That's why I'm trying to be straightforward and honest with you, okay? I don't want to keep any secrets. I don't want to hide anything for you. Someone's going to talk to you about what happened, though. All right?
It'll be good.
We will keep you updated with everything.
My whole family, my whole family is going to be ruined.
We'll be all right. So we can't let you do that right now. We have to stand by with you. Okay? As soon as you can, we will let you know.
You can stay in the room if you want, but I'm going to talk.
I know this isn't easy for you, but the quicker we get this done and finish up, the sooner you can be with your wife. All right?
I'm trying to get off so I can go to the hospital to be with my wife.
We're not going to shower or anything right now. You need to stand by with us.
I don't understand why.
Okay? Please.
I don't understand why.
I tried explaining that to you. We just need to stand by with you.
I'm standing by. Why can't I take a shower while you stand by? What is...
It's not necessary right now. Okay. I'm not going to stand here and watch you shower.
After settling on a change of clothes, Chris is informed that his other two children, two girls ages 5 and 9, have arrived with their grandmother and are waiting for him outside. As he passes by, a keen-eyed officer spots that Chris is holding something in his hands that detectives will need to collect as evidence.
His phone.
The shirt she was wearing. Are we going to need that?
Probably, yes.
So we're going to need to take the dress. Okay.
Whoa.
Part of this scene, so we have to take her dress. We have to leave it here. Like he said, we're doing the investigation still. So we have to have her dress. So we can't let you take her dress.
Investigators decide to let Chris go ahead to the hospital, opting to speak to both him and his wife later that evening. The following recorded interviews between them and the detective detail their version of what happened. But as you'll soon discover, shocking discrepancies and jaw-dropping evidence reveal a far more devastating series of events.
If you can walk me through the events, starting from obviously this morning and then to eventually you guys reaching out, calling 911.
Pretty normal morning. The girls woke up and one of their friends had asked them to go to Elevate with like their mom's friend. Their best friends live next door. Grandma was supposed to come get them. I think she showed up around like 10:30 or something. Took them to Elevate.
As the older daughters left for the trampoline park, Parker was supposedly left alone in Chris's care. He next explains that he went to a doctor's office and took Parker along with him, only to discover that it was closed.
So then we just basically turned around and came home. And I looked at the clock and I remember thinking like, oh, I gotta get home because the girls are gonna probably head back soon. So we got home and the girls weren't home yet, but baby was sleeping in the car. And so I had taken some stuff inside and I had came back out and the girls were there. They had just pulled up. And so they came inside and I checked on the baby. She was still sleeping. And then came back inside. And that's where I just kind of like, I was, I don't know, thinking that she was playing with her sisters. I think that me coming home and thinking that, you know, the girls were going to be home, so I got like coming back in and out kind of thing.
You said the girls came home. You remember about what time that was?
I want to say it was like 2:30.
The next door neighbor, whose kids went with Chris's older daughters earlier in the day, has a very different answer for what time the children came home.
And you said they got dropped off about what time?
Probably 1:30. I'm thinking like 1:15.
And then, do you remember what time you left to go to the clinic?
I don't.
Okay. Do you remember roughly about what time you got to the clinic and saw they were closed?
Probably about 2, I'm thinking.
Security footage from nearby businesses and Chris's own neighborhood paint a shockingly different picture, as we'll soon uncover. The discrepancies between his account and what the cameras captured will be impossible for detectives to ignore, especially as an even more startling pattern of behavior begins to surface.
So the girls get home. About 2:30, you checked.
Still sleeping, and the car was still on.
It's a doctor or something. Oh, no, she is.
30 minutes or something. Like, we'll turn off if you haven't moved the car.
I don't know. I think the lockout period for the car is like 20 minutes, if I were to guess.
Is that something that's happened before that you've noticed the car? Or?
I've noticed the car stopping before just because I was sitting in it one time and not like having anything going on and it just turns off, so I know that it does that at some point.
Crime scene investigators performed a test to replicate this event on Chris's car, and while the exact time varied between each test, the vehicle turned itself off consistently around the 20-minute mark. 1 hour after the engine shut off, Investigators recorded the temperature of the back seat where Parker was left sleeping. It was a sweltering 149 degrees Fahrenheit.
And then you go inside. You guys are doing things as normal. Then what's next?
Girls were playing in their room on their iPads like they usually do. That's where I thought the baby was. Girl said hi, but the baby didn't come say hi to her, so that's when she was like, "Where's the baby?" I was like, "I don't know. I think she's sleeping." And my daughter started looking for her first, and the girl said that she was sleeping in the toy room, but when I got up and went in the toy room, she wasn't in there. And then we were like, And then I was just walking around the house, like checking the rooms and stuff, because I figured she was in one of the other rooms. And then I went out in the driveway and checked the car.
These kids are living their life.
Timeline casts doubts as it places
toy
Parker
room
in the driveway from before 2:30 p.m. up until the 911 call was placed, much longer than the 30 to 45 minutes he originally claimed. These discrepancies won't escape these seasoned detectives, but the truth they uncover will be worse than they imagined.
And as far as letting sleep in the car, have you done that before with the kids and all?
No, not that I'm aware of.
And then had you done anything like this before where you just let her sleep in the car or anything like that?
No, that's normally, I mean, I have the girls with me usually, and the girls are always, good about like, "Dad, get the baby," like we'll walk to one side together.
I don't mean to be insensitive, but I have to ask these questions. Any issues at home? Any problems?
No, we have the perfect life. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, every day we're just in awe of just how much we love each other, how perfect our girls are, just how full everything is. It's just, it's like baffling. I don't know. It's baffling that this happened.
While they both claim it's never happened before, security footage witnessed by police, along with more unsettling claims, will ultimately reveal the possibility of a disturbing pattern of behavior. On the morning of July 9th, the day of the incident, Chris allegedly pulled into a gas station at around 12:06 p.m. on his way to the doctor's office. He's seen entering by himself, and after buying 3 cans of beer, enters the bathroom. Only 1 can remained as he exited without paying around 12:10 p.m. Chris's vehicle is next seen arriving at the doctor's office at 12:12 p.m., hours before he originally claimed. His vehicle is then seen making a third stop at a Bosch's grocery store at 12:30 p.m. Cameras captured someone matching Chris's description entering the store at 12:40 p.m., once again alone. He's then seen returning to the vehicle at 12:47 p.m. At 12:47, neighborhood cameras captured Chris entering the neighborhood. The vehicle was captured pulling into the driveway at 12:53 p.m., where Parker was left asleep until 4:16 p.m., when the 911 call was placed. Parker Schultes remained in the driveway for more than 3 hours.
Wow.
The possibility that Parker was left unattended at each location may have been a shock to detectives, but to neighbors it was no surprise. After hearing troubling rumors circulating in their small neighborhood, investigators begin to question them and are shocked at the surprising allegations. Neighbors tell police that there have been multiple incidents in which the older girls were rumored to be found lost and wandering the neighborhood, while Chris was nowhere to be found. As well, a second neighbor came forward to say she'd been involved in a number of search parties for the girls over the years and claimed that while Chris was home, he would have no clue they even left the house. While Chris and his wife both adamantly
Sounds
denied
like he was dipping into
leaving
her
their children alone, disturbing text messages.
He's dipping into her anesthesiology supply somehow, doesn't it? What's he doing going to her doctor's office? Hanging out.
His wife both adamantly denied regularly leaving their children alone. Disturbing text messages surfaced between the two that seemed to contradict their claims. In this exchange, which took place just after Parker was taken to the hospital, the messages read, "I told you to stop leaving them in the car. How many times have I told you?" To which Chris replies, "I'm sorry. Detectives are coming for me. I'm going to prison. I killed our baby." Additionally, in the months leading up to Parker's untimely death, the mother accused Chris of driving under the influence with the girls in the car. As well, it appears that Chris...
look right, it says right there. The session was a doozy. I'm a piece of shit addict. I need to do healthy things again, like running. So he is an addict. Alcohol, but maybe a little bit of something, because he didn't say alcoholic. Alcoholics don't normally say addict. That's an NA thing.
speeding at nearly 140 miles per hour with one of the children in the back seat. One burning question still remains: what Chris was doing while Parker was supposedly trapped in the scorching vehicle for over 3 hours.
Between 2:30 and then when I came home, what were you doing?
Working on laundry. The Office was on TV. Just drinking a Dr. Pepper. Done a little vacuuming on the stuff in the house. It was just like a lounge around the house day.
A search of Chris's phone may shed even more light on his activities at the time. Shockingly, around 2 p.m. while Parker slept in the hot car, Chris may have been browsing for men's clothing and searching for adult videos, raising chilling questions about his priorities and state of mind. With enough probable cause to make an arrest, police once again returned to the home on July 12th.
Maybe he wasn't beaten, he was just looking at him.
Parker's tragic death.
Hey, how you doing? Good, how are you? Doing all right. We have Chris come out to us, kitties.
So, based off of our investigation at this point, right, we have determined that there's probable cause to go ahead and charge you for what happened. Okay.
That's right there.
Let's come out here, Christopher.
No.
It's okay.
No.
Okay. So, listen. Listen. Okay. This doesn't change what's happening. This doesn't change what's going on. Okay. What happens at this point? It's simple. Okay. What happens at this point is you are going to be taken into custody, all right, and you will be booked. And then after you are booked, you have an initial appearance with the judge within the first 24 hours. Okay?
That's a responsibility, man.
After the first 24 hours, right, the judge will determine bond and things like that as far as what happens next. At that point, the case goes to the courts. It'll be between you, it'll be between your attorneys, and it'll be between the county prosecutor. Okay? So, again, I can't change the consequences of what happened. All right, but what I'm going to ask of you. Okay.
Come on, Chris. Let's go out here. Can you grab him some shoes, please? No.
They're right there. They're right there. Let me put shoes on.
That's okay. Can I just ask one thing, please?
Yes.
Yeah. Can you say bye to our kids?
Okay. So listen to what I'm saying.
I'm not resisting. Just please.
Just relax. Just relax, Christopher.
I need you to listen.
Just relax.
We will
Just
get your
relax. Just relax.
The timing of the arrest doesn't sit well with Chris's wife and mother, who express their concerns as well as their harsh opinions about the officers themselves.
Just you guys two, we're trying to make this as little of a scene as possible. So I don't think we wait till after the funeral.
I don't want the kids to see Dad get hauled off.
Seriously.
That's going to be between you and the court.
Can I give him a kiss? Yeah. There you go.
Chris, I'm gonna be here and I'll take care of everything.
I love you.
Okay.
The funeral is private. No heart. No heart at all.
As officers
kind of
prepare for
fucked they didn't
transport,
wait till after
they
the
make
funeral.
one final
A little bit,
consideration
maybe.
given the extreme temperatures.
Anything inside your pockets?
You just have to, it's standard.
Okay. Hey, Brooks, on the AC, look on the bottom, it says rear. Let's get the AC.
As good as I can do my tax.
We'll do a second.
Thank you.
Christopher Schultes was arrested and booked into the Pima County Adult Detention Center. He's been indicted on charges of second-degree murder and child abuse related to the death of Parker Schultes. While he was later released pre-trial services, the court had asked for a $1 million bond. During his second showing at the court in August 2024, Schultes pleaded not guilty to the charges. The charges have now been escalated to first-degree murder and child abuse.
What? First-degree murder? How can they try to say he did that on purpose? That's fucking crazy, dude. Fucking prosecutors are shitheads, dude. You know what I mean? Like, they're doing that so they make sure that they get the second degree on them. Hey! No! No. There's no way he meant to do that. Stop. Stop it. Hey, eat something soon.
Hey guys, my name is Madi and you are
Hey,
welcome back
whoa,
to
Madi, what's going on, baby?
The topic we're going to be discussing today is a very disappointing one, okay? It makes my heart bleed, mainly because it involves our younger ones, okay? Some of these older people who call themselves parents do not deserve to have kids at all. And I say this in all seriousness, okay? Some people who call themselves parents deserve to be childless because they do not have the moral capacity to guide, to educate,
oh, she's gonna throw this one. Oh, I saw this video earlier.
All they do is destroy these kids' lives by teaching them degeneracy.
I haven't seen this video with her talking about it, but yeah, dude, bro, you're about to see it. This kid's going nuts in Walmart.
Indulging them to become public nuisances, keeping them morally bankrupt, and ruining their entire personality. The video we're gonna be looking at today is gonna make you mad. Okay, it's gonna piss you off, but most importantly, it's gonna open your eyes to see how some stupid adults who call themselves parents lead their kids astray simply because they are not happy with a particular retail store or because they have some political grievances. But before we dive into the video, I just want to implore you to subscribe to the channel if you've not already. Like and share this video to keep people informed, and consider buying me a coffee or joining my membership if you like, as a way of supporting the channel. All right, so it is no longer news that Walmart, the largest retailer in the whole wide world, just ended their DEI affiliations and programs a few days ago. They've come out to say that their store would no longer give preferential treatment to select groups, okay? They are done with the nonsense. No more equity, rather they want equality for all. And again, we have seen how the left is reacting to that news, okay? Liberals are angry, they are mad, they are going crazy with anger, and they are making all kinds of threats to Walmart and saying all kinds of things. Some of these liberals, mostly black people, have threatened to boycott Walmart, okay? They are extremely pissed at Walmart for ending their DEI policies and programs, and I have strong feelings to believe that the actions we are going to be seeing in this video, the actions of the little girl and some of the witnesses in this video, was greatly a direct response to Walmart ending DEI programs. But let me not get ahead of myself, okay? Let's play the video and then I will allow you guys to come to your own conclusions.
Why aren't the employees grabbing her? Are they not allowed to? It's stupid. If I'd work there, I'd grab that girl up and take her to the fucking security guard.
I gotta do that.
You can do something with this shit. Oh shit. Against the law to grab her. Oh look, some customers are grabbing her. Go, what do you mean? Bitch. I'm not touching nobody's kids. Why not? That's what's wrong with our fucking society. We're all scared to touch other people's fucking kids when they're acting up in public. What the fuck is that dumb shit? I used to get paddled at school. That dude didn't know my parents. And of course, it's the black lady that's fucking taking up for the little black girl.
Well, whoever she's with, where are they? But she is in the store. Hey, don't yell at her. Don't yell at her. You don't know what she's been through.
Don't yell at her. You don't know what she's been through. What? What the fuck? Fucking people are crazy, man. I don't shop at Walmart. Too many crazy people there. Why would you be in trouble for touching her? If she's fucking tearing the place up, why would you get in trouble for taking her to security and be like, hey, this girl's tearing your fucking store up, dude? Grab her by the wrist and take her to fucking security. What is she gonna do? Punch me in the balls? Does some shit like that, we definitely gonna have a problem. I'm gonna fucking put that little bitch in handcuffs. And the handcuff. Bop! You see how big my hand is? Shit. That little girl kicked my ass. Going straight to the front. They can sue me afterwards. Don't touch her. Everybody's scared to touch her. Don't record her. You don't know what you're going through. Don't record her? Wait. She doesn't want people to touch her. Don't record her. Don't look at her. Just go the other way. Let her do whatever she wants. Oh, now you're touching her. Nah, that dude took her out over his shoulder. That's awesome. Good job.
So there you have
it. Fucking hero.
A little kid behaving disgracefully in public, destroying products in a Walmart store, and people are just standing there watching her lose control. First of all, I just want to know why that kid is in Walmart in the first place and why she thought she had to destroy those items in the store. Now, I know that kids are allowed to be in Walmart, okay? But kids at her age can't go to Walmart alone. And again, kids don't know anything about politics or DEI unless some adults somewhere are telling them things about political issues. Now, an adult, most likely a parent, fed that little girl misguided information about Walmart, made her to hate Walmart store, and brought her there so she can take out her anger on the products as a form of retaliation for ending their DEI programs. Take me anywhere. I can stand on that analogy. All this action is just because someone who is very, very close to that kid told her that Walmart hates people like her. Walmart is evil. We need to boycott or destroy Walmart for ending DEI. I mean, imagine a kid her age waltzing into Walmart and going straight to the products and destroying the products and tearing down the whole store. Something is seriously wrong with our society. And another thing that irks me is how everyone seems to be okay with what she's doing. This kid is obviously losing control. And this woman right here appears to be smiling and laughing. Is that not a smile I see right there? I mean, what is smileable about this situation? And I heard someone telling them not to touch the girl, saying that they don't know what the girl has been through. They don't know what she has been through. Well, I know for a fact what she hasn't been through, okay? And that is correct discipline. She hasn't been through correct discipline. She has been through the worst moral upbringing, and I can see that clearly. You know, some of these adults are just a big disappointment to the society. Just like this black woman wheeling this cart. Listen to what she said.
Why are the workers standing there?
Don't stop her from destroying those products. Well, you are the one that will go to jail for touching someone's kid. She's one of the people shouting, don't touch her, don't touch her. That woman, yeah, very pathetic woman. Now, I am not saying that people should put their hands on the girl abusively, okay? No, I'm not saying that. But I'm saying that the kid should have been escorted out of the store. She shouldn't be allowed to be so destructive. And surely,
I feel like a citizen's allowed to do that. I mean, if a citizen's allowed to do a citizen's arrest, if you see someone's kid doing some shit like that, you're allowed to grab them and take them out the store. And as long as you don't use more force against them than is needed to do, like, you know what I'm saying? If they punch you or something, sure, that's a different story. Maybe you're allowed to punch them back at that point, but you can't punch them first or something. But you just grab them, you try to take them out. Pretty sure we're allowed to do that kind of thing, especially in a private business, because like, I guess the business would have to bring charges up against you, and then that would be a whole nother thing. Can you imagine Walmart bringing up charges on somebody trying to help them? Oh my God, that would be funny.
Removing her from the store, there will be some kind of physical contact, but that doesn't make it an abuse, okay? You know, if this were to be in Nigeria, belts will be immediately pulled from every angle. That kid would immediately learn 1 or 2 lessons that day. But I understand that the United States of America is different from the Nigeria, and because you can go to jail for physically disciplining a kid that is not yours or something like that. But I think people should have at least tried to stop her from going further with her deranged behavior instead of making excuses for her and saying things like don't touch her, she could be the next president, or don't touch her, you don't know what she's been through. That is just disgusting to witness coming from
she could be the next
adults.
president.
I am sure that that girl's parents also is somewhere in that store watching their kid pull off this crazy stunt. Perhaps they are even the ones filming, but surely they are there, okay? Because there's no way that kid came into Walmart
They probably are the ones
to carry
filming.
out these disturbing stunts. And again, maybe the child is just having a mental breakdown of some sort. Maybe she's just throwing an innocent tantrum. Maybe she is autistic. No matter the situation here, okay, she should not be allowed to destroy public merchandise, and all those adults who were standing around not reprimanding her or preventing her from causing more damage whichever way they can, those adults making excuses for her behavior should also be ashamed of themselves. Most importantly, the person, maybe a parent or a guardian, who brought her to this Walmart to showcase her degeneracy deserve to be investigated and punished if found guilty. This is wrong. This is sending a wrong message to other kids in today's society, and they should not be encouraged in any way, shape, or form. But as always, these are my thoughts, these are my opinions.
Now, we can't fix 4 decades of challenges in 4 years, but we have surged to invest in our submarine industrial base. With billions of dollars in new funding, we're developing new suppliers across more than 30 states to reduce bottlenecks, expand the use of robotics and additive manufacturing, and upgrade and expand shipyards. These investments will leave the submarine industrial base in a stronger position, but frankly, more is needed. And so we're seeking more funds from Congress, especially for more manufacturing technology, for more infrastructure improvements, and for wage increases to ensure we can retain the workers we have while we work to hire thousands more. The second big push we've made is to try to leverage and unleash the potential of innovative technologies and the power and speed of our commercial sector. On the battlefield in Ukraine, we're seeing the character of war evolve before our eyes as Ukraine pairs artificial intelligence with low-cost drones to create powerful and cheap alternatives to precision-guided munitions. Ukraine's missile and drone manufacturers are among the most innovative on the planet, a product of both necessity and Ukrainian resolve and ingenuity. They bring groundbreaking, state-of-the-art capabilities to the fight at costs that are an order of magnitude lower than our traditional munitions. By facilitating collaboration between American and Ukrainian industry, we're ensuring that our own companies are pioneering new technologies to complement our more exquisite capabilities. Our firms are learning what technologies work best and how to use them and iterate them during conflict. We're creating a feedback loop that prizes and enshrines innovation. And that way, the American military can get to and remain on the cutting edge of these new forms of warfighting technology. Here at home, the Department of Defense's Replicator Initiative is just one example of how we're trying to adapt more institutionally to the future character of warfare. Through Replicator, DoD is procuring and fielding attributable autonomous capabilities at speed and scale, thousands of systems across air, land, and sea in less than 24 months. And we're establishing the processes to be able to adopt and scale new technologies as needed in the future, including from non-traditional defense companies and from the commercial sector, because we need to keep pushing the envelope in terms of speed and scale. Recognizing the power of responsible AI to transform the way militaries fight, we released our first ever National Security Memorandum on Artificial Intelligence. It provides a blueprint for harnessing the power and managing the risks of AI to advance our national security. Now, All this we're doing at home, but we recognize that we can't and shouldn't do this alone. As strategic competition intensifies, as the global environment becomes more contested, we have to take bold steps in concert with our allies and partners to integrate and strengthen deterrence across the major theaters of the Indo-Pacific, Europe, and the Middle East. And that leads to the third big push we've been making, laying the foundation to build an integrated defense industrial base for the free world. In the first year of our administration, we launched one of the most ambitious defense projects in modern history, the Trilateral Security Partnership, AUKUS. Under AUKUS, we joined forces with the UK and Australia to support Australia's acquisition of a conventionally armed, nuclear-powered submarine capability in ways that will strengthen our collective submarine industrial bases. And we're creating opportunities for innovation and collaboration through AUKUS on cutting-edge technologies in advanced cyber, undersea capabilities, electronic warfare, quantum, AI, and hypersonics. Just this year, we held trilateral exercises in Australia, with Japan in attendance, conducting tests on the collective use of autonomous and uncrewed systems in maritime operations. And this push for an integrated DIB for the free world extends way beyond AUKUS. Over the past 4 years, we've ramped up efforts to expand and accelerate what we call global defense production, a catch-all term for co-development, co-production, and co-sustainment of platforms and munitions with allies and partners. Similarly, we've worked with our NATO allies to follow our example and overhaul their defense industrial bases, and this was a major line of effort and set of outcomes at the NATO summit President Biden hosted here in Washington for the 75th anniversary of NATO this summer. As part of this effort, we've had to rethink our strategic technology controls to account for today's realities. The fact is, our non-proliferation and export control regimes, especially when it comes to allies, were formulated in a different era. The risks were different, the nature of technology diffusion was different. These outdated restrictions have actually caused us to withhold critical technologies from close partners and close allies. And without a significant change in the way we do business, our friends could be left behind as our adversaries march forward with deeper technology sharing among themselves. So we can't let that happen. Through AUKUS, we began the hard work of driving major reforms in our export control regime to strengthen cooperation with Australia and the UK. And now our team is finalizing a national security memorandum on missile technology exports to modernize our implementation of the MTCR, the Missile Technology Control Regime. We will renew our commitment to a strong non-proliferation regime to keep these technologies out of the hands of bad actors. But we will also add flexibility to transfer this technology to certain partners with strong export control systems. That means we can now boost our friends' production of advanced missiles, to increase the global availability and interoperability of long-range and precision-guided munitions that can strengthen our collective deterrence. And this cooperation with our allies and partners enhances not just our national security, but frankly, our joint economic prosperity. We're creating jobs for American workers, opening new markets for American businesses, all while reaping the clear national security benefits of this work. Those are the three big pushes, and we've made progress over the last 4 years, but frankly, we need progress over the next 40. We need a roadmap for the future that builds on what we've done, because there is still a lot left to do. I'm not here to report that the job is finished. I'm here to report the job has started, and now it needs to continue in a big and sustained and bipartisan way. Now, there will be important debates over the size of the defense budget in the new administration and the new Congress. Wherever the defense top line lands, I see at least 4 critical pieces of work that demand the sustained effort of the next administration, the next Congress, the armed forces, and industry, all working in common purpose. First, and most fundamentally, we've got to keep ramping up and accelerating production and procurement of the things that we need most. This includes long-range critical munitions, vital air defense capabilities, and attritable and autonomous systems that are shaping the future of warfare. Because no budget will be unlimited, this is going to require that we make hard trade-offs, prioritizing these key capabilities in particular. The bottom line here is that we've got to keep growing our magazine depth. Future conflicts are going to consume munitions and equipment at a rate we have not seen in a very long time. That means stockpiling both the vital munitions we know we'll need in sufficient quantities and the components needed to produce them on short notice. We actually asked Congress for a critical munitions acquisition fund that would have guaranteed an ongoing demand signal to industry and enabled us to stockpile munitions that are in high demand both at home and among our partners. Despite bipartisan support for that fund, Congress didn't ultimately come through with the appropriation. I urge Congress to work with the next administration to get this done. When it comes to funding our defense needs, we also need Congress to return to regular order. The practice of relying on continuing resolutions to equip our forces creates uncertainty and instability for both DoD and the industries we rely on. Pentagon leaders and leaders from both parties across multiple administrations have continually raised the alarm about this. On a bipartisan basis, Congress should fund the defense enterprise and, frankly, the rest of the U.S. government responsibly and on time. And we also need industry to do its part to grow our magazine depth by moving beyond the current cycle in which they hedge against uncertainty and do just enough to meet current demand, even when DoD is prepared to sign multi-year contracts. This calls for a new era of public-private partnership to build and sustain more commercial facilities, to maintain warm production lines, and to invest in a long-term effort to shore up our DIB workforce so that we have surge capacity when we need it. And while we're doing that, we need to expand the shipyards, the armories, and the plants owned by DoD as well to make our defense industrial base more resilient. Second, we need to accelerate major acquisition reform at DoD to prize innovation, agility, and to encourage a degree of risk-taking. This requires rethinking our requirements process to ensure that even tech companies outside the traditional defense orbit can understand and provide what DoD needs. It requires adapting our system to allow flexibility for innovation mid-cycle in the development of a new system or platform. We also need to make it even easier for the defense enterprise to absorb more technological solutions from the commercial sector and to do so quickly and at scale. Today, collaboration among DoD, Silicon Valley, and America's wider innovation ecosystem is better than it's been in decades. And that's been met with significant bipartisan funding and support from Congress. We've got to keep up this virtuous cycle. 2 years ago, Congress created a bipartisan commission that examined ways to improve the Pentagon's 6-decade-old process for how it plans, budgets, and spends. They put forward dozens of smart recommendations that DoD is already in the process of implementing. But to really make that report work, we need new authorities from Congress, too. The Critical Munitions Acquisition Fund is one example of that. Providing DoD with department-wide resources that can be used to meet emergent requirements is another. Third, we have to institutionalize the work we're doing in concert with our allies and partners to integrate our defense industrial bases. Working together boosts our collective readiness. It allows us to dramatically expand our total production. It creates resilience in our supply chains and manufacturing bases. And most importantly, it strengthens deterrence as our adversaries learn that they will have to deal with the combined industrial might and fighting capacity of the U.S. and our allies and partners around the world. And finally, we can produce all the military hardware in the world, but it will mean nothing without our people, the talented men and women of the Joint Force. They are the ones who ensure the equipment we buy translates into the capability we need. They underwrite our deterrence and security. And we have to continue to invest in them and ensure that we're recruiting and retaining the talent and leadership that we rely on to field the best military in the world, the best military in history. Now, none of this will be easy. We don't know what the future holds, but we do know that the best way to preserve peace and protect American interests is to maintain a force that is strong enough to deter future conflict. That has been at the front of the president's mind for nearly 4 years, and it will have to remain so for the next administration as well. We've laid the foundation to renew our great arsenal of democracy, but the work will have to continue to ensure we have the munitions and capabilities we need to navigate a myriad of contingencies. After all, history teaches us that the adversary rarely chooses to start the war that we are most prepared for. But it also teaches us that when we galvanize the collective power of American national security and defense communities, American workers, American businesses, and American ingenuity, we will prevail. Thank thank you for listening to me on what can be a dense subject, but I believe a subject of profound consequence, for hearing me out both on what we have done and what we need to do. And I look forward to taking a few questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And for those who have not read the FDR speech on the arsenal of democracy, it is well worth going back and rereading that from the early days of World War II. Thanks for coming to CSIS. I wanted to start actually not with our industrial base, defense industrial base, but with the Chinese defense industrial base. Part of the need, I think, for a strong industrial base is that we have adversaries that are building their own. So I wonder if you could start off with your sense of where the Chinese are at on their defense industrial base. What is of particular concern? Where do you see vulnerabilities? The new DoD report on China also highlights major corruption within the Chinese industrial base. So how would you characterize the industrial base? And what's the significance then as we look at continuing to build ours?
So first, China has been growing its defense budget year on year, closing the gap in terms of their outlays and ours. Second, because they have a state-directed system with state-owned enterprises working hand in glove with the PLA, with their military, they're able to direct production and expand production at rates much more rapidly than we historically have been able to. And they've also increased their innovation capacity, going beyond merely stealing technology and then copying it to developing new systems. So I think we have to take the overall industrial base capacity of China very seriously, and it is a key factor in the way that we think about what we've got to tool up to do ourselves and along with our allies and partners. At the same time, I think that there are three areas where the U.S. has inherent advantages. One of them is the same state-owned enterprises that are able to very rapidly send the demand signal and generate the production of key munitions and weapons platforms. They're also, they can put brakes on or limits around innovation. And so we continue, I believe, to have an edge. And watching how Ukraine in particular has dealt with this uncrewed autonomous system issue, this is something that the U.S. is uniquely capable of being able to iterate, evolve, adapt over time. And that's an advantage of ours that we need to continue to nurture. Second is this corruption problem you described. I think it is the reports that you're referring to and other public reporting on this has shown that throughout the entire PLA, you have major problems of corruption in terms of the acquisition, the testing, and the reporting on the defense capabilities that they have, which raise real questions about whether there's a gap between reality and advertisement. And then the third goes to the issue of workforce and people, both the people operating the systems and the people building the systems. And the United States has always had a huge advantage when it comes to people. Now we have a shortage of them, but the ones we have are the best in the world and the most tested in the world because they've had to go through building the systems, having them end up in conflict, and then learning lessons from them, adapting them, and so forth. The PLA really hasn't, and the entire Chinese defense industrial base really hasn't had to do that. So we've got to double down on our advantages, and where they have the single biggest advantage, the sheer scope and scale of production, we have to close the gap in the ways that I described by increasing our magazine depth. The final point I'll make is that God forbid we end up in a full-scale war with the PRC, but any war with a country like the PRC and military like the PRC is going to involve the exhaustion of munition stockpiles very rapidly. So a big part of the answer to a healthy defense industrial base over time is the ability to regenerate, to surge, to build during a conflict, not just to build before, to prepare for a conflict. And that's got to be a key lesson that we take away from what we've seen over the last 3 years on the battlefield in Ukraine.
So one follow-up on this, your sense and level of concern as we've seen greater integration or coordination of the industrial bases of the North Koreans, the Iranians, the Russians, and the Chinese? What does that say about cooperation between them and their industrial bases, and what's the implication then for us?
I'm glad you mentioned that. And when you asked the question, I made a mental note in my head to get to that point because it's a critical point. I didn't do so, although I spoke about it in my remarks. We are seeing concerning flows of capability and know-how among these various actors. You've got Iranian drones going to Russia. Now Russia's indigenizing that capability. You've got North Korean munitions going to Russia, and in return, Russia's sending back know-how and capacity in some of the more high-end capabilities that North Korea is trying to develop. Going both ways between Russia and the PRC, you see both dual-use capacity going from the PRC to Russia that is helping fuel Russia's war machine, and Russia is reciprocating by providing certain types of technological capabilities to China that they've been behind on. So this is something that is going to be a feature of the landscape as we go forward, and it means we're going to have to get better ourselves, and we're going to have to get more integrated with our allies and partners so that our collective industrial might exceeds that of our competitors and adversaries. And then we are also going to have to look for ways through sanctions, export controls, and other restrictive measures to try to put a drag on or reduce or restrict or disrupt that flow that I just described among these actors. But this is a feature of the modern landscape that, in my view, only reinforces the various calls to action that I made in my remarks today.
One of the issues that you mentioned in your remarks is on the subject of munition stockpiles. And if you look at some of the war games that have happened, whether it's here at CSIS or some of the ones that have happened within the Pentagon, you know, one of the things that's interesting with current stockpiles is that with, say, some of our long-range anti-ship missiles, LRASMs, or our extended-range JASMs, we run out pretty quickly in a conflict. So two questions along those lines. And again, you mentioned this a little bit earlier, but how serious of an issue is this? How are you thinking about addressing and dealing with addressing it? And you know, along the latter lines too, how does this impact deterrence if we're not effectively able to increase those stockpiles?
This is I think a significant learning experience for all of us. And by the way, that goes for the US, our friends, and our adversaries out of what we've seen unfold in the course of the war against Ukraine. First, it means that we need deeper magazine depth now, which means accelerating and ramping production and trying to reduce what are kind of eye-poppingly long timelines to generate what you and I might not think are a huge number of these high-end systems, LRASMs or JASMs or what have you, or PRISM for that matter, which I referred to in my remarks. So we've got to build the stockpile, build the magazine depth. Second, and the point I made just a minute ago, we have to have the production lines and the skilled workforce ready for surge capacity so that in a conflict situation, we've got warm, kind of turnkey ability to dramatically increase production on demand. I started my speech by talking about our desire to do that with 155 millimeter artillery production. On demand was another 400 rounds a month. I mean, we didn't have it. So part of the defense industrial base has to build that. Third, we have to recognize, as the Ukrainians did, that we're also going to need substitutes for the highest end, most exquisite capabilities. And those substitutes will be cheaper autonomous systems that just come in much greater scale, quantity, that can actually be, to a certain extent, a fill-in for delivering effects, battlefield effects, that aren't identical to what an LRASM could deliver, but at sufficient quantity can help sustain the fight even as you're drawing down your magazine depth. Fourth, we have to think not just about the most high-end, most exquisite capabilities. We also have to think about cheap, attritable stuff, more dumb munitions, frankly, as part of any conflict going forward, and get out of a mindset that says everything has to be the most whiz-bang thing ever. And then the final point that I would make is that Another key lesson from Ukraine is the EW environment, the electronic warfare environment in which all of this is happening, and the way in which this is a very dynamic, iterative game where defense gets better, then offense adjusts to overwhelm it, then defense gets better. And so the other thing we have to think about across all of the 4 lines I just described, stockpile surging, tradable systems, dumb munitions, we have to think about how are we building a feedback loop so that everything we built doesn't get neutralized. We actually can adapt it to overcome whatever defenses that we happen to be up against. That has been another critical lesson from Ukraine.
Yeah, it was interesting. My last trip a few months ago to Ukraine, as several folks in Zelensky's office were briefing on the speed with which the battlefield was rapidly evolving on the electronic warfare, the UAV, counter-UAV dimension, just the speed with which things were changing was dramatic. Yeah. And, the need to be very adaptive in how to respond. One of the issues you mentioned in your talk was the submarine industrial base. We had, a couple of months ago, we had Mike Waltz and Senator Kelly. It's a bipartisan discussion on the maritime industrial base. And one of the issues that they have highlighted, and others have as well, is more broadly shipbuilding. So I want to read you just briefly the bipartisan congressional report, just one sentence from it, sort of the top line conclusions. Decades of neglect by the U.S. government and private industry has weakened our shipbuilding capacity and maritime workforce, contributing to a declining U.S. flag-shipping fleet to bring American goods to market and support the U.S. military during wartime. There have been other assessments, U.S. Office of Naval Intelligence, unclassified assessment. The Chinese have a 230 times the shipbuilding capacity of the United States. That's one assessment. That's not how much they're producing. That's a capacity issue. So where do we stand on the broader shipbuilding side, not just the submarine base, and where do we have to go?
Well, first, just diagnosing the problem. A big part of the problem is a skilled workforce issue where we've just lost a skilled workforce in shipbuilding that we need to rebuild, and this administration has put a series of initiatives in place to begin to build that back. Second, we have a huge supply chain problem. Suppliers of the necessary components for ships have disappeared from the United States, or there's one. And we have to rely on that one for any shipbuilding we do, whether it's a U.S. flag commercial carrier, of which we build very, very few, or it's a ship that we're building for a defense requirement. And then third, there are major problems we have in being able to adjust to changes in design over the course of the life of a ship line. And our ability to just have a design, execute it, and churn it out. This is something the Chinese are very good at. We have not proven to be very good at this. Now, part of this is so fundamental and so structural, and it goes back to the early 1980s when the bottom fell out of the American shipbuilding industry, commercial shipbuilding industry. That's not going to reverse overnight. But there are steps that we can take to push back against unfair practices. The Biden administration, accepted a petition for a 301 investigation of Chinese shipbuilding practices that are putting downward pressure on our ability to compete effectively. And then part of it is pick spots where you can get wins and build step by step to get back some of that lost ground over the last few decades. I mentioned very briefly in my remarks something called the ICE Pact, which we entered into with with Finland and with Canada. Finland and Canada are at the cutting edge of polar icebreaker construction and production. The United States has one producer producing basically one cutter for our Coast Guard. We have the capacity to do so much more than that on something that for our allies and partners, the other places they can go are Russia and China, where we really could build this out in concert with Finland and Canada, and for that specialty capability, reinvigorate an aspect of the American shipbuilding base that then we could take to other specialty areas, and over time, build back a larger capability that would have amazing knock-on effects for our capacity to do naval shipbuilding much more rapidly at much greater scale and at cheaper cost. Because anyone who knows, when we contract for a given ship or line of ships, by the third one being turned out, the cost has gone up dramatically for a variety of reasons that get to supply chain workforce and other things. But part of it is we don't have the backbone of a healthy commercial shipbuilding base to rest our naval shipbuilding on top of, and that's part of the fragility of what we're contending with and why this is going to be such a generational project to fix. We've taken these beginning steps on it, and particularly focused on the submarine industrial base because of the centrality of that to our deterrence. But it is a larger issue that Secretary Del Toro has been passionate about, Secretary Austin. I have, dug into the details of workforce development initiatives in this area because it's something that's so core to our national security over time.
So last question before we get to a few audience questions here. Role of other allies and partners. If you look at the shipbuilding industry, both the Koreans and the Japanese have major capabilities.
Yeah.
We've got some regulations, we've got some congressional acts, including Jones Act, that make some of that more difficult. Should we rethink, make it easier for us to collaborate with some of our partners? That's the first question. And two is AUKUS. How do you think about expanding, or do you think about expanding AUKUS to include more than just the UK and Australia in the future?
So on the first question, I think, I'll leave it to others to debate the relative merits of some of the kind of domestic regulations. I'll just make one, I think, really important point, which is in semiconductors, in clean energy technologies, we've developed a suite of industrial policy tools that are stimulating a revolution in the manufacturing capacity of the United States in these critical sectors. I believe that those same tools, in some cases, those same pots of money could actually attract a Hanwha or another Korean or Japanese shipbuilder to the United States, the same way that we've attracted a Samsung or an LG to the or a Hyundai to the United States. And so we should have a theory of stimulating American shipbuilding that is in part about attracting our allies to invest here in building out their capabilities. How we then get into the regulatory landscape for what will work and what wouldn't and the puts and takes of that is harder for me to speak to, but I think the overall theory of the case that we've applied in these other critical sectors could be applied to shipbuilding. There are some green shoots of that in the maritime initiative that Secretary Del Toro has underway. We really need to build on that because that ultimately is going to be an important part of the long-term answer to revitalizing the American shipbuilding industry.
Yeah, and I think it is an area where I think we've got to close that gap with the Chinese. So one question.
Oh, you said AUKUS. We don't have any plans to expand Pillar 1 of AUKUS, which is the conventionally armed nuclear-powered subs.
Yeah.
We do see other partners coming in to work with us on Pillar 2, which are all of these other advanced.
I've seen the aperture already start to open a bit. Yeah.
So.
On questions from the audience, this has nothing to do with the subject of the discussion here at the industrial base, but first question here from someone in the audience is, South Korea's president declared martial law, which he then lifted. What has been the White House response? It looked a little slow from our vantage point. How would you, what has been your response? How concerned have you been with the unfolding events in South Korea?
It's, you're living in a modern information age when an entire episode like this unfolds over the course of less than a day and the characterization of the White House response is slow.
Too slow, yes.
It's like, but it's a fair question. We were not consulted in any way. We learned about this from the announcement on television the same way the rest of the world did. It raised deep concern for us, this declaration of martial law. The National Assembly worked according to constitutional processes and procedures. The president retracted martial law. Now there's, a series of procedures in place to kind of react to what happened there, and they'll be toing and froing between the main parties in Korea. What we want to see is just the proper functioning of the democratic institutions.
Yeah, it doesn't look better, does it?
And after this rather dramatic announcement that raised alarm bells everywhere,
His green
including here in
screen
Washington, we
sucks
have
now
seen
too.
those
What's up with
processes and
that?
procedures work.
Ears are
South
doing weird
Korea's
things.
democracy is robust and resilient.
Is he bitching about it right now?
Was shooting at somebody else and missed and hit the CEO. This was clearly
to reinforce the importance of that continuum.
clearly looks like the video.
The green screen is definitely worse than it used to be. It's all fucked up.
Which, and it's an interesting one because it deals with critical minerals. China has banned exports to the U.S. of gallium, germanium, antimony, which have significant military applications in the industrial base. How significant are these actions? And probably more importantly, what are U.S. options to decrease reliance from China on critical minerals?
The most important thing about this is that it is a continuing reminder of the need of the United States to have diverse and resilient supply chains for critical minerals with national security applications and not to be reliant on any single country, especially a competitor like the PRC. We knew that, we know that, we are reminded of that when they take steps like this. Now, we in particular anticipated this step because they had already moved to restrict germanium and gallium in the past before taking the full move this week to say no more exports to the United States. There are other sources of germanium and gallium in the world, but as we look at the wider aperture of critical minerals, not just for military purposes, but for strategic purposes, semiconductor manufacturing, clean energy, transition technologies, etc., we need to get together with like-minded producers, processors, and users of these critical minerals for a high standards critical mineral marketplace that ensures that China can't, for example, crash the price of a given critical mineral, drive mines out of business, reduce the overall global supply, and operate as a chokehold. That's ultimately the logic we need to break. We've taken some really important steps on this in the last few years. It has allowed us to diversify and make more resilient our supply chains, but that too, just like the defense industrial base, is a work in progress, and we need the next administration to continue at working with the Congress and private industry. And I will be the biggest cheerleader of that ongoing effort because it's something we've devoted a lot of attention to over the last 4 years and something that is going to take at least the next decade to get ourselves in a position where we can really breathe a sigh of relief. We're there. We're doing better. We have solutions to a lot of these issues, but this is going to be a highly contested space, and there's a lot more work to be done.
Dude, can you believe Looker's not covering Gaza anymore? I'm in shock.
From Time Magazine, is Doge friend or foe in an effort to revitalize the defense industrial base? I mean, what would you say to an effort to look at the Elon Musk initiative?
I just don't know. I mean, I've read, but I don't know what it actually is. Do we need more government efficiency? Of course, we can all use more government efficiency. So at a very macro level, finding ways, as I described in my speech, to modernize, streamline, make more effective procurement and all of the decades-long rules and regulations of the Defense Department. I laid out a whole list of things in the speech that we should do. Whether this initiative is about that or about something else, I just don't know, so it's hard for me to speak to.
Well, thank you. If you can all join me in thanking Jake for coming to CSIS. And if you could briefly just stay put as we get out, that'd be great. Just 30 seconds or so. Really appreciate everyone taking the time to come. Thanks.
Yeah, you don't fucking move, asshole. You're a civilian. I'm important. Don't. Secret Service, get him! He moved. I told him not to. I'm a government, you little shit. Nobody. Oh no, fucking somebody was out at the fucking. What was I saying just now? Oh no, what was I saying? Somebody had their dog out there and was like, they freaked out and ran off with it. Like they were gonna let it sit there, but then they didn't. If you were a dog owner, whatever. Hold up, I gotta replay whatever I just said back. What did I just say? Thought I was talking to them, dude. Oh no. Oh no. No, I told him to stay. I told him to stay. It's okay. I didn't say stay away. I didn't say stay away. I said sorry. I'll call him a little. What do they think I just said to them?
Briefly just stay put as we get out.
I tell you, they hear me plain as day right there, as if there's no glass here or anything. That's what I'm saying. I know that they just heard whatever I just did. They didn't look happy about it.
That'd be great. Just 30 seconds or so. Really appreciate everyone taking the time to come. Thanks.
Yeah, you don't fucking move, asshole. You're a civilian. I'm important. Don't. Secret Service, get him. He moved. I told him not to. I'm a government, you little shit. You're nobody. Oh no, fucking somebody was out at the fucking. What was I saying just now? Oh no, what was I saying? Somebody had their dog out there and was like, they freaked out and ran off with it. No Secret Service. This motherfucker's crazy. They always told me not to let my dog shit out here. I've heard him. I'm definitely known as the fucking crazy gringo, dude. What is he? Look there.
And then here's another one.
What's he doing?
Has a backpack and a jacket and a mask. But these are just posted by the NYPD, new photos of the suspect.
I think so.
Grand Central. I'm sure somebody out there who's like in New York a bunch knows exactly where this is.
He's been there for a while, dude. I had suspicions that somebody was living in there months ago.
I don't know if this is before or after. Yeah, so there's other photos of him too. Let me show you the two other photos of him that the NYPD has released. These are the two other photos from the NYPD. You have him on a bike and him with the gun. Him pointing the gun and him on a bike. And again, these are official NYPD
Dude, I almost moved
images.
into a garage once here.
They don't show the actual person getting shot. These are the images of the individual
like 2010, 2009,
if anyone has information,
they wanted a ton for it. It wasn't even finished, just like this one isn't.
Tips.
Well,
So,
I looked at it, and
that's
I even knew the chick. She was from meetings, like AA or any meetings or
He's
treatment or
on
some
a bike.
shit.
He ran off on foot and then he got on.
I looked at it, and I'm like thinking, like,
as a city e-bike, although I'm not sure. But he drove.
I would have to went into their house to use the restroom. I'd had to use their house for the kids, like everything. I would have just had the garage is like my personal space. And they still wanted to charge me like.
In a second, I'll show you the. Here are the newest photos.
This it was like $600, $700, $800. I don't know. It was something. I was like,
in a second, I'm going to show you the.
Out of here, fucking tweakers.
The press conference from the NYPD. Thanks, by the way,
to
Jennifer Whittington. I think it's a. Jennifer, is it Whittington? Who says. Wonder if he is married? Wife could have put a hit out? Oh, I mean, look, we don't know why this happened. It does appear to be a targeted killing.
But it is odd that my neighbors have somebody living in the garage and they're getting our fucking power cut off, or gas and water cut off.
Had children, at least one child, but
I think more than one child. Apparently.
But I have no information on any kind of motive here, none.
Beat-ass neighbors, dude.
He was the CEO of a
I
giant
wonder if my landlord knows that they got somebody living in the garage.
I just don't know. I have no information right now on
say something.
who might have done this or why they would have done this.
A fire hazard.
Thank you, by the way, to LO9 and Brian Tampa, our member, and
There's a reason why the city doesn't let people do that.
It's small on my screen. I'll see if I can make it a little bigger here. I don't know if I can. Saku, I think it's like Satala or something. Sorry, it's a little small on my screen for being a member. Okay.
No, he hasn't.
Oh, and let me show you where this happened. I'm going to actually pull up a map and show you exactly where this happened. And just to remind you, there is...
I emailed the power company too, though.
It's not really new. There is video of the actual shooting floating around online. I cannot show that video here. You actually do see the shooting. It's scary. I did repost it. I didn't post it myself. Somebody else posted it on X, and it's reposted on my X account. So if you go on X to my X account, you can see it in the feed there. You can find it other places online. I can't show it here. It's scary, and the guy goes up and fires multiple times. His gun appears to jam too.
Scary.
But he fires multiple times. He fires once, the guy, and then the CEO goes down and he fires multiple times after that. It looks like. So he keeps firing.
Use the right words. It's scary.
Let me show you where this happened.
Speaking to children.
And I'll let you know if we have any more breaking news on this. Let me just pull a map up really quick for you. Where is my link here? Hold on. Okay, we want to go. This is Hilton Hotel, NYC, Manhattan. Soon as Midtown Manhattan, there it is, right there. Okay, I am just doing this. What I need to do is do this, put this here, move this up. See if you can see this now. Nope, I got to do it this way. Okay, so we're talking about the Hilton Manhattan. There's the Google Maps. Let me just set this up the right way for you. That is set up correctly.
Oh, he's using a Mexican VPN.
Okay, so if we go to Street View.
It's got peso price for the hotel.
Oops. It's right down. It's on 6th between 53rd and 54th. How do I do this? Hilton. Years ago, I lived and worked in this area. Years ago, I lived a couple blocks away. I've been on here many times. But there it is. It's the Hilton. And the Central Park is like...
He's so worldly.
That's Central Park right there, about 5 blocks away. That is Central Park. Rockefeller Center is about 4 blocks the other way.
None of us do.
I mean, this is right in Midtown Manhattan. And hold on, it's the Hilton Hotel. Hilton, right there. Again, oops. I just messed something up. I see, sorry. I messed something up. Now I'm all messed up. Sorry, I screwed everything up here. The Hilton in Midtown Manhattan.
What's there to do? What is there to see? Yeah, there it is.
This is 54th Street. What did I do wrong here? I just messed up the map. This is Avenue of the Americas, right? Yes. There, it's 6th Avenue. It's 6th Avenue
what kind of weird breaking news is this,
dude? There's 54th, and
worse
53rd
than covering
is there,
Gaza.
and there's the Hilton. I think it happened, I have to look it up. I think it happened on 6th Avenue. But there's the Hilton right there. See, Hilton? I mean, this is right in the middle of Midtown Manhattan. It's crazy.
I didn't do it anymore. He's fucking said that's the Hilton 20 times. I'm sorry, I gotta go. Like, it literally says it on the side of the fucking building, douchebag. Fuck, he sucks. I don't know, like, I appreciate him bringing the news, but can he just shut the fuck up while he's doing it? Say things one time and that's it? Maybe twice at the most? But say it in two different ways each time for the person that was too dumb to get it the other way he said it, not repeat it exactly verbatim. Oh, is that what it is? Kitty, kitty, come eat your food now. Oh, Nick Shirley's off to go live. In Portland. He's for the elderly.
Up this live image right here, as we have been over in Angola. We've seen the trip from President Biden. He is there meeting with some of the officials in that location. He spoke maybe about 30 minutes ago and broke down a little bit more about the investments that were being made in that area. And right now he is taking part in a meeting here with, again, some of the other officials in that location. Not sure. It looks like there might be audio, so let's pop it up to see if we can hear anything.
Aiming at aligning this project with national priorities and other bilateral and regional commitments. In closing, allow me to reiterate Tanzania's commitment to regional integration and shared prosperity. We note the progress made on the development of the Lobito Corridor and commend the visionary leadership that has brought this initiative to life. And it is through such partnerships and innovations that Africa's Agenda 2063 will be realized. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'd like to turn it over.
All right, so the audio not too great there, but you can see President Biden is meeting with those officials over in Angola, again, talking about economic investments and things of that nature. So we do have those live images. And if he does hold another news conference here, as he's done just a few times, we'll make sure to bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Do have to head to our final 2-minute commercial break at 8:41 on the East Coast and 5:41 on the West Coast. We do have much more live coverage coming up. That includes a look at Chad Chronister, who was chosen as the DEA administrator for Trump's cabinet there. He has actually withdrawn his name. So we'll take a look a bit deeper into that, but also about those reports now circulating that we could see Trump actually replace Hegseth, Pete Hegseth, former Fox News host, as defense secretary with Governor Ron DeSantis of Florida.
Why didn't you realize they were so close to each other and he's falling asleep? Jeez.
All right, let's take you to Western Pennsylvania now, where rescue crews work through the night searching for a grandmother who apparently fell into a sinkhole while trying to find her lost cat named Pepper. The sinkhole opened up above an abandoned coal mine in Unity Township. That's the area. That's about 50 miles from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. No one has seen the 64-year-old woman since Monday evening when police went looking for her. They found a manhole-sized opening near where she disappeared, and since then, workers have been excavating the area to try to find her. But as the effort continues, crews say the search is becoming increasingly dangerous. Local authorities there just gave an update moments ago. Let's listen in.
Hey, good afternoon. I appreciate you all being here today. My name is Trooper Cliff Greenfield. I serve as a public information officer for Troop A with the Pennsylvania State Police. I'm currently filling in for Trooper Steve Lamani, who was here for the duration of yesterday. We'd like to provide you with a brief update on this very, very intensive effort in the search for Ms. Pollard. We remain hopeful that she is found. The efforts are continuing. Throughout the course of the incident, we have had well over 100 emergency personnel here at the site working through the night. Some of them have left, many of which have been replaced by other personnel. The efforts are ongoing today. Department
helping as well. Situation which sending rescuers into any of the mines that is way too unstable. The Bureau of Mine people have been here. That is another whole concept.
Like as you're moving cameras around down there.
Thank you. I'll let the chief speak to that.
Yeah, the best I can tell you, he asked about what the condition was in the mine. At this point, the roof of the mine has collapsed in several places. It's unstable. That's the biggest problem. We've been continuing to excavate and pull around. We used the biggest help that we had was a vacuum truck from our local municipal water authority that we were able to remove a lot of that dirt to try to excavate. We did get where we wanted, where we thought that she was at. We've been to that spot. What happened at that point, I don't know. Maybe the slurry of mud pushed her one direction. There are several different seams of that mine, the shafts that all came together where
she's still
where
alive.
This happened at. The Bureau of Mines provided us some maps. They were hand-drawn maps from the 40s. So there's a lot of things that were written there. They're pretty good what they had, but we're to a point there that it's just not safe because of the actual collapse of the. It's just so old. There's nothing there. None of the shoring that was there is holding up anymore.
You mentioned that oxygen.
Pennsylvania police are giving an update on the search.
Fell through the ground. Crazy. United Healthcare. What even is that? Insurance?
Some basic principles.
Gassy baby.
It is to house illegal immigrants in this. Meanwhile, if you want to know how expensive it is to house illegal immigrants in this city, where we got 56,000 and have had over 700,000 pass through, look at these other historic programs in our past that we've paid for and compare it to illegal immigration. World War I, $334 billion. The Apollo program, $257 billion. Space program overall, $150.7 billion. Taxpayer costs for the Manhattan Project to build the atomic bomb, $30 billion. The Panama Canal is $15 billion. Hoover Dam, $1 billion. Now compare that to illegal immigration in our country, $150 billion.
It's incredible. It's incredible.
Hold up.
It doesn't even include what is happening
Hold
in
up.
Texas, which we're not.
Are
even
they taking into account inflation with those numbers? You know what I mean? $334 billion in World War I time? Is that really what we spent? Or is this how much we spent in World War I money, like back then? Was it really like 100 million, but that was worth 334 billion in our money nowadays? Like, what is it? You know what I mean? What kind of bullshit are they pulling right here? Like, I'm all for against illegal immigration, but did we really spend 334 billion on World War I back then? And if we did, that's worth like what, $1 trillion now? What would that be worth now? That's all. I would say, unless they did that, then I don't know. Like $30 billion from the Manhattan Project, that's probably worth as much as 300 billion now.
$30 billion. The Panama Canal is $15 billion. Hoover Dam, $1 billion. Now compare that to illegal immigration in our country, $150 billion.
It's incredible. It's incredible. And this,
there's still too much money spending on it. But
what is happening in Texas, which we're not even talking about. We're talking about the feds. Right. We're not even talking about what the state of Texas has to pay. We don't get reimbursed for it because we have a surplus in our state. We don't have debt in our state. We've been paying to secure the border. If you go out to the border, there are no border agents that are there on the front line because they're processing. Right. They can't do their job. Someone has to pay for that. So the state has been paying for that. This is unbelievable.
Yeah, it was that much back then, dude. 300-something billion. It doesn't say that on here. Oh, it says the U.S. borrowed about 211 billion to help pay for the war. War bonds. But it says World War II cost the United States over $4 trillion when adjusted for inflation in today's dollars. So yeah, that's what it really cost back then, was $4 trillion. So they're trying to get people's attention, get people pissed off. That's what they're doing, but it's kind of bullshit.
That is so much money that we could be doing to get our vets that are homeless off the street, people that are living in poverty, fix our schools. We got kids that can't even read, but we're paying for all of this.
But and the number that is the real tell is the one in the upper right-hand corner. And this is just for 1 year.
Like, a lot of
illegal
people,
migration has cost taxpayers.
A lot of people will see this and they won't think about that, dude. They won't put that into consideration, and it'll just infuriate them that, oh my God, we only spent 334 billion on World War I. I put World War II. Hold on. Let me make sure here. Man, fuck, some cucumbers. I'm sorry, y'all. No, well, okay. Well, this is saying the United States only spent 32 billion on World War I. Which was 52% of the country's gross national product at the time. So 32 billion, let's see, 32 billion World War I money worth today after. Okay. Hard to say. Give me a number off the rip, but I don't know what they're getting that number from then. 334 billion. Because I feel like, okay, what was that 1914? Okay, $5 in 1914 is worth $88.50 today. So divide 88.50 by 5, and that'll give me what $1 was worth. Now I can multiply that by what we spent. So, that gives us $17.07 per dollar. So we said we spent 32 billion. So 32 billion times 17.7. Comes out to 566 billion 400 million. So that doesn't, I don't know where they're getting the numbers from, dude. I looked it up. How much the United States spent on World War One, and it says 32 billion, not 334. That would have made their argument even better, though. Whatever.
$150 billion. In comparison, look, that is about half the cost of all of World War I. And, you know, a fraction of the Apollo space program. It's just extraordinary. And that
their numbers aren't right.
1 year, $150 billion. And that's why we all feel it.
Yes. That's why I love that Doge is bringing this public.
Yes. The numbers simply aren't right, man.
People
it's stupid.
Say, well,
this is
what
stupid.
can they actually
Did
do?
they mean World War
They
II?
could actually coach President Trump and make their case for executive orders. They also could rally Congress. Especially Joni Ernst says, I'm going to work with you right away. I think some Democrats who want a future will feel the same way because right now they're reeling. And I think the fact is that Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy holding
they
a press
meant World War
conference
II. They put the wrong war. Dude, Fox is dropping the ball a lot lately, dude. A lot. Like, I've been noticing that Live Now, the other day, they had... It looked like they'd been hacked. They had a stream on. It looked like it was like OBS, like what I look at, but their special type of OBS, whatever, where they can switch to different broadcasts that are happening and shit. But yeah, no, it says right here 330 billion was what World War II costed, and they got on there that that's how much World War I costs. Somebody fact checking these people before they go on live TV with this shit.
Space program. It's just extraordinary, and that is 1 year, $150 billion. And
it's hard to convince people, your facts straight,
I
man.
love that Doge is bringing this public because that's going to be their greatest asset. People say, well, what can they actually do? Well, they could actually coach President Trump and make their case for executive orders. They'd also could rally Congress. Especially Joni Ernst says, I'm going to work with you right away. I think some Democrats who want a future will feel the same way because right now they're reeling.
I'm not the dumbest.
And I think the fact is that Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy holding a press conference is going to be covered by all the networks.
Because the thing is, to see your tax dollars being squandered like that in black and white, to have it put out there like a cyber deal on Monday, for just $150 billion more, you could get World War I, or you could get illegal immigration for a year.
They're pissing me off right now for not.
All that covers is the federal
having the right info on the screen.
It doesn't cover the fact that the emergency services
budgets
were absolutely blown within 1 month of the annual year.
That 330 billion that World War II, not World War I. Like I said earlier, that's $4 trillion in today's money. So that's nowhere near how much we're spending on immigrants. Okay.
Doesn't cover the lives lost.
They're just trying to piss people off, dude.
It is
I don't really approve
for
of
the
that.
American people, and the thought that this ripple effect won't
They
be
should
generational.
know better.
Finally,
These facts
however, with the new
aren't
sheriffs
facts.
in town, the new bookkeepers in town, with Elon and Vivek saying, "Look, guys, we're
It
holding up the
discredits
tax
their new
receipts on the basis of what was
I mean,
such an opaque administration that we are currently in, by the way, for another 50 days. We don't want to give you any type of indication what your tax dollars are going to."
Just think, what could we do with $150
Fact-check
billion?
the news.
We're spending it on that?
Like Warren said, schools, safety,
all that stuff, and instead we've got it's a mess, and everybody knows it's a
and
mess.
most people
However,
would
if you were
never
looking
think
at the,
that you got to fact check all. You got 4 people all on the same page that supposedly know what they're talking about, right? See, this is where it fucks up, because there could be someone who's on the fence about all this, right? That's like, you know what, damn, they're right. And then they fact check them, and they see they're totally full of shit with their numbers, especially with the World War I numbers. That was the biggest one, right? And it'll ruin everything that they've said because they'll look at them like they're liars. Like they don't actually know what they're talking about.
X account of the House Ways and Means Democrats. They posted something yesterday that was quite tone deaf, and they pretty much immediately took it down. And they said, and here we were thinking y'all couldn't afford eggs. And as you can see, that's with a screenshot of a post by a journalist that said, record air travel, holiday shopping busting records, stock market at all-time highs. The economy is the worst ever. Some Pollyanna's whine. What they don't take into effect and into consideration is just the fact that it's tone deaf and people are hurting, and that's one of the reasons why they just lost the election.
Well, this goes.
It's one of the reasons why they're out dealing with shopping on a Black Friday, because they're so fucking broke that, yeah, holidays are coming up. People are still going to do that. People still want to be able to celebrate the holidays. So they're going to try to get what they can on the one day where supposedly shit's on sale. And we'll see if sales continue to stay ramped up throughout the holiday season, or if it was just because sales were happening. I mean, that doesn't prove that economy is good because everybody rushes to the soup kitchen, does it?
To the point of them making fun of voters. I mean, they should have left it up. Leave it up. Don't be ashamed of it. You guys continue to do it on national TV. Say, oh, they're uneducated voters. Those are the people. We can't convince those type of people. Oh, no, the economy, it's good. Inflation was just transitory. It's line after line telling voters they're not smart enough to understand their situation. And I think just be open with it. Don't try to hide it, because the people already know the condescending tone that they continue to use with the voter. They're not smart enough to understand how things work.
It's hard to listen to these guys when they talk about struggling to buy eggs and shit, because none of these people are struggling for anything. They're all millionaires, right?
That reflected consumer optimism in the future. It was the fact that President Donald Trump is the president-elect. It's the fact that they have now a refreshing administration wipe to look forward to. Right. That's in part what fosters consumers' excitement and spending on Cyber Monday. It wasn't the dread everyone's been feeling for the last 4 years, but I totally agree with you that the mocking, the condescension that is rooted in this administration and the House Dems, leave it up, guys. Nasty. We already know. You don't need to hide it.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here
to subscribe. It's not kill me, it ends in a D. Kill mead. You didn't know. Oh. Hey guys, let's get some food out. Come on, y'all fucking sleepy butts. Get your asses up. Time to eat. Come on. It's time.
But I got 2 generators.
Here in 2020, Oregon started. We are here in Portland, Oregon. You guys see it here on the screen. Did Portland's social experiment go wrong or not? We're here live right next to the Voodoo Donuts, one of the most iconic spots here. In 2020, Oregon started a new social experiment like never before. They decriminalized the use of drugs. It says right here, Oregon voters approved ballot measure 110, which decriminalized possession of small amounts of drugs like fentanyl and methamphetamine in the state under the 110 system. Drug users no longer received criminal penalties, but were instead served with a $100 ticket, which could be voided if the recipient got a needs assessment. However, they have since reversed that.
Needs
and
assessment?
Now it should be illegal to have drugs here in Portland, Oregon. The governor realized how bad it was and how powerful fentanyl was, and this is what he had to say about it. He said, "Our country and our state have never seen a drug this deadly and addictive, and all are grappling with how to respond." So today it's going to be extremely interesting. We're going to meet up with a local here who is very well known. She is the news here in Portland, Oregon, and she actually shows what is going on. Her name is Angela. We're going to be meeting up with her.
Never heard of that, Antifas.
Here we go. And can everybody hear me all right here in the chat? Let's make sure it's
All the Portland streamers.
How you doing?
Pretty good.
Angela.
How about you?
Awesome. Great to meet you. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great.
Jeff, what can we expect to see here in Portland, Oregon?
Oh, you're gonna see. You were just talking about the
not
Measure
Antifa.
110 change, yeah, to being an A misdemeanor. Maybe we should head over. We're gonna look up the address for you over to the deflection center. You know, people are asked, they're caught with fentanyl. Do you want to go to jail or the deflection center? There's no treatment there, and they let them go within minutes.
Really? What's the deflection center?
The police pick them up and then they drop them off. It's a multi-million-dollar county program that is doing nothing but spending taxpayer money, if you ask me.
Really?
Yeah.
So we're here. This should be a big city. There's hardly anybody.
Yeah, it's
walking
been this
around.
way. It was starting to happen before 2020, really, but it kind of exacerbated it because a lot of people weren't working at their offices. So 50% of our businesses closed down after the pandemic. We were closed down for almost 2 years, on and off.
And out of the 50% of the businesses that closed down, how many have came back?
I said businesses, I meant restaurants.
Restaurants.
Excuse me.
Restaurants. How many of those restaurants have came back?
I don't have a number for you, but I can tell you that nowhere near what was lost.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah,
Here-
we were known for our food. Yeah, it used to be pretty bustling here. Even with Voodoo Donuts, there used to be a line around the block. So
yeah, it looks
like
The
Oh.
thing is like there's a lot of
There are barricades. They never
there's
use
a
them
lot
now.
of workers down here that used to work for the government and stuff like that, like the county and the city, and they basically haven't had most of them come back to work at all after the pandemic. So they're still working from home, and that kind of thing. I think some of them are required to be at their offices like 2 or 3 days a week, but a lot of them just work out of their homes. So I mean, it's just not. The city's not even trying to encourage their own workers to come down here.
Wow.
Yeah.
What a mess. So this is how it works. So we have a live chat right here. We have a bunch of people watching as we go through the day. So they're going to give us questions and whatnot, tell us where we should go, or not necessarily where we should go, the questions they want to ask, and they can give us feedback as we are live. So we're going to hit the streets right now. We're going to get an overall feel of what people are saying here in Portland, and then we're going to go to, what'd you call the place?
Deflection Center.
The Deflection Center today, and we're right by, is this the main street right here? One of the main streets?
Burnside, yeah, so
This splits east from west, so it kind of goes right straight down the middle of Portland, so it's sort of the heart of Portland. That side is called Old Town Chinatown, where you're going to see a lot of the sort of outdoors, fentanyl, drug use, that kind of thing. And then here you have like the U.S. Bank Tower and all these other businesses that are over here. So it's going to be a pretty stark difference between just crossing this street and then being over here.
Okay, let's head over this way. Let's go towards the action where everybody's at. Portland, Oregon. You'd think there'd be a lot of people walking around here, but right now there's not too many people. Let's talk to these people right over here, see what they got to say about Portland, Oregon. How many people live here in the city of Portland?
About 650,000.
and in the metro, it's just shy of, what is it, 800,000 now, Jeff? We've lost.
No, the metro's over 2 million.
We've lost our. we've lost a lot of population. So yeah, the last few years.
That's
You
how you
gained a
guys
bunch
doing?
of homeless, probably.
Do you guys live here in Portland?
No.
Where are you guys from?
Olympia.
Olympia, Washington.
Yep.
What do you guys think about Portland so far?
It's chill. I don't know.
Pretty chill spot.
Yeah, I don't know. We come here a lot.
Okay, and like, do you like it here or like?
Well,
yeah.
They come here a lot, dummy.
What's this for?
Yeah, we're live right now. We're just talking to
mean?
people here on the streets.
Okay.
So we're just seeing what's going on here in
Chill.
Portland. It's
Oh,
just
so
a
you
chill
don't
place.
like it here? That's why you come here a lot, huh?
I don't know. There's a good music scene, good art scene. Everybody's kind of similar to us here. So, yeah.
What do you think? You guys think it's a pretty poppin' city, or we've been driving around, walking around, and a lot of the places are closed down. Has it always been like this for you guys?
I don't know. I didn't really notice that, I guess.
Okay, well, we need people like you here to keep it alive, keep it poppin'.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you guys. Have a good one. All right, we'll move along here.
Portland sucks.
I just want to say that it's kind of incredible to me if you walk down that way, and I know that you had drove there. You know, there are boarded up buildings on every single square block, more than one. Sometimes 50% of the buildings are either boarded up or closed or for lease, and then you have people that say things like that, and I'm like, what are you? I mean, I don't understand the phenomenon of not being able to see what's going on.
People
I
are
appreciate
fucking
people being
clueless
positive.
in general,
I appreciate that
actually.
they're here, that they're trying to
That's why.
bring back the scene for sure. But it's interesting to me, I guess, just the denial about what's going on.
The other thing that's interesting too, if you take a look across the corner from the street, is Street Roots. That's our main sort of homeless advocacy group in the city. And the city just paid over $1 million for new offices here, while everything around here is just, dilapidated, and there's just drug users and dealers everywhere. Yeah, I mean, look how nice that is. I mean, they just paid for all of that. So
The homeless get all the
right behind us
perks.
here. He's got a raccoon tail on him, it looks like, back here. Let's talk to him really quick. How you doing, sir? Do you live down here in Portland? Oh, okay, doesn't want to talk to us. Yeah, and so right there on that corner, we got like 3 or 4 people homeless. There's people homeless over there.
They might have a place to live, but if they live in the area, they're probably in housing that's taken care of for them. It's hard to say.
the mission is right over here too, so I can see it. You want to cross
And right here, right on that corner, it looks like there's somebody that's living here just on the street.
Yeah, we parked right around the block and had to walk into the street to get down to see you.
Can we go over here
There's
so you can
just
show it?
absolutely.
Here, let's
yeah.
walk this way.
It's really interesting seeing the toothpaste and the bread here on the ground with the pigeons.
Yeah, do any of the homeless people know you? Are you well known for like coming out here talking to any of the homeless?
It's hit or miss for me.
Right here, just a tent. Show this right here. Let me see the camera. So right here we have somebody. Just is this where someone lives or?
Tell me what to do, Sis T.
Yeah, so I don't think there's anybody in there, and this is interesting because we'll have this situation where we have homeless advocates that say, you know, they're people's homes, don't move them, but as you can see here, this is just dilapidated trash. I mean, nobody's in there, I don't think.
They use tents a lot of times just to store their stuff, more than even living in a lot of times that you'll see. They'll have these huge conglomerations of tents, and it'll be just stuffed full of stuff like that, and you don't see any people. So it's really interesting, and it's.
We did have recently an ADA lawsuit that was settled, which was about people not having access on the sidewalk.
You mean they're trash?
So if this was called in through Impact Reduction or 311 in Portland, this would go to the top of the heap to take care of it, in addition to if it was by a nursery or a school or whatnot. But this can be gone today, and there would be something around the block within a few days. They're sort of just shuffling people and problems around in Portland.
Really? I want to see if somebody is in here. Let's see.
Yeah, you go for it.
Hello.
I thought you were going to play with me, Sis T.
Oh, I hear something. Hello. Can we speak to you? Let's see. Can you come out? Somebody is in here. Somebody is living here inside of this tent. This is a sad scene to see. Hello. Can we
It's
speak
not
to you?
sad to me. person wants to live like that.
Just talking to people here in Portland, and we
I don't
wonder
know.
if
It's
we
not
could,
sad
talk
to me.
you
They're
here.
happy living like this. If they weren't, they would
Can you come out
accept
for just a
help.
second? Say that again.
Fucking blocking the entire sidewalk. What the fuck? You see people walking
Okay,
down the
she's
street?
Speaking, but I don't know if she's gonna come out or not.
Are you the gal that's friends with, that talked with Tara and Kevin recently? The photographer, Tara and Kevin Dahlgren?
Okay. Can you come out and speak for just a second? Okay, no worries. Have a great rest of your day. So somebody is living inside of that tent. That's sad. And
It's
just piled
fucked.
up with
It's
garbage.
not.
You can
It's
really
like
see
whatever,
the
dude.
plastic on the side. This is all garbage.
I'm
There's
sure
even a
people
propane
have
tank
tried
right
to
here.
give this person help, and they
camping.
just want to do
Bunch of
drugs and
garbage
live in a
right here.
tent.
Toothpaste, everything. And there's
They
a lady
can't get off
living
drugs for a
inside of
fucking
it.
few months.
Okay. Just normal
Ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it's normal. I'm having Jeff look it up, but I'm pretty sure that Kevin and Tara were talking with her recently, and I'm going to get her first name, but they had called her, like, they said, you know, she lives in a heap of trash, and I wasn't sure where it was, but I think this might be, because it's female in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
There is so much money floating through help, and this persists. And I mean, clearly,
Fucking stupid.
I mean, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but to live in that kind of environment, I mean, she needs some mental evaluation, right? She needs some help.
Needs to
Some
get
need help kinda take care of her.
institutionalized.
And so it's really
That
it's quite
point.
heartbreaking, honestly. Like once you get past just, oh, I have to
Yeah,
walk
it
in the
is.
street. Yeah.
So
There's
this-
the video. That's the woman.
Okay, Queen of the Hill. That's what they're calling this lady that lives
Yeah.
right here.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's the same. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so she's been living there. Here, maybe she's known as the Queen of the Hill here? I don't know. Ma'am! Excuse me, ma'am. Are you the Queen of the Hill? That's what they called her on X, I'm not sure. Okay, she's not responding. Okay, yeah, she's not responding. I don't want to bug her. Wow. And what causes so many
What would happen
people
if
to
you
come
cut
out
a
in the middle of
hole
the
in their
streets? Is the cost of
tent?
living very
Would you go to
expensive here
jail?
in Portland compared to like cities like Seattle?
Abuse of a
or-
homeless person?
Absolutely not. It's like this is what the
Just
the
be a little
homeless
slice.
advocates and the people that are grifting money through to these nonprofits, NGOs, and through our government to want to bond and tax people. The fact of the matter is, we
I
have
wouldn't
a
do that. I'm
mental
just wondering
health
what would
and a
happen
drug
if somebody did
addiction
that.
problem.
I'd never do
And
that.
until we get to the source of that, housing first is not going to help it. We have a lot of people here in Old Town that the government will put into buildings, but then there's a lot of floods and issues in the building because they're not able to take care of themselves.
All right, come, we gotta get Simon in
Are
here.
you,
He
sir?
wants in now.
Can
Holy
we talk to you? We're
fuck,
live right now. We're
Simon.
talking to you here
Come
in
on.
downtown Portland. How long have you been living down here for?
I've been down here for about a month.
Down here for a month. And where are you from?
From California.
From California. What brought you up here to Portland?
Fucking shit.
Just traveling, you know. My father passed
He
away.
was super
and
comfortable.
I inherited some money, and I
Yeah.
kind of went from California to Arizona to Washington to Oregon.
Okay, now are you living here on the streets, or do you have an apartment here?
No, I'm on the streets.
You're on the streets.
Yeah.
And what decisions, or what do you think has led you to live here on the streets? Is there anything like that you can think back on that?
Just financial stuff, financial obligations, you know, not paying attention to my money.
Yeah. And do you think have you found Portland to be a good spot to stay?
I have so far, yeah.
And what kind of benefits or what kind of help do you receive from the city here?
Recently, I've received some support in the way of somewhere to stay at night, place to get food, and things like that.
The
Are you
fucking
currently using any
kitten
substances? Like
never comes to my
fentanyl?
lap when I ask her to.
Marijuana.
Marijuana.
Yeah.
And do you think the decriminalization of drugs here, it recently got reversed, but do you think that was a good thing for the city?
You know, I haven't been here long enough to have an opinion on that.
And how easy is it for someone to get access to a substance like fentanyl here on the streets?
I don't use fentanyl, so I'm unaware of that.
Okay, you should stay off it if you ever think about getting on it. Do not.
I'm sorry about your dad.
Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah.
Yeah, well, we wish you the best of luck. Do you have any plans?
Just to keep moving forward?
Keep moving forward. Is it hard? Are there any good places where somebody like him could go here inside Portland?
I think he's probably in the right place. The rescue mission, yeah, yeah.
Or like Wapato, perhaps.
Yeah,
or,
they do pretty good work here.
Yeah.
Have they talked to you about some of the more living
I just
conditions?
went to an orientation today, and so I think things are going to start looking better.
Yeah, the men's area. I know the women's is called Shepherds. Do you remember what it's called?
Harbor Hope.
Harbor.
No, that's not Harbor Hope. It's
I don't. I'm new to the program. So.
They have a program where they'll help you for a year, like to kind of get on track.
Oh, okay.
So this is a good program here. Yeah.
It's called Harbor Hope.
No,
it's something Harbor. I thought it was Harbor something.
No. It's a
different one.
Shepherd's Door is the woman's. It's the opposite. It's the male version of Shepherd's Door, and I'm so sorry. I think it has Joseph or something's name in it. I'm sorry, it's not coming to me.
I'll probably find out about
But they'll help you with kind of how to manage life. They'll help you with job skills. They'll help you, and then it's a 1 year kind of program where you live in there and them getting you back on your feet. And so, and they require, sobriety, but with you just being on cannabis, I don't think that's going to be an issue. So, yeah. And usually they have space, so please ask about it. Just remember Shepherd's Door. Just say, what's the opposite, the male version of Shepherd's Door? Yeah. And I'll look it up and try to commit it to memory, but I haven't spoken it in a couple years.
A long time, dude.
Hey, well, we wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
What's your name?
Joshua.
Joshua. Angela. It's really nice
I
to
did
meet you.
9 months.
Have a good one.
Total.
How you doing, sir?
One program to another.
Having a good day?
And
Can we talk to you? We were just talking to you
I
live
could
here on
believe
the
it.
streets of Portland. Yeah.
after 7 months of the
what are you
second
up to today?
program, shit was getting weird.
Just gonna take a shower. Is it? Oh, are these showers right here on the streets? Mobile showers. And how often do you come down here?
I knew
to
I didn't
shower?
need to
Once
stay
or
there.
showers? Once a week? And how long have you been out here for?
20 some odd years.
Whoa. Have you been living on the streets for the past 20 years? Wow. Where do you live?
Like I had somewhere else I could go.
A tent, but I got 2 generators.
A tent and 2 generators. Wow.
Stay warm.
And in 2020, they decriminalized drugs here. Do you think that was a good thing for the city or a bad thing?
They what? Criminalized drugs?
Yeah.
Well, it just depends. I think people should be left alone, but if they can't maintain, then something needs to be done. But you guys think that rehabilitation is always the way, but it's not.
Yeah.
You can't stop unless you want to stop yourself. Okay.
What is the best way to deal with homelessness and drug usage here on the streets? What would be the best way to deal with it from your perspective?
Homelessness. I'm not sure. I'd have to think about that really hard.
Yeah, and what drugs are you seeing take over the streets here?
You ask too many questions. Fentanyl is the one that's not good right now. We all know this, right? Don't we?
Yeah,
we do. Okay.
How many of your friends have you lost to fentanyl? Or people that you know?
I don't want to tell you. Too many.
Too many. Too many. Hey, hope you have a good rest of your day.
Over 200. Okay.
Over 200.
Right.
Over 200 of your friends have died from fentanyl.
Right.
Oh my gosh.
You know how many I've saved though? Probably 1,000.
Wow, he said he's saved over 1,000. When they refer to people being saved, that means bringing Narcan. So that guy had lost over 200 people have died from fentanyl that he knows.
Yeah.
And then here they also
You might be exaggerating this a little bit.
Yeah, so they have this here in 3 different locations. He said usually there's about 15 people that come through. You'd think it would be more, but
He
they're
knows.
able to come at 3
They
days a
won't quit
week.
unless they want to.
Oh wow, 3 days a week and come
3
out here
days
and
a
get
week.
a shower.
Yeah.
Wow, interesting. We're gonna head down this way, a little bit more down here, down the street. How you doing, sir?
They'll quit for
Wow,
a
interesting.
little while,
Chat, so
and it'll be
that
to
guy has
get
lost over 200 people
to get dry
here
and get warm
in
during the
Portland.
winter
He
time.
said he's revived
Right now,
over
treatment
1,000.
programs are filling up,
We probably should be walking.
Happens
with,
every year.
No, we should probably be walking.
especially
around
on the
with
West
Narcan.
Coast.
You see a lot of overdoses here?
Fuck you, Simon.
Yes,
You
very,
just
very
sat down and now you're meowing about going out the door.
Died over a single day. I think they probably because it was more powerful than it usually is, or it was mixed with something. But there was a lot of deaths down here just a couple of days ago.
And on this street right here, not a single business is open.
Right.
Like really, there literally isn't a single business open here. Wow. All right, let's keep walking now. Let's try to talk to some of the locals and see what other people are saying about Portland.
This used to be a vibrant sort of.
Yeah, what was this place used to be like?
Now
we have people
used to be a bunch
sleeping
of
right here.
Chinese restaurants, and it's called Chinatown, Old Town.
Hello?
Oh, come here.
Someone else is right here. How hard is it for people to find shelter here? Like, are there?
It's not hard. There's usually openings at the shelters. I mean, sometimes
the problem is that they're at the shelters. They're required to not use drugs.
Yeah.
Sometimes too, like they feel unsafe there.
Yeah.
Sometimes
how are you doing, sir?
Reports of dangerous situations.
Good. Can we talk to you really quick? We're live. We're just talking to people here on the streets of Portland.
Have a good night.
Okay, you too. Have a good one. Wow. And so this used to be a vibrant town.
I don't know his particular situation, but sometimes people don't want to talk because they don't want to be found.
That's why he makes me open the gate constantly. He wants to sit in my lap, actually.
They don't want family or different people. They owe child support in addition to whatever's going on with them. So.
Yeah. What was it like when they initially decriminalized drugs, or why do you think they even took the steps to decriminalize?
One of the things that they did in the Secretary of State's office is the one who writes these ballot measures, and they made it sound like they were going to give treatment to people instead of sending them to jail. So they asked voters, would you like to that people go to jail?
Help these people in rehab rather than just making it illegal to do drugs on the street. And so people thought that was a good idea. Let's help these people, which, sounds great, but they didn't have anything set up for any kind of inpatient drug treatment. It was literally like, oh, you can come in and get your Suboxone or whatever and leave, but that was about it.
So the idea was to, instead of arrest the people, give them the option for rehabilitation?
Right, but it's typical stuff here in the state where it's a bunch of BS. The people that are making the money are the people that are on helping put out the harm reduction, handling all the services, and all this money was taken from schools, fire, police, and it was sent for harm reduction that included things like gym recovery and needles and pipes, and instead of actual treatment to get off of drugs. Yes.
Wow. Yeah, and harm reduction doesn't get people off the street. What it does is it treats them on the street. So there's no incentive for these people to get off the street other than their own desire to do so. And if you talk more and more, you talk to these people, a lot of them don't have a lot of desire to get off the street. This is their life. They're relatively comfortable out here, because they use a lot of drugs and that kind of thing.
Californians aren't, though. It is comfortable with it.
You go over
nearly 20 people. Let's see if we can go over there and talk to some people.
Yeah.
Wow. And what kind of do they still provide harm reduction? Or are they still providing the people with needles and such here?
Yeah, our county does that, as well as nonprofits they distribute to.
Okay, maybe stay back for a second. I'm just gonna go in and see. How you doing, sir? Can we talk to you really quick?
Me?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Yeah, we're live. We're just talking to people here on the streets of Portland.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
We were just talking to her.
Yeah, we're talking to everybody. Can we ask you a quick question?
I'm not everybody.
Well, okay, he's not everybody. Alrighty, I got it. How you doing, sir? Can we talk to you really quick? Yeah, we're live. We're just talking to you here on the streets of Portland.
Hey, bud.
Scoot up. How long you been out here for?
4 years.
4 years. Yeah. And what brought you out here onto the streets?
Hey, Simon.
Just got homeless during COVID.
During COVID.
Yeah.
Before COVID, what were you doing? Do you have a job, or where did you come from? What were you doing for work?
I was a construction worker.
Construction worker. And then Portland, they decriminalized drugs in 2020 as well. Did you find yourself in the... What's up?
Anyone got $10 worth of meth?
No, we do not have $10 worth of meth.
Man, what the fuck? I'm looking at my meth.
What? Wow, people here are tweaking out. She's looking for $10 of drugs. For meth. She's yelling it out here. Let's keep moving along here for a quick second. Yeah, we obviously before you can start talking to them, we gotta ask them for permission. How you guys doing?
Bro, what the?
Here, now she's just walking down the street right here, asking people $10 for meth. Can I talk to one of you guys?
Seemed like a movie or something, dude.
No? Oh, okay.
Watch out, these guys are fucking recording. Hey, get the camera off me.
Okay, camera's off you. Camera is off you. Alrighty, let's... Okay. No worries. No worries. You're all right. Can we talk to any of you guys? How you doing? Good. We're just talking to people here on the streets of Portland.
All right.
How long or what are you up to today?
What's up to, man? Hanging out, bro.
Hanging out.
Yeah.
But y'all have $10 worth of meth.
She's looking for $10 worth of meth.
Yeah, we don't do that on camera.
Look at the yellow brick road.
Okay, just making sure that guy.
Keep the camera off of me.
Okay, we'll keep it off you.
So what's that then?
Yeah, we're just been talking to people. We know that Portland, they decriminalized drugs. Now they reversed the policy.
Yeah.
Would you say that was a good thing that they did for the city?
No, it was a bad thing. Now they trying to keep it undercover, hiding it, and it's worse than it was before hiding it.
So, social experiment gone wrong?
Yeah, I'm thinking so.
Yeah. And do you live out here on the streets, or?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And before they decriminalized drugs, were you using drugs, or did that incentivize a lot of people to start using?
No, well, I think it was a little better. People were more open to it. They didn't try to hide it, and I don't know, it was better, I guess. It was better, yeah.
Really? So you guys think it's better now?
No.
Or better then than it is now?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, all the criminal stuff that came along with the stuff, no, that wasn't good, but...
Yeah, because essentially, when they decriminalized drugs, they got everybody hooked on the most powerful drug ever introduced into the United States.
Yeah.
Right? And are you... She's still asking for meth. And are you using fentanyl, or what drugs do you mainly see people using?
Man, I use meth, man.
Meth.
Yeah.
And how hard would it be for you to get off meth if you wanted to?
It would be nothing. It's not like on blues or on fentanyl or anything like that.
Mm-hmm. So what's leading you not to get off the drugs? So far, what we heard here, people can go check themselves into rehab, go into other places to get off. Is it a...
I don't know. I chose not to get off of it yet, I guess.
Uh-huh. Is there anything anybody could offer you to get you off of meth, or?
I don't know. I never really thought about it.
Yeah, say somebody offered you a good job that gives you good benefits, work 40 hours a week. Would you get off?
I think I would, yeah. If I had that opportunity, I probably would do that, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you look like a guy who could hold a job. You look like a man that is obviously capable of working. So I think if you got off the meth, I think you could apply and get a good job like that. It looks like they need people to work down here.
Yeah. I actually got a job down here through Central City Concern.
Really?
Yeah, so, yeah.
Wow. And how's the work going?
I've been there for a week and a half, and I don't know, it's going.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And a lot of the people here, we're seeing one person right here on the street is tweaking here on the street. What kind of drugs do you think she's on? Is that what fentanyl?
That's what fentanyl does. That fentanyl juice, yeah.
Yeah. How easy is it for people to get access to fentanyl here on the streets?
Man, it's so readily that, yeah.
Like that lady was just walking around $10 for meth, it looked like.
As soon as they decriminalized it, it became abundant, like 2 weeks later. Mm-hmm. So it was kind of like the wrong time for the drugs to be legalized, because fentanyl was legalized right along with it. But,
disaster. Hey, well, thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, bro.
Appreciate it. Stay safe.
Yep.
How you going?
Doesn't seem like he's on meth. He seemed like he was on fentanyl.
One sec, everybody. So that guy
That was
was a good guy
confusing.
right there.
That was the slowest meth head I've ever seen.
Wow. How you doing, ma'am?
The least talkative meth head I've ever seen, too.
Let's see if she... No, she's dancing. She's dancing. Wow. Yeah, let's move along. Let's go to another location here.
So you walked up on what was on the brick. They were dealing. They were breaking up drugs, and the guys that were in the car were two drug dealers.
So you just walked up right when they had just
when they were distributing the drugs. Yeah.
After they paid for it.
Yeah.
Well, that's very safe of us.
Yeah, I was like.
So did they get in the car and drive off then?
Yeah, they were parked right behind that Nissan.
So who do you think the main dealers are? Are they also users, or is it just like people that come in?
It can vary. We definitely have a Honduran dealing over here.
Why is it the Hondurans specifically?
Because they're connected to the drug cartels, and those are the lowest level people, so they put them on the street. A lot of times they owe the cartel money, and so this is the way, like in order to get over here. So a lot of times they'll pay off their debts to the cartels by street dealing.
Really?
And so so you'll see a lot of Hondurans and that kind of thing. Years ago, I don't know if they're still doing it. They would be on these little bikes, going like these things, and going around doing it. So it's pretty common to see. But we just walked into a drug deal. So
well, now that we left, they're all swarming all together. Looks like they'll be breaking it back up.
Yeah.
Wow, let's move on to a different street here.
Yeah.
Jeez.
I totally appreciate kind of the provocateur of stuff, and so we'll hold the line. But I just want you to know, like, this is a super unsafe area. Like
people get killed down here all the time.
Really?
I'm just letting you know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
And we've done national interviews down here, and like walking with people. There was an outreach worker, Spencer, that we worked with, and that particular day, one of the top Honduran guys pulled him aside and said, "You need to get them the F out of here, or keep me off camera." And he was like, "Dude, we're not putting you on camera." So
Honduran? Oh,
and what's
your
sad
trust
too
about
is
being
that
office, and ICE will come after that
regardless
ass.
of if you're using or
Motherfucker.
not, like everyone
Every time.
here is under that same tyranny. You know what I'm saying? Like it's almost like
going on in
it's like
Portland?
prison culture down here.
It'll help fix Portland up.
We
If that's
are here
really
as
the
immigrants
case?
because Black freedom fighters and the civil rights
These people
movement
aren't the only ones
was
that
being
know
all pretty
about
bad
it.
Here? Like, was the riots and stuff pretty bad?
Yeah, we had how many days?
We had over 100 straight days of
He
rioting.
doesn't know the riots
Really,
are bad
100
in
straight days of
Portland.
rioting.
No
How
way.
you doing? How's it going? Good. How are you?
Doing well.
We were worried you were one of the Hondurans.
Yeah,
With the
I
ski
realized I had
mask
my
on.
mask on. I was like, wait a minute.
You're
It's
watching,
cold
you're
out
like,
here.
oh, they're talking about the Hondurans. You might be one of the.
I've been watching your
dealers.
streams a long time, man.
Oh, awesome. Thank you so much.
I came to give you something.
Oh, really?
It's a in-person donation.
Oh, no way. Let's see
But
what you
it's,
got.
it's not money. Well, kind of is money. It's silver.
Oh, let's
an ounce
go.
of silver.
An ounce of silver.
worth
No
about-
way. And it's got the Trump on it. No way.
The fight.
This is the best gift I've ever been given here
Yeah,
on the stream.
it's money,
Look at
but you probably want to keep it. Just
Oh, I'm keeping this
keep
for
a hold
sure.
on it and-
It's literally the Trump when he got nearly assassinated. I'm not sure you guys can see it there in the chat, and on the back, the White House. So how do you feel about Donald Trump winning the election?
I think it's great. I think he is going to change a lot of the things that have kind of been reversed in the last 4 years with Biden, and it's exciting to see it. And I think this town probably not going to change, but it's starting to change a little bit. I feel like I ride around on this scooter a lot, and over the last few years, it seems like it's more and more homeless have come, but it seems like they're trying to start. But the drug use is big, so hopefully that it kind of changes a little bit. Maybe the whole nation kind of changes.
It's interesting because we were just talking, that guy, he's on meth, but they legalized drugs here, and at that time, he said, well, then fentanyl also came in, because fentanyl really hasn't been here on the streets for a lot of years, like heroin and crack.
Right.
So they legalized drug, he said, basically at the worst time. Now they have all these people hooked on the most powerful drug in the world.
And now it's illegal again.
And now it's illegal again.
Yeah, and they're gonna start putting people away for it. It's kind of weird. They kind of advertise people to come here too, like, hey, come here, everything's
all that
legal,
coming.
and now it's
literally a ghost town. I mean, this street, that building's closed, that building's closed, that one's closed, that one's closed, that one's closed.
Of the last few years, like, it seems like it's getting better, but really it's just less people are here. Nobody's really walking around. It's also getting colder. In the summer, there's a lot more homeless people and less rain, so there's more better weather.
Dude, well, this is awesome right here. I'm
Yeah, man.
excited.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Any message you'd like to give to the people watching?
I will just say I use my my Quest 3 VR a lot, and I talk to people on big screen, and we do a lot of political debates, and it's kind of something that we miss in this culture. So it's surprising that a VR thing like that is so useful. But I will shout out some people. His name is Bad Chicken and
Bad Chicken.
and what's the other guy's name? Oh yeah, Scar Nation. There's probably more too.
Bad Chicken and Star Nation. Hey, thank you so much, sir. Appreciate it very
What's
much.
this happening?
How much is this worth right here?
It's worth in silver about 31, but probably
there you
about
go.
36.
There we go. Let's go. And hopefully it keeps going up, right?
Yeah, get some more.
Thank you so much, sir.
Going up and up and up.
Awesome. Thank you. You too. Later. Have a good one. Gotta make sure we keep this locked. We'll zip this up so no one steals it. We got some silver with us.
Nice. It's pretty beautiful.
It's pretty sweet. Yeah, these streets are just literally just nothing. We got somebody right here. We can see if we can talk to him. How you doing, sir?
Doing okay.
Can we talk to you really quick?
No.
No? Oh, okay. And when do you think fentanyl? Did fentanyl get introduced to the streets here? When did that happen here in Portland?
Do you remember? It was right
It was
before.
probably about 2017, 2000.
Literally, I can't believe. Look at this street right here. There's literally everything is boarded up, graffiti everywhere. Like, what's going on here in Portland?
Louis is such a beautiful building. I used to have dim sum here whenever I moved here almost 30 years ago, and it was a wonderful place to have dim sum.
Really nice.
Yeah, and it's an interesting. It was interesting what he was just saying about. Well, you know, it's criminalized again, so they're going to clean it up. No, they're not. They have the deflection center. Everyone, word out on the street is you just say you want to go to the deflection center. They take you to it and they drop you off. And as you can see, you walked right into a drug deal. It's everywhere. I mean, I could start pointing them out. There's no.
The thing that's interesting about this building, it's called the House of Louis. This was recently purchased by another homeless advocacy group.
And how are these homeless advocacy groups getting their money?
From the government and private
So essentially,
investment.
these businesses have been ran out, and now the companies that are being given money from the government are coming in buying these properties.
Yeah, and they got a whole bunch of money, and I'm not really sure what happened to it, but it wasn't spent on their location and improving it like they were supposed to. But nobody
So
seems
they bought
to have
the
an issue
building.
with that.
They were supposed to revamp it and everything, remodel it, but something happened to the money, which is really common with these nonprofits. The money just disappears and it goes into whoever's pocketbook. And as you can see, and now they're saying they don't have the money to remodel this place, so now it's just going to sit here.
So somebody just pocketed probably
and
$1 million
the
or so.
executive director actually resigned over this. She's an Antifa person, that was an executive director of one of these, nonprofits called Sisters of the Road.
Wow.
Yeah.
And this
Crazy.
is Chinatown.
Yes.
This is just Chinatown.
It used to be Chinatown.
Yeah.
And it used to be like lots of people here and stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's also called Old Town. Old Town and Chinatown is synonymous. It hasn't, and I would say a lot of the Chinese immigration, moved out some time ago, but they still call it that. But certainly there was restaurants and people who lived here that were Chinese.
Somebody here in the chat says, well, they say, is that a BLM mansion?
Yeah, exactly.
It certainly was.
Because it used to be a restaurant.
What's that?
Down there it said like Chinese school. So was that a school?
Was there schools down there as well? Like, where are the kids? Like,
There's a Chinese garden over here.
I can't answer that. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Let's keep moving down this road. It looks like there's some more people we can keep talking to down here. Yeah, did you hear about the BLM? One of the organizers from BLM bought an $8 million mansion?
I did.
Several houses, actually.
I did. This is an interesting place, too, because we have such a low population of blacks in Portland. Seattle has many more. California has many more. You could go back to some of our history from many, many, many decades ago about, some of the rules in the state. But my point is that it's such a low number. And, I'm from an area growing up that was a lot more black. And it just seems like we use these things like, oh, Black Lives Matter, and we're going to do all these programs, and even the most oppressed here, like whenever you look at the mentally ill and the drug addicted, as you can tell, it's a very white city.
Yeah, interesting. Let's talk to these three guys right here on this corner right here. Hopefully they're not dealing. You never know these days. Let's see.
We got somebody in the pocket.
Okay, will do. How you guys doing? Hey guys. How are you doing? Can we talk to you? We're just talking to people here on the streets of Portland.
Sorry, no media, sorry. Yeah, we can't do that.
No media. Oh, who do you guys work with?
No comment.
Who? Drugs for the what? All right, have a good one. Did I hear drugs for the city?
I don't know. I don't know, but that was weird.
Yeah. Were they with what's
Echelon?
Yeah, that was interesting. I don't know. I think I heard drugs for the city. I don't know what I heard. The organization that he's working with. It's interesting. That person over there on the other side is covering themselves up, injecting something, either smoking or injecting themselves. Here, everybody. Yo, chat. What do you guys want me to ask some of the people here? You guys got any questions you want me to specifically be asking the people here in Portland?
Yeah.
So we're on our job.
Yeah, we're on our job. Who are you working for? Who are you working for?
I heard like drugs for all or something like that.
Something was off too.
Oh, here's a business that's open. That's the first one we've walked by in a while.
Yeah.
Wow, crazy. What is this building right here? Office hours, Pacific Tower apartment. Oh, I'd love to talk to one of them about what it's like living in one of these. It's closed. Or it's locked. Could be a shelter maybe. I don't know.
This is
Alright, let's talk to some of these people. Subsidized housing right here.
Yeah.
How you guys doing? Good. Oh, I love the Seahawks cap.
Yeah, you know, all day.
You from Seattle?
Yeah.
Awesome. I used to live there as well.
Oh yeah. Why you moved to Portland?
Well, I didn't move to Portland. We're live actually. We're talking to people here in Portland. We go all across the country. We made it here to Portland. What's it like living here in Portland?
Well, it's great. You know, I mean, I don't see no roses, but you know, we call it the Rose City.
Yeah, I don't see no roses around here.
Yeah.
And what brought you out to Portland?
You know, love. You know, getting away from crazy Seattle, coming down to some normalness. You know,
you left crazy Seattle to come down here. It's pretty great. It's pretty unnormal here as well, right?
But look at the outdoors. Look at everything around you. You know, just like live in the moment, be in the moment. You know, enjoy life.
Enjoy life. We were over there and we were just walking, and I guess we like walked into like a drug deal. Does that happen often here on the streets? Just people dealing out drugs?
It's like, it's one of them things though. I mean, but it's like, you see it, you don't know what's going on. It could be a transaction, but sometimes the people who get it need it because they can't get it from the government or anywhere else. And so who else do they get it from, you know?
Do you think the government should decriminalize drugs again?
Well, not every drug, you know, but I mean.
How do you think it got passed where they decriminalized fentanyl?
Well, I mean, it started in the pharmaceuticals, so somehow it got to the pharmaceutical, to the streets, to the people, you know? So you got to look at where it started, you know?
Yeah.
Yes.
And have you had friends, or have you ever tried fentanyl yourself?
No.
No?
And I don't see the point, but I mean, the people hooked on it, so I was at the point, like gambling, it's addictive. It's, you know?
Seems like you're already pretty high on life. I don't think you need fentanyl.
You're high on life, you're high on love, you know? Then like, yeah, that's it though. But once people get the help they need and get back rooted, and then they would too bring out the light and help more people, you know, trickle down.
So what do you do here on the streets?
We do music. Me and the producer Philip, you know, we you know, producer of art and everything.
Can you show us something? Any freestyle?
Well, I make the beats, and I'm a poet, so I like to write, you know, because the words have meaning, you know, and so you got to put importance in the words. How y'all doing? Yes.
How you guys doing?
Sport. Yes.
Do you know who those guys are?
No. Never seen them, but you know.
Okay. Yeah.
I just greet everybody like I know them, you know.
Yeah, because we were just talking to them and they wouldn't talk to us.
Oh yeah, some people like Poland like that sometimes. You're like, good morning. I'm like, damn, like your coffee tastes good, you're smiling, but you don't say good morning back. I mean, I don't know.
A little weird.
It's one of the things.
Where do you live?
Right here.
Oh, so you live in this apartment complex right here?
Yeah.
And is it hard to like live here when you got people living on the streets dealing drugs and whatnot? Is that ever dangerous?
Pushing a
Well, it's
cart
not hard for
forward,
me,
then.
you know. I mean, we're veterans, you know, so we just seen the hard life, you know. But when people break the glass doors and the windows, and those glass is thick, and people, one man, just to break it, you know.
Really?
It's like, I think, and one painting costs like $1,800, they say, or something crazy.
Oh wow! Do you know who this guy is over here with the wagon?
You know, he's just trying to get through. At least he got a wagon though. You barely see that.
Yeah, that guy's got a lot of stuff. I want to go talk to him really quick. Hey, thank you so much for your time.
What's your name?
Nick.
Okay, nice to
meet you too. Have a good one. Let's talk to this lady right here. Good guy right there. Good guy right there. How you doing, ma'am? It's a little cold out here.
Oh, it is.
Can we talk to you really quick? We're just talking to you here in Portland.
What do you need to know?
How long have you been living here in Portland for?
20 years.
20 years. How have you seen the city how have you seen the city either?
It was beautiful and clean when I got here, but it's nasty and filthy now.
Yeah, I was going to say decline,
Very
but I don't want to offend you.
disappointing.
Yeah, very disappointing.
Oh, yeah.
How do you feel about your local leaders here?
How do I think of what?
Your local leaders here.
No comment on that.
No comment on that? And why do you think we are seeing such a rapid decline in the city of Portland? Right here, we have somebody over
They've
here.
gotten to be too liberal.
Too liberal.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Did you?
Just too liberal.
Did you vote for Kamala?
Hell no. No.
Okay, I didn't vote for her either, ma'am.
No,
why do you think so many people here in Portland, or I think Portland was one of the towns that did vote for Kamala?
I voted for President Trump.
Are you happy he's going to be in office now?
The finest president in history. The greatest of all time.
W's in the chat, ma'am. People love you. People are loving you here in the chat.
Oh, are they?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, bless your heart.
And so why do you think we see Portland why do you think Portland's always voting more liberal?
I think there's a lot of corruption here. And I don't know, the person to straighten it all out is President Trump, and they're doing everything they can to ruin him before he gets in. Even tried to kill him, tried to put him away for 700 years.
Why do you think liberals keep attacking Donald Trump?
Because they're scared to death. All their sins are going to be uncovered. And the whole world will know everything about them.
And do you feel safe walking the streets of Portland?
Usually, well, since they got all the tents off of the streets.
Was it worse than this?
Oh my God, yes. The streets were covered practically in tents and poop and pee.
Really? So we got it on a good day?
You did get here on a good day. This is relatively, how you say, organized, neat.
Really?
Yes.
And there's absolutely like nobody down here. It's like a ghost town.
They
What are you doing
cleaned it up.
walking around here?
I was scared to walk down through here. I'm going to see my friend who owns this coffee shop right here.
How has this affected local business owners here?
Oh, horribly. Some of my best friends who own businesses down here went out of business because people attacked them physically, attacked their guards and different things like that and put them out of business. Would go in and demand free food, demand it. Didn't ask, demanded.
Really?
Like, yes. And that happened a number of years ago when Obama was in there wreaking havoc as he was. I voted for him the first time, and then by the time the second time came up, I said, oh, hell no.
You're like, no way, I'm voting for him again, right?
No.
Wow, well, thank you so much for your time, ma'am.
Thank you.
Stay safe out here.
Y'all have a blessed day.
Have a blessed day. W's in the chat for this lady right here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jeff, where'd Angela go?
She went and got some coffee.
Coffee is cold. It is freezing out here.
Well, usually this time of year it's raining, so it's sort of unusual for us to have it this clear. So it's actually kind of a nice day. You could be this cold and raining, so we're actually pretty lucky as far as that goes. So we'll talk to those people.
Yeah, okay. We'll talk to these people here at the dog. Let's see what they're saying. Go up and see what's going on here. The lady was saying this is a good day out here in Portland. Oh, they went the other way. We're gonna head up here, see what's more going on down here. And is there like
maybe we could go this way too.
Go this way? I was a little worried. Those three guys came back. I was like, oh no.
It's like, uh-oh.
Wow. How long have you lived here in Portland for, Jeff?
Over 30 years.
30 years. Does it break your heart to see the city like this?
It does. It does. And it's not just what's happened to it safety-wise and what you see on the streets. It's also just like a lot of the places that I used to hang out with are gone now. Just a lot of the culture has really kind of turned dark.
Weird. How you doing?
This used to be a town of like artists and musicians.
These nuts.
Yeah.
You like these nuts?
No.
No. Can we talk to you really quick? Yeah, my name's Nick Shirley. I'm just a great conversation.
No, I'm good.
Aw, come on.
Yeah, I'm good.
What can I offer you? I don't. These nuts? I don't got these.
What do you do, man?
Yeah, my name's Nick. We do interviews with people all across America.
Look, I just had a over the age of 60 accident
and I have to get cleaned up. And
I think you spilled something on these nuts.
Huh?
Yeah. You spilled something on your nuts?
No.
Oh, okay.
Stop, man, I'm trying to have a conversation.
Here, come over here, Booker T.
I would be interested.
Yeah, I'm right here. We're live.
In the interview. Hey!
Oh, you're taking his tent.
Damn, dog.
Come on, these nuts. These nuts, what you doing?
Damn.
Gosh dang.
You gotta get a wheelbarrow for them shits, man.
Yeah, he does.
Can't be just dragging your nuts around like a bowling ball.
Yeah, he'd be dragging.
Ball.
He'd be dragging his nuts like he'd be dragging those wheels.
Man. Hey, man. I would be interested in the interview because I think the.
You're live right now. Can we talk to you? Just come out.
Well.
Come out of the tent.
Oh.
All right, he's coming out. These nuts. Look at him. These nuts right now. He's on a tricycle right now. You got another guy coming out here. Show us your best trick, these nuts.
This is my best trick.
Wow. These nuts going crazy. What else can you say besides these nuts? Any other jokes you got?
I'm like a one-trick dog or whatever.
A one-trick dog? These nuts is running rampant around here. Oh, here he comes.
Hello, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. Pull your pants up. There you go. How you doing?
Fabulous. Blessed as always. Happy to be alive.
Happy to be alive.
Nonetheless, all things considered.
And what are you up to today?
Just waking up and about to. I've
1
had
o'clock.
Over the age of 60 accident, so I have to clean myself up and change clothes before I go out.
Oh, you poop? You poop your pants?
Yes. But but I wouldn't go over there like this. And, you know, I'd get cleaned up some first and then go, because other people have to utilize that facility as well, and I would like to be mindful of their presence there too, right?
That's quite the suit jacket you got on. It looks like you could be going out playing a Jimi Hendrix gig if you wanted to.
Yeah, well, I'm an entertainer. I sing, tap dance.
You can't tap dance right now, right?
Not with my current underwear status.
Oh wow!
If you don't mind, could you grab my tent?
I'll grab your tent. So I'll grab Poop's pants right here. How often do you poop your pants?
Well, it has become frequent, more frequent than I would appreciate.
Yeah.
It seemed to come when I'm dehydrated.
Okay. You don't need to go too much into detail about the issue. You got a wristband on right now. Where's that?
Incontinent when I dehydrated, and I had to go to the hospital because I've been having some problems.
Yeah. With
my feet swelling and blistering from, well, tapping doesn't help. That's pretty taxing.
Are you on any drugs right now?
Condition. Yes.
What drugs are you using?
Methamphetamine, crack occasionally, and marijuana daily.
Mm-hmm. So you're staying off the fentanyl at least?
Oh yeah, I don't do narcotics, just stimulants.
Just meth and crack?
Yeah, stimulants.
Wow.
Outside of alcohol, but that's, you know.
And how have you been able to meet your neighbors here? Here in the other tents?
Not really. I pretty much stay to myself, unless there's a reason for my path to cross with someone else's. I try to give people their space, man.
And are you pretty good friends with these nuts?
Yeah. Well, he's a homie. He come through, you know, and.
Well, there are some showers where you can go and you can go clean up a little bit.
I know where the places I can go, but even going there, I would still.
How do you clean yourself up here?
Well, first I take a garbage bag and lay it down in my area, and I peel my clothes off and put them in a a different bag, and I wash on the plastic, and then I throw the plastic away.
And then you get just new clothes?
Yes.
Okay, well, we wish you the best of luck and have a great...
I have clothes here. I mean, that's what's in that bag.
Okay, well, we'll let you get to clean yourself up.
All right.
How's that sound?
I appreciate
Well, we
that.
appreciate you for giving us time to talk to you.
And
there's clean showers.
And there's clean showers over there if you want to go take a shower.
I know where they are. There's some up in TPI too. That's probably where I'll go.
Okay, perfect.
And maybe perhaps I'll see you guys again, and we can extend this conversation.
Yeah, I'd love to. I'd love to.
Thank you.
Have a great rest of your day, sir.
And you have a wonderful evening.
Okay, we will.
I like your outfit. You're styling.
You're styling it.
Yeah. You want to see the Chinese garden?
Yeah, let's check out the Chinese garden here.
So this is a beautiful Chinese garden in the middle of this area. They have, I don't know who the chopper's for.
Yeah, some choppers coming through right now. Hey, thank you, Naomi, here in the chat. We appreciate it. Wow.
Get a donation?
Yeah, we did.
Sweet.
Sweet. This used to be a hotel right here. The Royal Palm Hotel.
I am not sure.
The palm trees aren't looking too royal. Look at them.
I'm not sure the last time this was open.
Yeah. It's like the whole, and then, geez, that guy over there, great guy, but since he's been using drugs and stuff, he says he's been having a lot of adult accidents in his pants. So right now he's got to go find a place to go clean up, he says. Wow.
Sad.
Super sad.
So this is where people go in the morning and afternoon for lunch, breakfast, the Blanchet House.
Another nonprofit.
Another nonprofit.
There's a lot of them down here.
A lot of nonprofits that serve. Yeah, look at this hotel. Closed, and it looks like they just put up some sheet metal. This guy over here is injecting himself some drugs. Man, these streets are just eerie.
So that guy's probably on fentanyl. They call that the freeze. When they take it, they just completely...
Right now, I think he's got a needle.
Oh, he's got a needle. Okay.
Wow. And it's weird because this city, like, we've been to other big cities, and at least there's like other foot traffic besides like people that are also on
Yeah,
drugs.
this particular area has been hit hard. Hello. This is almost a 200 million a year organization that the city funds.
Really? What do they do?
Get no results.
Really?
Well, they house people in places that people that are there say they're scared. They just didn't take a lot of money.
They just take. Jeez. How much money does the city? Is this the China garden?
Yeah, this is it. I just think it's interesting to see. So they were they were getting to the point where they had to hire security, and it was, I believe, I'm going to do these numbers off the top of my head, $20,000 a month, for full-time security. So then they built all of this wrought iron around the garden,
So
just on this part.
Is this like a tourist
So
location?
you have to be buzzed in to pay to get in.
Really?
Yeah, and you pay to get in, or you have like an annual membership. It's actually, we can walk.
We're good. We're good. Wow, so people pay an annual membership to be part of the Chinese garden?
It's a beautiful garden. It's like one of the only ones in the U.S. like this. All this was brought in from, built in China and then brought over and assembled. And it's an unbelievable garden, and there are lots of events and so forth, but it's interesting.
How you doing? All right. Wow.
You were talking about hotels. There is the Society Hotel over there on the corner, the green and black building, and so they've hung out through this.
Jeez, and so that's why do you think they're like targeting? Even in Seattle, they had all the homeless that were right next to Pike's Place, and then they moved them to Chinatown. Why do you think they're bringing them to Chinatown? A lot of the homeless people.
Well, they're not not really bringing them here. There's a lot of services here, right? And so if you build it, they will come, sort of thing. So there's a lot of government-sponsored housing here. There's, as you can see, there was showers, there's shelters, there's food meals. This is really, in Portland, we have, sometimes we'll have people come in from out of town and they'll say, oh, take us to where the issue is. And this certainly is one of the pockets, but honestly, this issue is scattered throughout Portland. This is just, I would say, some of the most...
Sort of ground zero here.
Yeah, and I would say because the services are here, this is some of the most profoundly mentally ill people in the area and drug addicted because they're very close to services.
And where's that spot you're telling us where I forget the name.
Deflection
the
Center.
Deflection Center.
I'm gonna have to look it up.
It's across the river.
Yeah, so we'll have to get in the car.
Oh, okay, the Deflection Center. That'll be interesting to go to. Let's go check that out. We were just out that way. Let's go this way.
Okay.
Let's go this way.
We'll go down to the waterfront. You'll be able to talk to some people there.
There should be some people down at the waterfront area. Yeah, it's interesting just walking around the city.
So Nick, you go a lot of places, so any different impressions here?
Yeah, this place is just empty. In most cities, like even in San Francisco, homes are really bad. At least there's some buildings that are open.
Yeah.
Right? Or Seattle, at least some of the businesses are open. Here, none of the businesses are open.
Well, I got a coffee while you were interviewing the last person. I happen to know the owner, and they're holding in. So every time I go by, I make sure
all her competition got flooded out, so she's the only one.
yeah, it's a male who owns it.
Oh,
yeah.
and finally, one police officer here. Why do you think this police officer doesn't just go and bust all the people that are openly using drugs right around the corner?
Hello.
Well, is that one of the
So, while he's thinking of that, I was going to say that one of the things that I've done some ride-arounds with the police.
There you go.
And if we go this way, we can go down to the waterfront.
Is there people down there?
Yeah, there'll be people there.
Yeah, let's go down
There'll be people there. As I was saying, you asked about the officer. I almost don't know how to answer you. I mean, if they pick somebody up from using fentanyl, they ask them at this point, with Measure 110 changed to a misdemeanor A, they ask them, do you want deflection or jail? They are going to say deflection. They are going to be pulled off patrol for 2 to 3 hours, filling out paperwork, driving them over to the deflection center to know that they're going to be out in a few hours.
Basically, they drop their drugs off that they've been caught with, is what they're supposed to do. But they don't do anything. A lot of them leave within less than an hour. So it's not really doing anything. It's just, I guess it's just
So in a way, and I said that I don't support the police. It's just in a way, everybody's making money off of this process.
It's kind of a well-known area for homeless. They call this the pit over here.
The pit. Oh, we're going into the pit. So everybody who's watching right now that is tuning in 2020, they decriminalized drugs here in Oregon. Was it the whole entire state of Oregon or just Portland?
All of Oregon.
All of Oregon. And what did that cause the city and to the state?
Well, I mean, you can see what it's done to our city. And it's interesting because there for a while, like the suburbs were like, oh, it's Portland. And now we're getting stuff, at the coast, and we have stuff in the metro where people are also having problems.
Yeah, so it didn't just affect the big cities.
No,
the suburban.
just the big cities the worst. So Eugene's got it really bad. So does Portland. There's been some issues down in, Ashland, Medford, Bend. Bend has issues too. So it starts with the largest cities first, again, because there's, they go where the programs are. What we have here is subsidized housing.
Yeah, what bunch of boulders here? Did they bring all the boulders in to kick people out?
Yeah, this used to be just all covered with homeless tents, but in the last year they just covered it in boulders, so now you can see there's a lot fewer people down here. And that seems to be like ODOT's response to anything that's around a highway system. They just throw boulders so people can't hang out there. That's their decision.
Push it out to somewhere else.
Yeah, and over here on one of these bridges, they actually
they had worked their way into the structure, a bunch of homeless people, and they started a large fire. That was a couple years ago, right?
Really?
That shut down the highway for, half a day or something like that. So I mean, you just run into these crazy situations over here where, and people, half the pedestrians that get run over are homeless because they just wander out in the street. They're high. As you saw, that one place that we went, people were just kind of wandering in the street, and they don't watch what they're doing, and it's just this problem makes a bunch of other problems that much worse. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we got somebody yapping to the air right here.
Exactly.
See what she's got to say.
So she's either high or mentally ill or both.
Would you like to hang out with us one day?
Yeah.
Without it being a picnic.
A picnic sounds great.
Boys scout camp.
Can we talk to you really quick?
Can you do leadership qualities of saying, we'll take you for 1 week and pay for your room and board and attire? Would you do that with a community you were willing to apply if you got a donation on the behalf of taking you to? Would you lead them through how to behave like you? Because they're scared.
Yeah.
They're not enabled. They're just scared. They've done it. Was told they were done wrong the whole time. Like, no, stop there. No, stop there. Just don't stop them.
What are you up to today?
Is that I thought that was you're trying to show me like your hamster or something.
No, this ain't no hamster.
I was like, I'm not looking at your hamster when I'm trying to ask your lady something.
No, this ain't no hamster. What are you up to today?
I think I'm up to God at least.
You went to God?
I think I'm up to him at least. That's what I'm up to.
What did he say?
He said, they're all mine. They're all mine. I'm sorry, lady. You are too, but can you help me with these babies? I want to touch her.
Oh my word, she thought these were some squirrels or something. Some chipmunks and some hamsters. Wow, let's go talk to this guy up here. How are you doing? Let's move up and let's go talk to this guy really quick. Can we talk to you really quick? Say that again? Okay, no camera.
Yes, sir.
We're live right now, so you're on camera.
I'm on camera?
Yeah.
I don't want to be on camera.
Okay.
What's the reason, sir?
We're just live. We're talking to people here on the streets of Portland.
No, I'm not homeless. I'm just here to have one, two, three.
Okay, you're just going to a friend's house? It doesn't matter if you're homeless or not. We're just talking to people.
I don't want to talk to you. You can get on camera with me.
Okay, yeah. Then you might need to move somewhere else. Because we're going this way.
This way, there is more way. There are a lot of people.
More people?
Go this way. I don't know if you want to know.
Okay. Alrighty. Sorry, have a good day.
So typically what you have in some of these encampments, in these little pods, is you'll have the shot caller.
Yeah.
And the shot caller sometimes will send people over to figure out what the hell's going on. So you're sort of being watched often. And after a while, when you're looking for it, you can find it. So he had another guy, he had another guy talk to him, left, and then he came over.
Wow, so they got their own little economies inside of these.
Yeah. Yeah.
Their own little governments.
Yes.
Their neighbors. He's the mayor, the chief.
He's the mayor, as known as the shot caller.
Shot caller. Here. Mayor of the pit. The mayor of the pit. Here, do they give out like harm reduction kits? Are they giving people like the needles and stuff here, like other cities?
Yes. Recently, we've seen an uptick in needles. Fentanyl came in and it was gone, and now we're seeing it again.
Yeah.
Yeah, because fentanyl you smoke typically, the pills.
Yeah. So there's a bunch of different ways to do fentanyl here. So are the people here using the tinfoil?
Yes. Yeah.
Smoking the pills.
So in the tinfoil, yeah, exactly.
Wow.
So you want to go? I guess we'll walk this way
we'll walk down a little bit. Yep.
Okay.
And we'll hit the waterfront. Yeah.
And what are the local? So you guys say that the county officials and like the local government here, they don't even work inside the big cities anymore? Like their offices are not even occupying their offices anymore?
They come to work. I think the policy right now is 2.5 or 3 days a week, last I checked.
So they just are at home right now while all this is going on?
Today is Wednesday, so today they're at the city and the county because today are the board meetings at both places. They're full-day board meetings with the elected officials. You can show up and give testimony. I've done it many times.
And do they listen to you guys, or do they take...
They tend to listen to me more than most people because of my following.
Yeah.
That's why we built the following. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because it was just being just a general citizen that has one voice and nobody. How's it say it? If a tree falls in the woods and nobody's there, does it make a sound? So we just made sure that our sound was heard.
Yeah, it was needed. What brought the state to the point where they're like, all right, let's criminalize drugs again?
I think that you have a lot of different interests that are coming together. Number one, there is from federally what was coming through was this idea that you could put people who are on drugs with a substance use disorder, and then you could cover housing for them and cover treatment. There's a lot of money in mental health as well as pharmaceutical, Sublocks, I can't say it. Anyway, the different drugs that treat for treatment. So there was some of that. I think that a lot of the grifters in the nonprofit system here, they were enriched by this. Mm-hmm. It's hard to turn off the faucet when there's so many people that are benefiting from it.
Yeah, so it's like, if they were to turn off the faucet, a lot of these NGOs and these big homeless organizations, they'd start losing money, right?
Yeah, theoretically, and sometimes I think the simplest way to say it is that you have the government subsidizing for people the law of natural consequences. Like, we're keeping people from hitting rock bottom so they seek help. Right, you just go to their tent, you give them food, here's your shower these days, here's your clothes, this got wet, here's some more, here's some more tents, here's some more tarps. What was the tent number? Over 20,000 in 1 year they gave out. Like, we don't even have that.
20,000 tents.
6,000. It was like 20,000 tarps, I think.
20,000 tarps, 6,000 tents for the people here. Wow. And the lady we were talking to when you were grabbing your coffee, she said it used to be worse. Like, the tents there used to be just lined up, covering this place.
They didn't do any cleanups during the pandemic.
Yeah.
So if we walk on the waterfront,
what they do is they call them sweeps. They'll come through and they'll clean out like the garbage and have people move for a while. But a lot of times they just move a couple blocks away. Really what it does is it just pushes it more into like the neighborhoods, rather than downtown.
Mm-hmm. Wow. And so, when they catch them, they take them over the bridge, and then the people have to find their way back over somehow.
Because it's not that far, it's just across the bridge on Southeast Pine over here in 10th.
And, if you don't pay for public transportation, nobody gives you tickets anymore in Portland. So, they're all right.
Wow. How you guys doing?
Hey, how's it going?
You having a good day?
Not too bad.
My name's Nick.
All right.
What are you guys up to today?
Reading the stones as we walk down.
Very nice. We're live right now. We're just talking to people here in downtown Portland.
Okay.
How long you guys lived here in Portland for?
Been in Portland about 5 years.
5 years? Yeah. So do you come here during the pandemic then? Or?
I was down here during the pandemic, yeah. I lived in Vancouver during the pandemic, and I came over to Portland a little after.
Vancouver? Washington.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, not Vancouver, Canada.
Oh, no. Vancouver, USA for sure.
Okay, very nice. Yeah, Vancouver, Canada, we were there yesterday. It was pretty crazy.
Oh, well, I've never been to Vancouver, Canada.
Yeah, I don't suggest it. It's kind of wild up there. Here in Portland...
I don't mind it too much. At least it's out of the United States.
Yeah, what do you think about the United States?
Could be better.
What do you think about...
I love it, but it could always be better.
What do you think about the new president-elect, Donald Trump?
Oh, Lord. No, don't get me started on that, man.
Oh. Get started. What do you got to say about him?
I don't particularly care for him. Never did. Mm-hmm. I've been having to look at his disgusting face on TV since I was a child.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm in my 40s now. It gets a little irritating having to still look at him. I'm just saying.
Yeah. And what was it like here during the pandemic here in Portland?
Let's see. I don't know. It was like started seeing random patios outside of establishments for no reason, but maybe they should have started building on those beforehand. Maybe it wouldn't be so crowded on the inside,
And they decriminalized drugs during the pandemic. Now it's criminalized again. Are you guys seeing the problem getting solved, or has it got fixed at all?
I'm not seeing so many folks slumped over anymore.
So it's gotten a lot better.
Yeah, okay. Like it has. I'm pretty sure. It's like I don't see so many folks slumped over. I mean, shit, during all that, it's like, golly, you see folks slumped over like down Washington, under the Burnside, so on and so forth. But it's like, I don't know, I don't see it so much these days. I just don't.
And is this your friend right here?
Yep.
What do you like? What do you like about Portland?
I mean, it's big.
Big?
Yeah.
I stirred the food
Big and
up.
empty from what we've seen. There's not too much going down here in the cities.
Can be nice.
What do you guys do for work?
Well, I don't do much for work. I mean, I'm a busker, so I just, pull out guitar and, play when I can, just make tips and such.
Oh, okay. How's that going for you guys?
Yeah, shaky.
I'll give him some more, though.
Shaky. Where do you guys live?
We live in a shelter for the time being.
What's it like inside the shelters?
Depends on the shelter you're in. I mean, most of the shelters pretty much same type of environment.
And are they still? Do they still have sites where people can safe drug use sites here in Portland?
But I think they do, but I don't come across them myself. No.
No.
Because I don't do those type of drugs.
Yeah. Did you guys ever get tempted to do fentanyl when it was all going around?
Fuck no.
Yeah. How can you think so many people fall into the trap of fentanyl when they do see people that are cheap in the fentanyl fold?
It's cheap and they're already in the opiates.
Yep.
How much is this fentanyl?
I have no idea. I don't mess with them folks like that.
I've heard from people I've talked to that it's real cheap, $10 for a couple grams.
Really?
Yeah.
So people just easy access.
Right.
To the most powerful substance.
It's easy access to most people.
And how do you make money?
I just get by here and there, doing side stuff.
Side stuff?
Yeah.
Wow. What do you guys hope to do? Where do you guys hope to be in the next 10 years?
Alive.
Alive?
Yeah. That's pretty much it.
Alive, maybe in a better standing in life.
Okay, yeah, that'd be good. Cool. Where's your family at?
Well, I see, my mother and father, they live in Alabama. I'm not originally from down there, but...
Yeah, how'd you get all the way here?
I spent a lot of years hitchhiking.
Really?
And Portland was one of my favorite stops. I decided to eventually settle in and, make some type of life here.
Wow. Hey, well, we wish you the best of luck. What was your name again?
I'm Blue.
Blue?
Yeah.
Crispy.
Blue and Crispy. That's quite the combo right here. Blue, Crispy. Crispy, where are you from?
I'm born in Alaska, from McMinnville.
Whoa, how'd you end up down here?
Strange luck, I guess.
Yeah, for somebody, for you guys, you're from Alabama, from Alaska?
I'm from Wisconsin.
Wisconsin, then.
Yeah.
And so, when we meet some of the people that are you guys living in the shelters, living on the streets, it sounds like they come to a city and then they kind of get stuck. They can't leave. Is that what happened to you guys?
I want to say I got stuck here. I wanted to be in Portland.
Okay, so it wasn't like you came here and you spent all your money and then now you're here?
Nah, that was not the case. It's like I like Portland because it's the size of the city that I come from.
Awesome. Hey, well, thank you guys so much for your time. We greatly appreciate it.
No problem.
Thank you very much.
Have a good one.
You too. Thank you very much. Have a great rest of your day. Thank you, Salty Infidel. We appreciate it. And we also saw one from Samuel. Thank you very, very much. Let's talk to this guy with the blanket. Let's see. How you doing, sir? How's the day out here? Nice sunny day?
Yeah.
What are you up to today?
Oh, not much.
Microphone.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Hi.
Booker T. Jones.
Booker T. Jones?
Yeah, people love her on the internet. You know that?
Yeah.
She's popping.
Shannon Lewis. Pleased to meet you. How's your hand? Are you disabled?
What are you up to today?
Trying to stay warm.
Trying to stay warm.
Yeah.
What do you guys do when it rains here? Because it does rain a lot here in Portland.
I haven't seen it rain. One time.
One time?
Yeah.
How long you lived here for?
I lived in the U.S. 53 years.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I was born here.
More than me. I've been here for 22. What do you like to do for fun?
For fun?
Yeah.
I just do hard work.
Hard work? What do you do for work?
Anything I can get my hands on doing that pays money.
Nice.
Yep.
Me as well. I like working.
Dollar in my pocket's better than starting the day with a dollar and ending with a dollar in my pocket.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How did you end up here in Portland? Or where are you from? Like what state?
I'm from the United States.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Portland is a state, it's a city.
Yeah. So how'd you end up in the city of Portland? Did you live here? What city are you from?
Oh, I'm not ending here, and I'm not up. I'm trying to lay down, and then tomorrow I'm going to begin my future, one day at a time.
Yeah. Take everything one day at a time, right?
Yeah.
And if you were to try to describe the city of Portland to somebody that's never been here, how would you describe it?
It's pretty shabby. It's fucking shittier than fuck. You know, the concrete, those goddamn parking garages?
Yeah.
They're built there? They're built out of gypcrete. They're not concrete. They're sandcrete with calciumcrete.
Really?
With calcium chloride and calcium clay chloride and calcium sand. And they have calcium fiber. And they're made out of cold concrete that's built and it's put in and it's smoothed over and it's moved in illegally.
Yeah.
And there's 4 fucking stadiums that are underground here.
Yeah.
And the March Madness and shit was here.
Yeah.
And I came here and I found, Donald Trump wanted to put down, I'm trying to argue with Trump right now. Yeah, he doesn't get it. He's upset because he knows I'm backing Obama. And I'm back Trump too, the real Trump from New York City.
Man, what the fuck, cat? Go away, Simon.
He suggests put a $5 billion wall. Hey. He just spit it out for just a second. It was something he picked up.
Yeah.
And
is Trump pretty mad you're backing Obama?
I kicked the ass out of this place. I knocked some Russians, some Koreans, some goddamn Vietnamese, and Filipinos and some Chinese asses out of here. Over like 11 fucking million of them.
Really?
Gone.
You knocked 11 of them out of here.
Check it out.
We need you at the border, sir.
No. You can hit the fucking border.
Well, you can go too.
Get the fuck out of my face, dumb nigger.
Just call me the N-word. You never know what's going to happen here in the streets of Portland. Wow, that guy just called me the N-word.
He called you the N-word?
Yeah.
I've been called that before from people on the street. You know, it's interesting if you think about it. Probably every single person you've interviewed today, without exception, on the government system.
Wow.
Yeah.
And so how do the government systems, how do they get their money? Just taxes, right?
It's from all kinds of different places, right? Well, it comes from taxes, but I mean, they could have something from the county, from the federal, like VA, like from, housing boards, like DHS. I mean, like all the different places. But yeah, that in itself, I think, is a story.
So,
yeah.
We work hard, right? Me and you. I'm always out here traveling around the world trying to just share people what's going on, and then we have to pay a lot of money in taxes, and a lot of times taxes just go back, and I don't mind taxes going to these people. I do mind it going to like these NGOs, these nonprofits that are buying up these buildings and they actually never use anything of the buildings.
There's only a small portion that's actually going to people. Like if we took our homeless dollars per year and we divide them, it comes out to about $40,000 per homeless person in Portland. Now, granted, they're spending this money on people they're saying they're keeping from being homeless, but if you just divide it by who's out on the streets, it's about $44,000 a person here in Portland alone.
Whoa.
Right. Like, how much could you actually do for over $40,000 a person? So a lot of it is in really high-end salaries. A lot of it is in, again, buildings they buy. The government gives them money. They buy the building. They keep the equity. They grow their wealth. And I think for me, the thing that bothers me the most on the streets is people that literally are mentally ill, whether they're using or not. Like, it's just like, is this the best we can do in America? It is so corrupt here in Oregon. I mean, it's really something. It's corruption and it's incompetence.
Yeah, it's weird.
But everybody's getting theirs, Everybody working for the government, everybody working for the NGOs, they're getting theirs. They're driving their nice electric cars and everything's fine for them, but this is what persists.
Why do you think non-government organizations receive money from the government?
Because they can't be accountable then, right? can't pull a public records request. One of the things I would like to do in Oregon is get voters to get something, a ballot measure. I've been talking to some different people, including attorneys, about getting on the ballot measure that if a non-governmental entity gets over 95% of their funding from the government, they should be subject to public records requests so that we know where this money is going and how it's being used.
Yeah, because once it gets put into the hands
I
of
don't
the
like her
NGO,
voice
the
for some
government come in and
reason.
see where it goes, or
Not really.
Really?
I mean, like our county.
We saw that with the migrant crisis. Is NGOs were flying the migrants across the country, moving them everywhere.
Right.
And it sounds like they're doing the same thing for the homeless. Like,
yeah. Well, I mean,
as far as the money goes.
There is more accountability when we are expecting the government to holding the NGOs accountable. That in itself is the problem. It's sort of like, I think in my lifetime, I think people have not really realized that elected officials, their job is we're supposed to hold them accountable, right? So instead, we're just looking to them to figure it out. And why would they, whenever their campaigns are infused by the people that in fact are benefiting from this? We can look up, for example, campaign finance of elected officials. They're getting money from the very NGOs that are getting money from these programs.
It's crazy.
I mean, like hundreds of thousands of millions of dollars, is what I'm telling you. So, and then also they grow their little lists, and then they show up at all the different nonprofit stuff and ballot harvest, which is allowed here, and get them to vote for more of it.
Really?
Yeah.
It's ballot harvesting people to come vote for.
Ballot harvesting is completely legal in the state of Oregon.
Really? And is there voter ID here?
There is not. Mail-in voting.
Really? What about for local elections?
We just had I should just say that we just had a situation where at our DMV, we passed a while back that if somebody had a driver's license, they would automatically be registered to vote.
Yeah.
There is no mechanism that verifies that they're citizens.
Really? So
we have some cleaning up to do here. We have more people on our. This is a fact. We have more people that are registered to vote than are actually eligible to vote. We don't clean up our rolls. We have all kinds of followers that have people that have passed away or their kids have gotten older and moved away and they're still getting ballots. Now, whether that's impacting elections, I can't really say for sure, but the point is that nobody can.
Yeah, so it just messes up the whole entire integrity
Oh,
of elections.
she's done talking to her now.
See this guy's out here on
Let's
a hammock, just chilling, smoking a little doobie out here in the park. Is it legal to smoke weed out in public?
It is.
Or sleepless in there.
Well, not technically, but they still do it.
It's not. I don't even know. I've seen it so much. I figured it was legal.
It's technically not legal.
Oh, we're the homeless people.
How you doing?
To smoke.
I thought it was evil.
Have a good day.
Away from them.
I mean, cannabis is legal here, so I would think that you can do it outside the same as a
You're
cigarette.
supposed to smoke in your home.
Supposed to smoke in your home?
Okay.
Wow.
He would know.
Should we go talk to the guy that's chilling out on the hammock? Let's see if he can talk to me for just a quick second. Excuse me, sir. Can we talk to you for just a quick second? We're live. We're just talking to people here in Portland. Can we talk to you really quick? All right, awesome. What are you up to today? Straight chilling? What are you doing today? Yeah. Good?
Regular.
Oh, ¿hablas inglés o solo español?
Español.
Español nomás. Where are you from? ¿De dónde eres?
Soy de El Salvador.
De El Salvador. How long have you been here for? ¿Cuánto tiempo lleva aquí?
4 o 5 años.
4 or 5 years?
Yes.
Do you like it here? ¿Te gusta los Estados Unidos? ¿Te gusta los Estados Unidos?
Pues, digamos, degustarme no es como, digamos que el origen de donde uno es.
Yeah, so it's kind of like it, but not. All right. Well, thank you for your time. Muchas gracias por su tiempo. Que tengan buen día. Hasta luego. Have a good day. Let's go back into the city. Let's go back into where all the action's at.
Yeah. Let's we'll go this way. We'll cross Burnside and go where more of the office buildings are.
Oh, okay. See if we can talk.
Maybe we can talk to some people that are actually working.
Yeah, I want to talk to some business owners. We haven't got any input from the business owners here yet today. Someone says send it to ALC's house. What do you guys think about ALC? Do you guys think ALC is going to run for president in 2028? Do you guys see that?
Might.
ALC, that'd make an interesting campaign right there.
Yeah.
Anything's possible in this country.
Yeah, anything's possible.
Were you guys happy with the election results?
We were very unhappy with the local election results. In terms of the national election results, we personally were Kennedy fans, and so we're happy to see, you know, some ideas about accountability with our three-letter agencies. We are thrilled to hear that we might have some guidelines federally about elections, and you know, we're pretty moderate, so you know, we like on our platform here in Portland, like we have people that are consider themselves conservative as well as people that consider themselves liberal.
Okay, very nice. Got somebody sleeping right here underneath the underpass.
But it's pretty easy to lean a little conservative in this city.
Yeah. Why do you,
At some point, you're like, stop.
But it always votes liberal for some reason, though.
Yeah, there's a lot of government bootlickers here. They don't know. They just don't know what's going on. They can't. You know, I talk to Portlanders a lot, and they'll say, "Well, this is going on everywhere." I'm like, "This is not going on everywhere. Are you traveling? It's not going on everywhere."
Mm-hmm. What's there to do here in Portland? Like, what's the attraction? Why do people come here?
We're really close to the mountain. We're really close to the ocean. We're really close to lakes, trails. It's beautiful country. You said you lived in the Northwest, so you kind of know the draw. Used to be the best liberal city in the United States. People would come here and comment about how clean it was.
Really?
Yeah, like that wasn't even 15 years ago, probably. Between 10 and 15 years ago. They had a great art scene, music scene, kind of what that guy was saying. All this didn't persist in the same way.
This way?
We'll go up just a couple more and then we'll find the businesses, okay?
Oh, okay.
We kind of know where we're
Sounds
heading.
good.
But as you can see,
There's not anybody walking around here. Like, these arches are, like, these parks are just empty. Maybe it's because it's cold too right now. I don't know.
This is Skidmore Fountain. It's a lovely historical place. The horses used to come here and drink. Early 1900s, late 1800s.
I've seen this on X, known as Fentanyl Fountain. Is this the Fentanyl Fountain?
It moves around, but it was at one time. Yes.
It was Fentanyl Fountain at one time. Let's see if we can talk to somebody living inside here.
Okay.
Hello? Anybody living in there? Knock, knock. Anybody in there?
Yeah, just storing stuff.
So it's just empty?
Started a fire last night. Lots of foil from fentanyl.
Wow.
Yeah.
So there's just a bunch of foil from fentanyl inside there, and nobody's in right now. So it's just like maybe a little hot box session, and they moved out.
Sometimes too, and I'm not saying it's here, but sometimes too, they'll hold these tents in different places in town, and they're basically like a prostitution tent. So they'll bring them through, yeah, because they're sort of like. It's sort of that at all levels. Sometimes I don't think it's prostitution, it's more trafficking.
What do we have right here?
You know.
Do you see this right here?
Right.
Looks like someone wiped their bum. Oh, someone had an accident and wiped their bum, socks, used their, oh yeah, you can see the underwear right there. Someone had a adult accident. Watch out for the train. Ew. Hello? Can we talk to you? Interview. How are you? So he's just coming up. You gonna come out? So this person has pooped their pants. At one point they did poop their pants. You can see the paper towels, the toilet paper, and they even use socks to wipe their bum. Right next to, who's this guy? Captain and Kenny.
We have a street named after him. He was a wheat and timber guy. I don't know a lot about him.
Wow, I bet he would be happy knowing this is happening right here.
Yeah, it's just no good.
There's literally, did you see all that right there?
I did. I saw every bit of the shit all over the ground.
It was everywhere.
Oh, God.
Next to the fire station.
And I mean, this is like, and we were talking about sort of like the political feeling of people. So sometimes on my channel, you know, everybody gets naysayers the bigger you get. Yeah.
And all this building right here, boarded up as well.
Isn't it a beautiful building?
It is a beautiful building. Got some nice architecture to it. Some good paintings. Good
Look at these details. It's just
the details.
so beautiful. Yeah.
And now it's just empty. Do you know what it was? This building right here?
I don't remember what was here. I'm sorry, I don't. It's like there's been so many changes, you almost can't. Yeah, it just goes on.
Wow.
For lease.
Crazy.
Let's say.
Is there anything that could surprise you from the city of Portland? Would there be anything that could happen? You'd be like, surprising. Or is everything just kind of like, okay, that happened.
It's gotten to the point where you almost believe anything.
Mm-hmm. We've got somebody approaching your. Is Jeff your husband?
Yeah, he's my partner. Yeah.
Okay. How you doing, sir? What are you up to today? What?
Change.
I don't have any cash on me right now.
Right.
Like your shoes.
These slippers.
Your slippers.
Thank you. What's that?
It's a microphone. It's almost as nice as your mustache.
Yeah, I need it. How you doing? You're beautiful too.
Hey, that's Brooker T. That's Brooker T. Calm down.
I used to roll in.
Yeah.
Earlier.
Is this your tent right here?
No.
Who lives right here?
Yes.
How you doing? Good. Can we talk to you really quick? We're live right now. We're doing interviews with people here in the streets of Portland. If not, no worries. Oh, will you show us your house? Yeah. Okay. He's gonna show us his house.
All right.
Man, where'd you get the flippers at? The shoes?
I find them.
You found
Pretty
them?
fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got nice shoes, but I couldn't put them on.
Where are you from?
I'm originally Lebanese.
You're Lebanese.
You're Lebanese. Is this your place?
Oh, this is your place.
Who lives in here with you?
Nobody.
Nobody?
Everybody has.
Everybody lives in there. Is there anybody in there right now?
Yeah, but they don't want to talk. That's free.
How you doing, ma'am? Can we talk to you? We were just talking to your friend right here who lives here. You good? How you doing?
Hi.
How old are you?
I'm 30.
You're 30 years old?
13.
She's 13?
No, 30.
Going on 12.
13 going on 12. Well, she's 30. How long you been living out here for?
China's been coming by a lot lately.
Like 5 or 6 years.
Wow, it sounds like everybody we've spoken to has came here in these past 5 or 6 years. And that's when they decriminalized the drugs here. And what brought you out here to Portland?
Well, at the time it was like family issues, but yeah, just growing up, and my mom wanted to relocate up here to Oregon from California.
Okay. What are you up to today? Any plans?
Nothing besides moving all of our stuff.
Where are you going to move to?
Probably over to Burnside.
And why do you guys got to move?
Because rapid response comes and tells us that we got to move every week or so.
Okay, so you've been here for a week and now you just got to move to another place in town?
Well, we've been here for one day, but yeah, we're going to go over to Burnside now. Because we kind of take up a lot of space right here.
And was that your dad right there or no?
No, friend.
But you guys sleep together?
Not sleep together, but we hang out, yeah.
You hang out?
Yeah.
And what did you do before you moved out here? Oh, she's getting her cigarette going.
Nothing special. I used to work at Subway, and yeah.
Is there any decision that you can think about that brought you out to living here on the streets?
Yeah, probably drug use.
And what drug started it for you?
Opiates, fentanyl. Well, at the time, heroin, and then over time, I just moved over to fentanyl.
Are you currently still on fentanyl?
Yeah.
And how hard would it be for you to get off fentanyl if you wanted to get off it?
I think it will be hard It's just the physical withdrawal symptoms that I'm kind of worried about.
Yeah.
'Cause that's why I kind of use it so I don't feel sick. And
have you ever been through withdrawals?
Yeah.
And what are the withdrawals like from fentanyl?
Hot and cold flashes, sweaty, cold, body aches, stomach pain, vomiting, diarrhea.
Really?
Yeah.
And how much of your day, what percentage of your day would you say are you worried or thinking about getting high again?
Probably most of the day, probably.
When was the last time you had your last hit?
Like a few hours ago.
And how do you make your money?
Panhandle.
And do people give you money here?
Yeah, sometimes, yeah.
And how much does it cost to buy your drugs here?
Like $20 would be all right, but sometimes we don't even make that much, so sometimes the person is willing to give a little bit for like $5.
Really?
Yeah.
That cheap here?
Yeah.
Man, well, we know there's a...
It's not very much, it's probably like a little crumb.
Yeah, we know there's a place where you can check yourself into if you'd like here.
Yeah, probably so, yeah.
Have you ever thought about checking yourself in?
Yeah, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel like it would cause me a little bit of stress right now.
Mm-hmm.
But
is there anything somebody could do for you to get you to want to get off drugs? Like, is there a job somebody could give you? A price somebody could offer you?
No price, but I don't think there would be a job. I mean, it doesn't sound bad to get clean. It's just the detox part is gonna suck.
Yeah, but would you be willing to go through that to make your life better?
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah.
Well, you should check yourself into the location. It's called something. It starts with Harbor. Have you heard of it? The Harbor?
No.
Angela, what's the woman's thing called? Woman rehab? Harbor. What is it? Harbor?
Harbor of Hope?
Harbor of Hope.
Oh, Shepherd's Doors.
Shepherd's Doors. Have you heard of Shepherd's Doors? Okay.
Where is it?
Do you know where it's at?
It's over in Southeast.
Over in Southeast.
Southeast, but Portland Rescue Mission runs it.
Okay.
Or the Portland
so I can go
Rescue Mission.
there and get more information for it, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That'd be good if you got yourself clean.
Yeah, no, it would. It sounds good.
I'm a little concerned about you not being safe out here.
Yeah, I know.
There's a lot of. Hopefully he's kind of keeping watch because there's some pretty nasty people out here.
Yeah.
Has someone ever came?
You're a very beautiful woman.
Thank you.
Has someone ever came to you like we're doing right now and giving you the options, or at least leading you in the direction where to go if you wanted to get clean?
No, not really.
Really?
Do you know where Portland Rescue Mission is?
Yeah, right on Burnside.
Yeah, you just cross the street. It's on the left.
Yeah.
You can also, do you have a phone?
Yeah.
You can also just call 311 and ask for the number at Shepherd's Door.
Okay.
And then call them and say, hey, can I get an intake? I need
Okay.
And then they can, then you're not sort of waiting in line and talking through it.
Right now, and just telling her the process so they can maybe try to get this girl clean.
Okay.
I think they require, don't quote me on this, but I think it's like Bybee Lakes where they require sobriety for about 24 hours.
Yeah, so detox.
Yeah, and they can help with that.
Yeah. That's understandable.
Yeah. So, but I mean, like if you're, if you use the
you might help this lady
or
get
something
clean.
it's just 24 hours, right?
Yeah. Well, it would help my situation a lot because right now I'm fighting DHS to get my kids and being out here on.
And I know.
How many kids do you have?
Right now, I have 4. No, yeah, 4.
You have 4 kids.
Yeah.
Shepherd's
Whoa.
Door
She
will
just
help
sitting
you
there.
with that too. Like and then there's also
Let's see.
there's some different. They can get you connected through.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
How old are your kids?
I have an 8-year-old, a 6-year-old, a 3-year-old, and a newborn.
Whoa, wow. Imagine how happy they'd be if they saw you take the steps to get clean.
I know. I want to now.
Would you like us to walk you over there? Or?
Well, I can do it. I just gotta help move this stuff over to Burnside. We're going to Burnside anyways.
Look at me. Look at me. You can fucking do it. You hear me? You can do it. I see you.
Thank you.
It's gonna suck, and then you can do it. You can do hard things.
I can, yes.
Just trying to get through to you.
Yeah, I know. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's like it's the trauma of all of it, right? It's not just the it's like once you get out here it gets even worse.
Yeah.
Do you want a hug?
Yes. Thank you.
I'll cry for you.
Thank you.
Yeah. We go through this stuff. We go through stuff like this. We come out on the other side, and we get fortified. We're stronger than we would have been without it. You're not your situation. Yeah, you can get out when you say. You got it in you. I can see it in your eyes.
Thank you.
Yeah, don't stay out here too long.
Okay.
It's dangerous.
I know.
Okay? All right.
You got this.
Shepherd's Door.
Okay.
Okay? 311. 311 on your phone.
Okay.
Okay?
I'll call right now.
Yeah.
She's gonna call right now.
Thank you.
Look, she's gonna call
Sorry
right
to
now.
get
No,
involved in
that's
the-
awesome.
yeah.
That's awesome. No, that's great. How many? Like we had a simple conversation with this lady. How many of these people do you think get reached out to in like a manner like this, where someone just has a conversation with them, talks a little bit of common sense in their head?
It totally works, and it's just not happening. You know, we've got people in offices, large salaries. A lot of these people you'll talk to, nobody's coming out and talking to them. You know, whenever they talk to people, it's the harm reduction, or excuse me, it's like, you got to move, you know, and then they're 3 blocks away, and it's just the whole thing continues, or showing up and like, here's food, here's this, here's that. In a perfect world, like they say, well, we outreach to them so that we can get them help. But we find as we go to harm reduction things, we've been around, and there's generally no one there that's doing that work.
Mm-hmm. So now she's in here. She said she's gonna call, make the phone call.
Yeah, and it's, you know, the truth is that sometimes it takes a few times, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, she's on the. She's got it dialed up.
Do you want me to help you? Do you want me?
Oh no, I was calling right now.
Okay.
Wow, that's
Shepherd's Door.
Shepherd's Door. It's pretty incredible. We got her call and.
And then is a secondary, like if they say, oh, we're full. Your other one is Bybee Lakes.
Okay.
Have you heard of Bybee Lakes? So they're up, they have a bus line, but they're up kind of a little bit farther out, like Columbia, Marine, that kind of area. And they have like, they'll teach you how to like cook and skills, and they have a greenhouse, and they have a garden. They have a place for people and their kids.
Information on the Shepherd's Store.
Oh, are you talking to them?
Yeah, she's on the phone.
Okay. Oh, she's got her AirPod or something. Hey, thank you. God bless you. Yeah, she's on the phone.
You can do it, bro.
You got this. Thank you.
She's got to get out of here. You can't always protect her. There's some pretty unsafe people out here. I've had situations.
No, you scared. I tell you, when you can when she opened that thing, you got scared. Why?
I'm not scared. I was just ready to move on.
Yeah, but She's not dangerous.
I'm not scared.
She's a peaceful person. She's
No, I
very
see that about her. I see that
She
about
got
her.
big heart.
Yeah. Well,
Yep.
now we're getting
Yep.
her help she needs.
I got kids by her too. I got 2 kids by her.
Best of luck.
Oh, Mom's coming up from the house.
Here, we'll move around here. Awesome, you guys. We just helped that lady.
No.
As simple as that. You just have a conversation with these folks, and I could tell she was wanting change. So we gave her a little bit of options, talked to her, and I think when you brought up the point about her children, realizing that she has 4 children, 8-year-old, 5-year-old, 3-year-old, and a newborn. So hopefully this lady gets the help she needs. And right now, Angela just went and talked to her, and she's got a big old smile on her face, actually. So hopefully we instill a little bit of hope and power into her, which will make the difference. My name's Nick Shirley. Nick Shirley.
Why are you backing up like?
Because we're going this way now.
We're gonna go.
Who are you?
Now this guy's mad that everything's all right.
We just came to show what's going on.
They interview people in cities around the country.
What are you gonna put that in the water?
All right, no, we're just talking to people. Have a good rest of your day.
Bye bye.
Good work, Angela. That's powerful right there.
Thank you.
Yeah, because you wonder how many people, when you actually, because a lot of the people you only get the surface level with them, but when you're able to talk like, oh, you have kids, like how happy would your kids be if they saw you get better? And then now she literally went into the tent and got on the phone.
It's sort of like they're out here, and you've talked to a lot of people, and you're talking to people that almost are not based in reality, like, oh, things are great, or like, oh, I'm just doing my chill. And it's like, so a young woman like that, and she's using, but I mean, there's periods of time where you're able to get through, and nobody's having discussions like this.
Yeah.
So it's like this wake up moment. But I gave her my number because she may call and get through it's almost like if she gets help after one conversation, it's a miracle, like honestly.
Yeah.
And I don't mean just help meaning the system, I mean herself, like backing out of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I can tell you from my own experience that looking at somebody and hugging them and giving them a number over time, it can get them help. The trick is to get her help before before something awful happens to her out here, frankly.
Yeah, I mean, she's a pretty individual. She doesn't look like if you looked at her and say she were to get herself dressed up, you would not think she's a user or anything like that.
No.
So she's a pretty individual.
Yeah, she's still savable, but it's statistically it takes like 36, 37 hours for a woman to be assaulted out here.
Whoa.
Yeah. We have all kinds of stories in Old Town, and this is right next to Old Town, as you know, of people that are either homeless or people who come into the area that take advantage of people. And it's good to remember too that fentanyl is, I mean, it's a drug that you give people for surgery, right? So you're not of yourself when you're using. That's why they're in a stupor, etc. So horrible things can happen.
Yeah, and it might take somebody like her 4 or 5 contacts. Maybe we were the 5th contact.
Yeah.
But we caught her at the right time where she hadn't been using. She said in the past hour or so. So we were able to talk to her.
Yeah.
So hopefully she gets the help she needs.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Awesome. Let's talk to a few business owners if we can and see how this has all affected them. Let me just check something here on the camera really quick.
Yeah. Go ahead.
All right. Perfect.
So this particular area downtown, Nick, whenever I started working here, I was working in the big pink building, but this particular area is so run down right now. It used to not be this way. And you're going to see places like Mother's Bistro and so forth, but it's almost like the business, like if somebody said to me, hey, let's meet downtown for drinks, and it was evening, this would not be the area I would come to. I would go south downtown at this point. Yeah, exactly.
What did he say?
Yeah.
You could come down here.
He said he'd come down here immediately. You would? At nighttime?
Well, what's the chance of
Hell, at my age, getting knocked down and raped is like a nice thing.
Jeez.
What's your name?
I am Chris Jackson.
Nice, Angela. Nice to meet you.
Angela.
Yeah.
What are we doing here? YouTube or?
Yeah, this is Nick Fish from YouTube. I'm Angela.
He goes around a bunch of cities.
I've heard a lot about you. I'm glad to finally have met you.
What's going on?
Not bad.
Nick Shirley here for you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
What are you up to today?
I am on my way back to my home in Arlington, Oregon, but I was over at Mary's talking to my friends. I used to work there for a while.
And to see
What did you do at Mary's? It's a strip club.
Oh.
What do you think I did?
Were you a bouncer? Yeah. Okay.
Watch this. Watch
Yeah.
this.
Yeah, that's pretty nice.
Look at
That's
you.
Nice.
But I can't do it on this arm. I don't know why the right arm is the only one I can do it with. That's a total mystery to me. Yeah.
Are you danger for the people here on the streets?
Danger? Yeah, because you're not dealing with people who are rational.
Yeah, and to come down here to Portland to see it in the state it's in, how does it make you feel?
Well, they come down here to do what? I'm sorry.
To come to Portland and to see it in the state it is in right now, how does that make you feel?
Well, I lived here for 40 years, so change is always unsettling, but the change appears to be more for the positive. I don't know what it's like at the nighttime. I mean, these right there where you see Stumptown, that used to be a bar, and it still is. There is still a bar there. When you come down here on Friday night,
This was a happening place.
Yeah, they were lined out. In the 1980s, when I first started coming down here, there were several places that lined you up out the door.
And now you got to go to Mary's.
I went to Mary's. What do you mean, have to go to Mary's?
Well, now you.
What are you? Are you?
You get to go to Mary's.
Is there a sexuality problem here?
No. I love women probably just as much as you, but I ain't going to Mary's.
No. I'm not going to make any excuses about it. I went to art school and all these other things like that. But yeah, you go there and it's just. They're nice people. That's their job. Their job is to be nice.
Yeah, pay them and they'll treat you good.
If you disrespect them, you get bounced.
Yeah.
That's all there is to it. And
not the good bounce, right?
There is some rebounding. Yeah.
I mean, Mary's would be the place to go get a rebound.
Well, if you talk the right way, yeah, you'll get a rebound there. Absolutely. Yeah.
Maybe catch an STD.
Or maybe get a dent in the bumper of your car because you parked too close. Or I'm sorry, in the fender of your car because you parked too close to the door.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Well, you have a great rest of your day.
This place, especially in the 80s, going into the late 90s, on Friday nights, this place was overrun with college people. Overrun. And they were waiting around and they were doing things. And there are several bars, there are several establishments now that had lines out the door because they had dancing at night. Yeah, it was a hot place. It's Satyricon. But you wouldn't want to go to Satyricon unless you kind of like do what you were doing.
Interesting. Any message you got to the people right now?
Who, what?
Any message you got to the people right now? You got about 2,000 people watching you.
Oh, 2,000 people, send money. I take dollar bills, $2 bills, and $5s.
Hey, that'd probably be good for you at Mary's.
Yeah, and if you hit me with a $5, I'll introduce you to somebody named Misty.
Wow. That sounds like quite the deal.
Nice to meet you.
You're a beautiful woman.
Thank you.
Hey, hey, easy.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Have a good one.
I'm sorry. I get this. This star.
This is what happens when. This is what happens.
I'm just not meant to be Hollywood.
Oh man.
Take care of yourself. Yeah.
So that guy might be one of the dangers of the streets.
He's all right. Hello.
How you doing? Oh, that guy just got done at Mary's. That guy was a happy man. All right, let's talk to one business owner, and then we'll probably, Hey, thank you. Appreciate it. Do you live here in Portland?
I do, yeah.
What do you think about it?
Pros and cons every place.
Pros and cons?
Pros and cons every place.
What do you do down here?
I drive Uber.
You drive Uber?
Yeah, meet all sorts of people.
Is it like a good place to have to do Uber, or is it?
Overall.
It's are you pretty busy during the days?
Not during the days, during the weekends, yeah. It's not too shabby.
Not too shabby. Do you ever have to come down here, or has anything crazy ever happened to you down here?
I mean, you see people, smoking, doing all the sorts of things. Like when I'm actually driving Friday, Saturdays, people are pretty chill, relaxed. Okay. This is definitely not the place to date, though. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Very polyamorous hookup culture, non-traditional type of community out
there.
Lots
of genders.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it kind of makes it hard when you're looking for a girl.
Oh, I've kind of like given up, to be honest. When I'm done with school, I'm gonna go out east, Tennessee, Knoxville.
Oh, there you go.
Bible Belt, somewhere down there. Find my wife.
There you go. Hey, best of luck. Thanks for watching the videos. We appreciate it. Have a good one. Oh man, I just can't believe how empty these streets are.
The interesting thing too about what he said, and this is that one of the things that's happened is that anyone that doesn't agree with whatever the narrative is, whether that be, oh, you know, you need to, it's these people just need housing and you need to be great to them, or like BLM or DEI or whatever, if you don't agree with all that exactly towed to the line, you are sort of either canceled or ostracized or whatever. So that young man says it's hard to date here because he doesn't know who people are that think like him, right? So this mind
makes him a bigot.
Mind virus, or whatever you want to call it, that
Woke
sort
media
of
mind virus.
happen with the think tank here, and why people sort of vote and think they are. Like for me, it's not a liberal or conservative thing. That's upstream. The real issue is it's government. It's government. It's out of control spending. It's ineffective. That's what the real issue is, for me at least. And anyway, but you're sort of conditioned that you're never supposed to ask questions or push against it or call it out. And so it goes downstream to the point where people who are just reasonable people think that their people are not here.
Yeah.
I don't know if I translated that well.
No, you make a good point. Like, you can't ask somebody the hard questions when you're just trying to meet them on the surface face level. And who knows if yesterday I met in Capital City in Seattle, I met somebody.
I think it's the next, is that it or the next one?
Other day in Capital City or Capitol Hill in Seattle, I met somebody that was trans mass demisexual. I didn't even know that existed. Good for the guy or girl. I don't know what you call it. What you would say.
We're going to bang on a business, see if they'll talk with you.
Oh, okay. But I mean, it would make it hard if you're trying to date somebody and all of a sudden they say, well, I'm a trans mass demisexual. And you're like, well, I didn't even know that existed. That's what I met. I met somebody yesterday. Great person. But I asked him, like, what do you identify as? He said, trans mass demisexual or something like that.
Was that here in Portland?
Yeah, it's Capitol Hill, Seattle.
Oh, okay.
But I guess there's like, and then there's like a game we could have played, like going with the LGBTQ, like the LGBTQ plus IA plus 2 or something like that, like the alphabet.
Right.
And they say, he referred to himself as like person of the alphabet, like, oh, like he's part of the alphabet, which was interesting.
Wow. So you're coming up a little bit more action.
Oh yeah, there's the Black Lives Matter painted onto the building. Closed. That building's closed.
There are like 2 black people that live in
Can you see the
Portland.
Black Lives Matter right here? Yeah, so is this where they came down and rioted down these streets?
Yeah. It was mostly just down the way where the Justice Center is. If you kind of see what's coming out of that building, the plants are about there. I say if we go over to the food court, we'll be able to find some business people.
Oh, okay.
We're going to see if the business owner at Alamere.
Why don't you take them over to the food court, Jeff, and then I'll go to Alamere and I'll see if I can find Sam or Lydia.
Well, let's just go there now. It's just right there.
Okay.
Oh, okay, let's do it.
It's locked, so I'm going to have to bang.
Yeah.
Wow. So do businesses keep their doors open throughout the whole entire day, or do they keep them locked as well?
Usually they keep them locked. Yeah, because they don't want people.
How are you doing? I do not have any cash on me today. Poor guy.
Fentanyl pill costs less than $1.
Really?
So when you're giving people money, you're literally sometimes just getting them on their next fix. Yeah. Or perhaps giving them something that will make them overdose.
Wow. Yeah. So it's hard because like somebody comes up to you like a panhandler and they need money, they want money, but it's hard because you can't even trust that they're going to use it for something good because fentanyl is only $1 here.
Right. I mean, I don't think. I mean, what people need is not money, right? You're just enabling them to stay out here.
They need to know that. 311. I didn't even know that was a thing. So it's
Give them a knock with a penny.
Is 311 nationwide?
No, it's just here local, and it basically goes to a number that really 211 does the same thing. 211's a little bit more homeless services. 311's more city, but the 311 will get her through too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Let's see if anyone here in the chat has any questions for us to ask. Angela, while we have her with us here today. Someone says 211 in Utah. Yeah. Too bad inflation didn't affect the drug market like it did affect the grocery stores. Someone here in the chat saying it costs less for fentanyl than it does for a gallon of milk.
Right. Want to see if she wants to chat?
Yeah.
Hello.
How are you doing? Having a good day? So. How long have you lived here in Portland for? A while. You have a quick second? No. Okay, no worries.
Pretty typical Portland.
Yeah, different.
Nice and friendly.
Nice and friendly. It sucked. There's nobody here on these streets.
Yeah,
I mean, if you want to have a city to yourself, come to Portland.
Downtown.
And Voodoo Donuts, I remember coming here once on a little road trip, and Voodoo Donuts had a line out the door.
Exactly.
And you had to wait like an hour. I remember my dad waiting in line for an hour that day just to get some Voodoo Donuts.
Oh yeah.
If the owner is there, do you want me to go chat while you guys are over here?
Or we can just talk to anybody inside one of these shops.
Yeah. Here's the guy.
Let's see. How you guys doing? Let's see if we can talk to one really quick. How you guys doing? Can we talk to one? You guys were doing a live stream. We're just trying to talk to
this camera
somebody
guy
that
sucks.
runs a business down here.
Fire the camera guy.
Yeah, but sorry.
Okay, no worries. Hey, what's going on? Let's see, let him park really quick. All right, this will be the last interview of the live stream.
Parking right there.
Yeah, it's a lawless city anyways. Just park it. This guy's got a construction business right here. Let's go.
It's not my company.
Oh, okay. No worries. How you doing?
Work here. Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, man. You're the last interview of the day, so we're gonna make it good.
Oh, no way.
You're the last one.
I was just watching your Capitol Hill video like yesterday. I drive all day, and I get bored, so I just put YouTube videos and I started watching your Capitol Hill thing yesterday. But
what'd you think?
I mean, I love Seattle, but I never been to Capitol Hill. It's kind of,
yeah, there's really nothing to go there
I'm
for.
married, so I wouldn't take my wife there at all.
No.
Just because of the history, But
all right, thanks for the heads up,
live
Brody.
here in Portland.
How long you lived here in Portland for?
About 1.5 years now. I'm originally I've lived in Minnesota that was 6 years ago, but I'm mostly from SoCal, Redlands.
What do you think about Tim Waltz?
No, thank you. Yeah, no, I actually have some lady that I know from high school. She was my teacher. She's into politics and whatever. And way back then, my parents were like, "Oh, let's support her because we know her. She's part of the Latin community." And so I actually met Tim Walz in that time because I found some pictures when we were there with him, rallying for her.
Yeah.
And so I was like, "Oh, that's crazy, the small world." But yeah, I voted for Trump.
Oh.
I'm not like.
Ask these ladies if they will talk to us really quick. Can we ask you guys a quick question? Okay, awesome. And here in Portland, ghost town pretty much here. Did you expect to see this when you moved here?
When I first moved here 4 years ago, I lived in Canby. So it's a small town. I love that town. Very traditional, Christian people.
Bill, if you had to ask, you can't afford it.
But when I got married, we found an apartment here cheaper. We thought it's a city, why not try the city out, This truck, it's not my truck, so thank God I don't pay for the repair, but it sucks just calling my boss. I call him probably once a month. Hey, they broke the window. What did they steal? Oh, I don't know, some sunglasses. And it's I can't believe that. And it happened to this truck 4 times. It happened to my personal car 1 time. It's just annoying. Definitely don't recommend. I mean, I love Portland. There's a lot of good places in Portland.
You guys.
But
Yeah,
I would
we always
definitely, if you
need cash
can,
for cat food.
don't move here right now. Hopefully it gets better, you know?
Hopefully it gets better.
I know
It's
we
not
just
free.
got like a new mayor or something, or, you know, a little bit new politicians in this last election. I don't know if they're any good. I hope so, you know?
Angela, are the new politicians any good here? Angela knows everything about Portland.
We had well, I mean, the mayor says he's going to remove the homeless situation and put them all in shelters, but he doesn't have any power anymore because of the change of the charter. So that'll be up to city council and the county commission, and they're all extremely progressive. Yeah. So
Three of them were DSA people.
3 of them were part of the Democratic Socialists of America.
Oh, great. So
And 9 of them
Portland's
were-
just going to get even better.
Yeah, we're pretty concerned. Yeah.
Wow. That is
Dang,
crazy.
I was like hoping for the best just because when I got the ballot, you know, I had done enough research on Trump or Kamala. I went for Trump. And then I looked at the rest and I saw all the options we had, like 10 probably. So I started looking into them, and the one I voted for I think is the one who won. But, you know, I don't believe everything I see, but I was like, he looks like maybe he's younger. Maybe he'll do something, but I was like, I don't know.
He's almost 70. I don't know.
Oh, never mind. He's not the one I voted for then.
Yeah.
I don't know. But actually, to add on, because I know, you know, you guys are looking for Portland. The other day, so I live in a building kind of like this.
Yeah.
It's in a decent area. It's in Pearl District. Whoever lives in Portland knows where that is.
I don't even have
but
super chats anymore, bro.
There's not a lot of homeless laying on the streets, but they do come around at night.
Demonetized
The other
everywhere.
day, this homeless was sleeping right outside my door, and to get into my apartment, you like have to go
Not
through
everywhere.
a code, go through one door, go through another, then you get to the apartment. So there was a homeless in like our building, and it was like a normal thing because I talked to the landlord, and she's, oh yeah, sorry, that's happened multiple times, and I'm like, how is that just normal around here?
Yeah.
It sucks, but we're getting out of here pretty soon.
Yeah, I got demonetized again like months ago, dude.
You get out pretty quick.
Yeah, yeah, because you know we wanted you know, a little bit of city life, but we chose the wrong city.
Chose the wrong city.
Yeah,
Well, what's a good city you can go to?
I got Twitch.
I don't know. I mean, like I said, I'm from SoCal, but I know LA is like, don't go there.
Yeah, don't
Twitch,
go to
D
LA.
Live.
A city I would love to
Rumble.
move to. I don't know. I don't want to
Demonetized.
sound dumb when I say this, but I've seen a lot of good things about Austin.
Yeah, people say Austin's
Texas.
nice. Texas is sick.
What's another city?
Nashville.
Nashville, I've never been there, but definitely seems like a cool town.
I love New York City, personally.
Yeah, I've never been. I need to go. I've never been. But
Hey, you gotta go. Hey, well, thank you so much for
All
coming
right.
out.
Oh,
It
it's
was
because
nice
I
to
have
meet you.
dangerous
Appreciate
content.
you.
Have a great rest of your day. Have a good one. Have a great
I
one.
say
Tell your
say
wife I said
things
hi.
like being gay is a mental illness
Awesome, great interviews.
and
Angela is the woman
that
here in Portland. Everyone needs if
races
you're looking for
have
Portland news.
different
Go ahead,
sized
follow Angela.
brains.
She's the pinned comment above. You guys can check her out.
Yeah.
And thank you as well,
Negroids
Jeff,
had
for
the
coming out
smallest
today.
brains out of all the
Pleasure.
brains.
That's the end of the stream.
There's
Make sure you like,
Negroids,
comment, subscribe.
Caucasoids,
We're
and
either going
Mongoloids.
to
Mongoloids
Eugene,
are
Oregon
Asians.
tomorrow,
They had the
or
biggest
we'll be
brains.
in
Caucasoids
San
had the
Francisco. Let me know
second
in the
biggest,
comments
and
down
Negroids had the
below.
third
And we'll see you
biggest.
guys tomorrow. Thank you all for watching.
AKA the smallest. Because I say stuff like that, it's not allowed. No, I forget which one was it. Which one was it that I violated? Remember, I brought it up on stream and everything. What exactly I thought it was that I said that got me? Was it that? I'll have to bring up their community guidelines again. Wiltus. You just randomly get recommended the cat stream. I see you got a cat as a picture. What's really going on here? There we go. It's hate speech. So these are some things you cannot say on here. You cannot say. Hold up, I'll bring up a different screen so you can actually see. You can't say any of these things on the screen right there. Hold up, I'm getting to it. Okay, people with protected group status are less intelligent than us because their brains are smaller. I never actually said that exactly, but there have been studies, like I said, on brain size and races and Mongoloids with Caucasoids, and I've talked about that before. So that could be something that got me. That's against community guidelines, apparently. Let's see. Blank has an agenda to run the world and get rid of us. I haven't ever said that. Okay, blank is just a form of mental illness that needs to be cured. You can't say that being gay is a mental illness that needs to be cured because that's a protected group status, apparently. So, therefore, against community guidelines. What else? Oh, you can't say something that was a false flag. All of the so-called victims of the violent event are actors. No one was hurt, and this is just a false flag. That's against community guidelines. Do you even think that something is fake is against community guidelines? People died in an event, but a truly insignificant number. That's against community guidelines to say that. You can't say, because say we're talking about Gaza and there was a bomb and there were two casualties, or there were actually two, not casualties, but fatalities that weren't involved with the situation, and I were to say something like that to that regard, like people died in the event, but it's insignificant because they took out Osama bin Laden. It had to happen. Like, so apparently that might be against community guidelines because everyone's significant. Don't you get it? Is there anything else? Shouting people with protected group status are pests at someone, regardless of whether the person does or does not have the alleged protected group status. So, if you say trannies are pests, that's against community guidelines, apparently. And there's something video game content shit. I don't know what that is. Have to do with me, but yeah, like I could see how they could demonetize my other channel. I'm not advertiser friendly. Hey, who? Wiltos? What do you mean? Why would you put Dosho when she put the Dosho? Are you trolling? Are you trolling? Are you trying to get people to just talk to you or something? Are you lonely? No way. They're not. What the hell's going on in here? But you're trolling. We don't get anybody, random person, sending $5, man. What the heck? Hey, yo, man, I'm so sorry. I wasn't even expecting anything like that. It's much more likely that some random troll would come through here fucking with you, man. So I sincerely apologize for thinking otherwise. Jeez. Extremely, extremely kind of you. I gotta put you up on the board here. Man, what am I doing? I'm so used to the... I've been streaming for a long time, so I have a lot of, like, I got a lot of haters on the other channels that might come through and just like screw with me just for the hell of it. I'm streaming for like 5 or 6 years. On other channels, this one just has very few subs because No one cares about the cats. So thanks. It was definitely nothing personal. It was all me. I'm a hate speecher, so I'm not. All right, let me put this up on here. Wow, man, very unexpected, extremely appreciated, not necessary. Appreciate you though. We're gonna. Slow way, put everything by hand. This is built by hand right here. You got to get you a feral cat, man. It's not hard if you live in the city. Put food and the camera out. Eventually, you'll see it. Cat food. Here we go, and we are done. Thank you again. Thank you again, Will Toast. Many cats do come through. Trident actually came through, and there wasn't any food out there for it. I ran out of fancy feast, so I got kind of stingy today. I have one more can of it. Let's see. Are there any other live news events happening? What is this? Why are they showing the airport?
I'm actually very proud of them.
New York airport cam. Oh, you got a feral cat. That's what he was saying. I got a feral cat you feed. Dude, have you got it TNR'd yet? I need to take some of these cats in, I think. Man. They left us. The heck?
Now to a story on what police are calling a case of stranger danger.
What the hell?
A little boy is safe today after police say one of his neighbors tried to kidnap him. NBC6's Steve Litz is live in Hallandale Beach tonight with the details. Steve.
Dude.
And hey, Chris, you're going to see this body-worn camera and the interaction police had with the suspect in this case. As you said, she told officers she was trying to help because she thought the boy was lost. Police didn't believe her.
What?
Pamela Monslave, seen on police body camera footage being arrested. Before this, though, she tries to explain why she allegedly took a little boy out of his backyard.
I was outside. He was naked.
was naked with a shirt, and his everything was naked. And I asked for the people around to call police, and nobody would call police.
Police didn't buy her story and charged her with a crime.
Everything that she said didn't make sense as to there was no reason for her to take this child. She doesn't know the child, has no relationship with the family whatsoever. So it was just not something that we would normally see or that of a normal individual.
It happened at a trailer park community near Hallandale Beach Boulevard and I-95. The police report says Monslave was
Don't they
seen
share their
reaching
kids?
over a fence in a fully enclosed backyard, picking up a minor, 3 years of age, that was playing outside and removing him from the backyard.
Was he really
of his
butt
home.
naked though?
In court, she tried to defend herself. Police say several neighbors saw Monslave with the child and approached her. Then she put the boy down. Then neighbors called police, who, after questioning Monslave, arrested her and charged her with kidnapping.
Make sure you pay attention to your kids, your surroundings. Make sure you know your neighbors and your neighbors know you. This is an example of know thy neighbor, and those neighbors were able to help prevent this child from being permanently taken.
Kidnapping is one of the few criminal charges here in Florida that could come with no bond, and that, in fact, is what the judge decided in court, that the suspect should stay in jail until her next hearing. Reporting live in Hallandale Beach tonight, I'm Steve Litz, NBC6 News.
Steve, thank you.
Yeah, dude. One of mine's definitely a stray. I'm probably feeding someone's cat the tux that eats here every day, but one of them is so feral that I can't get within feet of it. Actually, a few of them are tridents like that too. So is Cross. The 2 tuxes I can pet. They're probably somebody else's cats. French government toppled as lawmakers oust prime minister in no confidence vote. The French government has been toppled? What does that mean? Appeals court rules U.S. can deport illegal migrants, even if local law enforcement doesn't want us to. I don't know. This cut off right there. I'm not clicking on it. Bring them the house? I'm not bringing ducks in the house, dude. Why would I want to do that? You know what I'm saying? Simon already is like, what the hell? I pretty much just be saying, fuck you, Simon. I don't need you anymore. I got these other cats. They're sick and old. Cats aren't. I've messed up. I don't think he would appreciate that. Man, where's all the good stuff at? All over. Day's over. Congressional Black Caucus. What the hell is that? The Black Caucus. Do they have a white caucus? We're going to need a white caucus eventually when we're outnumbered, aren't we? No, not even then. We still won't be allowed to have a white caucus. America will be fucking 30% white people, 50% black, and I don't know, you know what I mean? Our percentages are going to be skewed as shit one day. And we still won't have a white caucus. Because they're trying to they might be trying to dilute us a little bit so that white people disappear. I don't know, man. It could be. That's possible. There aren't that many white people worldwide, comparatively. We're kind of rare. We're actually very rare compared to the dark-skinned people. There are all kinds of different shades of skin color. White, it's pretty rare, because there aren't many shades of it. Right? See what I mean? Well. When I think back of how I used to date like other races and was thinking about having kids with non-white people, I'm kind of like, what the fuck was I doing? What are you doing? I did a lot, man. A lot of interracial relationships, but like looking back on it, I'm glad that none of them produced a child. Kind of. I mean, that would have been good for our numbers, of course, because every kid, we need more kids, American kids. But I'd rather produce a white kid than an interracial kid. I'm sorry, but there's some people that are exact opposite of that. It's weird, man. It's fucking weird. They just want us all to be gray, like the end of the movie Volcano with the ashes falling on everybody. They want us all to just look the same. But yeah, these other races have so much pride in their race. They'll have African shit all over their house, or Asian stuff, or Mexican stuff all over the house. But you got a bunch of white stuff around your house, and I don't know, what would that be? What the fuck would that be? How can we have white stuff? What if you had like those salt and pepper shakers that look like really black people? They're like black as black can get. Like that's like white people culture. I know. That's racist, so but is it though? You're not allowed to be pro-white without being racist. That's the problem. This is one reason not to go eating out.
New here at 10 o'clock, a Miami company that made tabletop fire pits is facing several lawsuits from customers who say
Will, though, is like, what the
burned.
fuck?
I warn you, some of the pictures you're about to see, you might find disturbing.
Racist.
Our team's Heather Walker has Site 7 investigates.
Promise.
The ads made them seem warm and cozy.
Imagine evenings filled with laughter.
Well, they're for the home.
All centered around your Colson fire pit.
The tabletop fire pits were sold online.
Colson Fire Pits, where every flame sparks joy.
Kayla Haminsky says for her, the flames sparked pain and suffering.
It's life altering. Like, my life is forever altered. Physically, mentally, emotionally, in many ways.
Kayla was burned on more than 40% of her body.
It just happened so quick.
She was using her Colson fire pit while entertaining friends one night. When the flames appeared to go out, she asked her husband to relight it.
he went to pour the liquid in, and as soon as that liquid was in the fire pit, it just was kind of like a fireball, kind of an explosion.
That explosion is called flame jetting. It occurs when someone pours a flammable liquid over an exposed fire.
The vapors
flames
come
can
out.
shoot out as far as 15 feet or more, burning people nearby.
Flame jetting is not something that people are familiar with, and it's an absolutely horrific situation because it can burn somebody to death in a matter of seconds.
Stuart Ratson is representing Kayla in a federal lawsuit against Colson Fire Pits LLC and two
she
other
about to get
companies.
paid,
According
baby.
to the lawsuit, the product produces flames that may not be readily visible, which increases the risk of flame jetting.
I just remember hearing screams and saying you're on fire, and I just remember kind of trying to make these try to slap off the fire, if you will. And then in those type of moments, you're in so much shock that you're just kind of working to stay alive.
Kayla was badly burned from head to toe. She spent weeks in the hospital enduring 2 skin graft surgeries and daily bandage changes.
I had to learn how to re-walk again. I basically had to relearn how to do most physical, everyday, day-to-day things that you don't really think about.
Why would you have to
Even now,
relearn
she
how to
still
walk?
struggles with everyday life.
My
It just
children
hurt
want to go
and feel
to
tight.
like a haunted
Like
house.
she had an
and,
aneurysm. It's a little different.
there's a line that's an hour long. I
don't
can't
think-
stand on
I don't
that
think she had to
line.
learn how to walk again, actually.
A total of 19
Her
people
brain
claimed the
wasn't
Colson
injured.
fire pit caused burn injuries.
She didn't mean to say that.
We went to the Miami manufacturer, but no one answered the door or our phone calls. Their website is shut down. The homepage now has the recall notice urging customers to stop using the fire pit and throw it
She
in the
had to
trash.
rehabilitate her legs,
say
probably.
I was part of that. Sorry.
Kayla is proud she helped bring about the recall.
No one forgot how to walk, lady. Get your shit together. My mic is doing some feedback. What's not? Oh, it's not. It's on your end. Isn't it, Sister T? Use my mod. She knows what my mic's doing. Are you sure it was me? I didn't do anything. Dude, do you think we'll ever see Wiltos again? And found out where they lived, so we could come see them. You know how we do. That was very kind of them. Hopefully I didn't scare them off forever. I do that, man. That was very generous of them, though. Bro, I really thought that was a troll, dude. When they changed it to Dosho, I was like, oh, this motherfucker's trolling. Like, anytime anybody comes in and asks me how they can donate and I don't recognize their name, I'm instantly thinking they're a troll just fucking with me. Is that normal? I'm like, hold up, man. You don't want to give me no money. What you just got here? Ain't no way you want to. Like, no way. That was amazing. My faith in humanity has been restored. I think I might stick to the streaming thing. He was right. Like, you've been doing it for 6 years. You only got 50 something subs. Homie, did he sub? I don't know. Hopefully he subbed. I'm trying, man. I mean, it's like that though, kind of, because none of them are coming over here. It's okay. I expected that, man. That's why I'm losing so many subs over there, because they expect me to go live with crazy shit. Half of them are probably still subbed because they think it's going to start popping off again, and they think I might be going live with Antifa like old times. We'll see. It's my third night without alcohol. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I've been Sandy? Why? Oh. BLM? I mean, it's not going to be BLM though this time, right? Maybe it'll be immigrant rights. If they start mass deporting, Antifa will be fucking marching for immigrant rights, dude. Watch it. It'll give them a reason to break shit.
Cases. A CBS News investigation found dozens of
Dude, they were already doing it out there, remember? They would always protest outside the ICE detention center. What was that? That was in Portland. So that's going to start back. Oh, yeah.
Enforcement leaders buying and illegally selling guns. A review of government audits and court records over the last 20 years uncovered instances in 23 states across the U.S., plus Puerto Rico and Washington, D.C., for a total of more than 50 cases. And people who were supposed to protect and serve were selling these high-powered guns and making a steep profit. Erin Couchy, who led this reporting, is here with me in Studio 57. She's a producer for CBS News Crime and Public Safety Unit. Erin.
Come on, man. They're probably selling them to... I'm not watching that. There's no way that they're selling them to, like, gangsters and shit. That's gotta be, like, they're selling them to yeehaws that just want to fucking go to the shooting range. At their house. Anyway. I don't care what they sell their guns to people. Sandy been watching, what, this channel? Or the other channel? Because I banned her on this one, didn't I? Yo, there's 58 subs here today now. I only had 54, I think, subs this morning, dude. That's crazy. What? What is happening? Yo, are we popping up? Is kitty cam finally gonna be a kitty cam? Am I gonna be a kitty camera for real? Yeah, oh wait, I got a sub LN 39 minutes ago. Thank you. I didn't know that. Oh, it's on the screen too. You're awesome. I look forward to getting to know you. You really think I said... Oh, it was the other channel that I banned her? No one's banned here, right? Let me see. Community... Wait. It needs... Community... Oh, Cult Girl Resurrected. Who y'all talking about? Who the hell's Sandy? I was thinking about that cult girl. Filbert Bagodouche also has been banned here. Those are the only two people banned here. Does anybody want those people unbanned? Did anybody miss Cult Girl? I mean, fuck it. I can unban them again. We'll unban them from Comic Relief. One day if they come back, I'll be like, remember the douche Filbert or whatever the hell that was. Douche Bagatry. I don't know. Another one's Cult Girl. We know that they've already been banned once. Don't forget. Let's forget that. Job system. Alright. So let's see if they show up again. I don't remember Sandy. Is that her name? Just Sandy? You don't want to press the button, huh, SSD? Man, I had this one dude modding on one of my channels. He would always fucking pocket ban people on accident, dude. Oh my god, I had to unmod him. What was his name? He was the dude that would throw his socks away. Sandy Robertson? Is that it? Man, I forget his name though. Ugh. Or the C or something. Or some acronym. Petrus Farms remembers. I remember. Pocket ban, yeah. He would have the screen, he'd have the stream on with the phone in his pocket, and he would like, it'd bump into change or something, and it would just start banning people. He wouldn't know what was happening. Yeah, that's it. It's just you got it. I want to remember this guy's name, but dude, look, this is how many people have been here before. Like I'm scrolling through this. And I'm already on page 21, and I've only made it to Billy Daniels. There are 229 pages of people, and I don't know how many are on each page. These are all the different screen names, not that have been in chat, but have been in one of my YouTube chats and said something. They had to have said something for their name to be on here. It's pretty fucking crazy, man. All the different big good dick. Oh, why can't I see the whole name? Hold up. I go to currency. I was trying to see them in alphabetical order. Okay, here we go. I'm just trying to now go to the C's, because I think if I see the C's, I'll recognize it. Okay, can I remember that guy's name that threw his socks away? instead of washing them. CMAS. Yep. Where is it? Where is it? It's not here. Wait, why isn't it? Did he change his name? Isn't it? Oh, no, I bet it's one word. Watch. I just remember it all of a sudden. I knew that if I just started looking at the C's, I'd remember. That's definitely his name, though. You remember him, Ted? LML. Okay, there's an L. Should be on this page. See? Fuck, dude, he must have changed his YouTube name. Very interesting. CMAS was his screen name for sure. 100%. Clown Gangster still has the same name. That's interesting. He's a troll. Big time troll. I think he uses the Tashini 69. That rapper with the rainbow hair is his avatar. Probably see him around. Dude, I wonder what his name is now. Fuck. Can y'all do that? It's kind of annoying. You just rebrand yourself and then I don't know it's you on the internet anymore. There's so many of them though, dude. It just goes on forever. So, I'm not really famous, but more people have seen my face than most people. I think than most people's faces are seen by people. And this is just YouTube. And like this scrolls. This isn't all of it. Oh, the different John Does. I haven't looked at this in a while, man. Like the John Doe channel, spelled differently. That real? What time frame? This is going back probably till 2000 or 2019. I got the bots running sometime like probably middle of 2019. I think I started very beginning, very end of 2018, beginning of 2019. So this is everybody that's gone through all the YouTube channels and said something in that time frame. They actually said something. Because YouTube doesn't pick up people unless it didn't register them yet. Doesn't incorporate them into the chat list until they say something. Yo, John don't give a fuck. Haven't seen him forever. John Doe is gay. John Doe loves newspaper boy. John Doe loves newspaper boy. Yo, what was that? What was that thing, dude? Paperboy? Paper? We have that one? Or is it over here? Dude, I used to play that one every now and then. Yeah, I haven't seen the Paperboy in a while. Is that on here? Or do you guys have the power? I got power.
Yeah, I was just wondering, well, where the newspaper boy was.
John Doe loves newspaper boy. That's hilarious. I never noticed that dude saying something in chat. What the fuck, man? Oh, dude, there were 3 John Doe 1980s. Interesting. Very interesting. John's gay. There's another John of 1980 with 96 hours. What the fuck? And that's weird. No, 96 points. Points. I was about to trip, dude. Like somebody stalking me. John Doe is a bald bag. That's not nice. On the road again. Okay, wait, we on the road again. Leroy Jenkins. I've only had 2 Leroy Jenkinses. Hey, look, there's Les Paul Jr. I just saw him yesterday. 152 hours. I saw him in a different chat yesterday. Life with Ty. Damn, what are he's doing? Interesting. This has tripped me out a little bit. All these people said something. I wish the whole list would fit on each one. Like cutting off like 20 of them. Hey man, Chris with 1,000 hours. How he's doing? Emmanuel. Mark Bass. I could just speed click this shit, man. Oh, there's wait, what is it? Portland Andy? That's a real one. There's 2 of them. Portland Randy. Dude, wasn't supposedly Tom Green in here? I'm gonna get to cheese in a minute. I never knew. I was like, dude, that could have been Tom Green because I remember like he was just getting into the streaming at the time. Let's see, Tom Green, 25 hours. There's no way, but there was a lot going on back then. I remember, like that was when shit was really popping off, right? Or was it right before shit popped off? It could have been him, man. You never know. Was Trump here too? Oh, Trump was in here. Three different Tylers. Oh wait, no wait, way more Tylers than that. There are a lot of Tylers and Tyrones out there. More Tylers though. Holy shit. There are a lot of Tylers on the internet. Today I learned. Yeah. It's kind of depressing. It's still going. Okay, that's all of them. Jeez. Man, that's so many people. He's in the Navy. Huh? He's still there? Not wild. Met him on a medal. He's in the Navy. So is it Sandy? What is it? Sandy? What? Sandy what? Everybody misses Sandy. Is it just Sandy? I think I unbanned them anyway. I don't even see the one that. Oh, there it is. Sandy Robertson is something I'm seeing. Oh, that's it. Everybody misses Sandy Robinson, huh? Alright, it's probably a troll. Whatever. Hey, kitty, kitty. It's time for you to eat again, ain't it? You two keep me so busy. Or let me put something on here. This is the New York skyline live.
Oh, that's not fun. Say that line again, please. Rep Revved up like a deuce, another runner in the night. Yes. No. Which is what I always said. But yes, no, that's the line. Revved up. I can never remember it's rumor or runner. I'm pretty sure it's runner. Another runner. I do too because it's about racing. They're drag racing. Something like that. But yeah, no, that's that's the line. Whether it's Manfred Mann's version or Bruce's version, it's which is the original. Yeah. Everybody gets that wrong. Manfred Mann. That's different. That they came later. There. Thank you. Seriously. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Yeah. That's how you may want to look at that. Oh. Oh. That was sarcasm. Oh. You may have to be a bit assertive with that one, yeah. Oh, that does sound familiar, yes. Yes. Okay. What numbers are we going over? Oh, good. That's perfect. Okay. Because now I got to figure out which one of these planes is the one we're looking for. Yeah, nice and smooth. Oh, great. Oh, you know what? Oh. I bet you it's this one sitting... No, maybe not. Thought I saw lights around this one sitting out here. Yeah, see, I don't know if it's at the terminal or away from the terminal. I imagine if they had smoke in the cockpit, which is what the report was, they would not have brought the plane to the terminal.
Already done.
So, if they land... Okay, so wait a minute. If they landed 2-2, I'm assuming, correct? Okay, but they're landing 2-2. They would have exited the runway and probably
hey, somewhere
really quick.
I mean,
that one. Yeah, I've been there, done that.
yeah, I don't know. I don't know what a quintuple is. Do you?
I don't see anything on this jet that's been opened. Could it just be sitting there? There's nobody around it. It's just sitting there. And there are I don't see a salon.
I think that was like an inside joke back in the day or something.
Nothing on that one.
Like I spelled it wrong and then I just went with it. I just kept it. It's supposed to be quintuple.
Yeah, I guess this made a mess of the airport. It may be having issues.
Hey.
Okay.
I'm on this.
I'm.
Very cosmopolitan.
Hey, thanks for hanging out, Wiltos. See you again real soon. Thanks again. Tomorrow's breakfast will be dedicated to you. Well, not mine, the cat's. Okay, mine too, man.
This one? Well, that one.
I don't even know what the hell I'm watching.
That
I'm sorry, y'all. I had to go feed the other cats. Not the outdoor cats yet. It's not quite
Chapter
time.
2, CBS.
I could feed them, it's not quite time. Okay, more.
Hey, Robbie. I am
There's
not
still
seeing
food on that
anything
plate they can
obvious
eat.
here at the moment.
I'm surprised Tux hasn't came back to and sniffed it. We hate in the right place. Well, I can't say I hate them. Gotta get through to them somehow.
I don't know where they would have taken it to.
I don't know what the hell they're looking for, so I can't do any more on that. What else is, whoa. The fuck? Yo.
A todo momento foi Deus, sabe? Desde o começo nós já era apegado em Deus, já era da igreja, só que a gente, nossa, se apegou muito mais, foi pra igreja. Então isso agora tudo mostrou um retorno, sabe?
A Alice, para medicina, ela teria minutos de vida.
Eu
implorei para Deus que me desse horas, porque eu suada.
What is wrong with it? What the heck?
Compartilhada nas redes sociais, principalmente através do TikTok, onde a Stephanie reúne mais de 100 mil seguidores.
Para ajudar outras mães que passam por algo parecido, né? Às vezes não vai ser igual, mas vai ser parecido, até para dar força, porque é um momento muito difícil, um momento que as pessoas viram as costas, né? Quando a gente decide continuar.
Its head is all the way back here. I don't know. Dude, I don't even watch Royce anymore. He pissed me off. Asshole. He's an asshole. For real. This is the drill video. I don't watch any of them anymore. Bombshell COVID report reveals potential cover-ups.
The House Select Committee on COVID is levying very serious accusations against public health officials, including a potential cover-up. Their bombshell report also reveals major findings on the virus's origin. So this report's just out, and Chad Pergram has the latest from Capitol Hill. Good morning, Chad.
Dana, good morning. Republicans on the committee argue the origins of COVID were tied to a lab in China, and there may have been cover-ups about pandemic information from those who work on public health. There are questions about a possible criminal probe.
There are some recommendations we might make and have made for criminal referrals, but at the same time, a lot of the information should be looked at further, maybe by Department of Justice, and decide if there are further actions to be taken.
Can you name drop anybody? Would that be Daszak and Morin?
Well, I think that's a good place to start.
Republicans on the panel say Peter Daszak of EcoHealth used taxpayer dollars for gain-of-function research in Wuhan. They claim that David Morins, an advisor to Anthony Fauci, tried to hide pandemic records. But Democrats stand by Fauci.
The person that I felt the sorriest for, or who I felt was trying to do a good job, was Tony Fauci.
Democrats on the committee say Fauci did not suppress the lab leak theory. Fauci says he told the truth.
The second issue is a false accusation that I tried to cover up the possibility that the virus originated from a lab. In fact, the truth is exactly the opposite.
Now, Republicans also say science did not support wearing masks nor 6 feet of social distancing to prevent the spread of COVID.
Hey, everyone, I'm Emily
What,
Campagno.
science?
Catch me and my co-host.
What?
Ability exactly masks. Now, Republicans also say science did.
No, Republicans don't fucking say that necessarily, dude.
Did not support wearing masks nor 6 feet of social distancing to prevent the spread of COVID.
Common sense will tell you this social distancing should help prevent fucking spread of illness. Motherfuckers, because people coughing and sneezing next to each other and shit. Like if I was in public, I wouldn't be doing it like this. I'd be doing it like this. This is how everybody should do it, but people aren't going to do that. Because people are stupid. Most people are fucking stupid when it comes to that shit. They haven't lived in a communal environment where they have to act like that every day so that you don't get each other sick. I have. Sneeze, cough, all that should be done inside your shirt. It's like wearing the mask. If everybody did that, we wouldn't have had to wear masks. But there's also the spittle that people can do while they're talking to each other, and that can happen when you're closer to each other, more so than further apart. You don't want some random stranger spittle land on your lip. You got COVID now.
Temu taking America by storm with millions of products for a fraction of retail prices. Experts predict 1 in 5 purchases this holiday season will be made on Chinese shopping apps like Temu. Tempted by $29 running shoes or a $14 smartwatch? My NBC News colleagues and I tried 6 different products. The total brand name retail price for all these items, more than $1,000. The price we paid for Temu versions, $180.
This is the Oura Ring, and this is the Smart Ring.
China now.
Makeup artist Madison Bermudez wakes up at 4:30 every morning, so she spent $300 on the Oura Ring to track her sleep, exercise, and health. She compared it with the $16 version from Temu, which included basic step and sleep tracking.
It is consistent with the Oura Ring data. It's not telling you as much as the Oura Ring is telling you, but it gets some of those basic numbers done.
We didn't get the same reaction from associate producer Caroline Joyce, who tried Temu's $14 smartwatch.
The product was very glitchy. There were tons of ads, and my step count was over 5,000 off.
These $29 running shoes look a lot like Saucony's $275 Endorphin Elite shoes. Correspondent Brian Chung laced up and took them for a 5K run.
The sole is so stiff, and you really want a lot more cushion in a running shoe. If you're doing longer distances or maybe even training for a race, I would not recommend these.
I gave the Juicer a spin. At $34, it's comparable to a $60 one. Well, that was loud. The motor was powerful, and it delivered a delicious beet juice. No complaints for me. Next, a $29 hair tool, similar to the $570 Dyson Airwrap. We tried it out on NBC News Now anchor Savannah Sellers.
It's a lot louder. It also gets a lot hotter, too.
Hairstylist Gina DiPentima noticed while they both have similar attachments, the quality is different.
With the round brushes, they're about the same size, but the actual Dyson, the bristles are a little bit softer.
She compared them on multiple hair types. She did one side of Savannah's hair with each tool. The Temu curls didn't last as long, but Gina says for the price, it performed well.
It's been about half an hour, and my director just said one side is looking 70s and one side is looking 80s.
Finally, our biggest investment, the espresso machine at $63. Producer Chloe Leung says it took her several attempts to get the machine to work.
It's definitely a little watered down and a little bit more sour.
But she said it sputtered and became alarmingly hot.
The machine is still really hot. Coffee is everywhere.
Mark Spoonhour is the editor-in-chief of Tom's Guide. They report on durability and safety tests for electronic products. What's your advice to people when they're buying specifically electronics on a site like Temu?
If it isn't a name brand, be wary. Shopping on Temu is a lot like a scratch-off lottery ticket. There's a lot of excitement when you first buy it. It's very cheap, and sometimes you're a winner, and sometimes you're not.
He recommends buying home decor and fashion over tech or gadgets, and he says avoid products that must stay plugged in.
You never know what could happen.
Temu told us its smartwatch step counts and sleep tracking were within the margin of error, that the espresso machine got hot because of a preheating function, and that it has suspended the running shoes from sale.
Okay, so what if you find something and any number of those things happen? Can you return? Are they good about returns?
You absolutely can, and they are. Our experts recommend keeping the barcode, at least if you're not going to keep the packaging for the items. Overall, initially, 3 out of the 6 products we tried performed as promised, but now that number's dropped to 2 to 6 because this smart ring that Madison tried, it stopped tracking her sleep 2 weeks in. So that's the thing. Sometimes these things look good and on first blush they work, but then other times they just don't. And then, for example, you buy something like these headphones, you can't really try them on, so they end up being smaller perhaps than you think, or lighter weight, the materials aren't what you expect, or they promise features that they don't always have. And so that's why you want to be careful and cautious about what you buy.
Electronics seems like not of a risk.
Yeah, that's what our expert Mark Spoonhour said. He recommends, look, if it's fashion, it's home decor, maybe you're buying some containers to store your shoes in. Those things are fine. Something that has to stay plugged in or is electronic, relies on batteries, that's where you might want to give it a little bit of pause.
Okay. So if it seems to be too good to be true, it probably is.
And even if you can return it, who wants to take the time? It's very wasteful to get these electronic products and find out maybe they're not working as you intended. So maybe save up and buy the item that you really want because you know it's going to last. You'll have a warranty. It'll be a little easier to get it fixed. Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, Vicki, thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, thanks for watching. Don't miss the Today Show every weekday.
China.
What? What is this? Dude. It has another head attached to it. Is that a heart? No organs. Oh. What the fuck? Would it have learned how to talk and shit though? Like if they did, what happened? What's gonna happen? I'm kind of freaking out. Wow, it has reflexes. Where is it going? Where is it? What the fuck? I'm fucking freaking out. This isn't real. Why is this music here like this? It survived. How long? Dude. Infections. Man, dude, what a crazy story.
Thank you guys for being so many to subscribe to our channel. If you like this video, don't forget to put a thumb up and check these videos for more.
I don't know if I want more of that. That was kind of like an impulse watch. Dude, now I'm getting recommended all kinds of weird shit like that. You want me to go down the rabbit hole? I didn't hear about this.
A mystery and a miracle in the mountains above Malibu after a car plunged 1,000 feet off a road and a man inside survived. But as KCAL News reporter Jeff Nguyen reports, 2 other people in the car are missing.
The crash happened about 10 miles up PCH from Trancas Canyon, where cell reception is awfully spotty, and it is certainly not a place you want to find yourself in trouble. Drive along this stretch of Deer Creek Road in unincorporated Ventura County, and it's a white-knuckle experience, especially in the dark. This is the area a Ventura County Search and Rescue team, along with their dogs, rappelled down steep and rocky terrain and thick brush after this white Cadillac SUV dropped about 1,000 feet from the road. Officer Ryan Ayala is with the CHP.
When the car left the roadway, it was coming just around the curve, so obviously he didn't negotiate the curve correctly, and it started to roll off the, from the right side.
Investigators say a man who was in the front passenger seat managed to get out of the wreckage, climbed back up the road, and hitched a ride home.
He appeared to have some seatbelt abrasions and some injury to his arm.
His survival miraculous, but also mysterious. The man tells investigators 2 other men had been in the Cadillac when it rolled around 2 a.m. Sunday, but he didn't report what happened to police until the next day at noon.
I don't want to speculate at this moment about why he didn't call, but the reason he did call was because he was unable to get a hold of them the following day.
The man told investigators the 2 other men were not in the SUV when he climbed out. He did give them the names of the other passenger and the driver.
We did knock on the residence, but we were unsuccessful in talking to anybody, and the investigation is still ongoing.
Investigators say the license plate for the SUV is from another state, so they are working with authorities there to figure out who owns the Cadillac. In Malibu, Jeff Nguyen, KCAL News.
He wasn't back there.
On March 22nd, 2023,
another Costco
the
one,
Palm
man.
Beach Gardens Police Department was
Is this a
called to the
different one?
scene at the local
This is the one I
Costco
saw
for
already.
an alleged theft on the premises of the business. The following shows the body-worn camera footage of what happened during the incident.
All right, so did she? We're gonna let you make the 10-15 inside the store. We've got consumers. Now Costco's policy is they got to exit the store, but our general manager says if you make 10-5 and then 10-15 right away, we're good. My thing, she got to make pass all points of sale. Well, I know, and that's how we.
Oh yeah, fish in the house, baby. Come on in. It was an hour every time.
We will post right here, Touchy.
Let us know what you think. What's going on? Good, how are you guys?
Good, we're good, we're good.
Where's that?
We got concealment. She hit us. I'm going to try to get payment for 3 bottles of restitution. If she don't want to give us payment, I don't care. I'll go to first appearance and do what I got to do there. But
right now she's concealed what? How much? Or how much did she conceal?
A $99 bottle of wine that she did 2 weeks ago hit us for 2 bottles. A week ago hit us for 1 bottle. And she.
Did we make reports on the other bottles?
No, we will be forcing that one. No, because now I have her 28. I got her information. So, the bag, I think,
and then you want to trespass us as well?
Once we get everything, we'll cancel her membership, trespasser.
All right, so Asian female went away.
Asian female, here's what she looks like. Our manager was at her shop.
She's still in there.
Wow.
Inside that purse that she's carrying.
Okay.
So she's wearing all white pants, white tank top. So
you guys got everything on video too?
Huh?
Got everything on video?
The concealment, well, we got the selection on video because the camera right after the concealment, we saw that. So my manager. So June, that's following her now. We already got that, and then so okay, it's fine. As long as she passes the points, she passes the points. We done. Well, I mean, we had one of your sergeants too. I mean, I was on the job 10 years ago. What's that?
Sorry, I'm sorry.
They're gonna be like, well, I didn't have somewhere to put it, but it's gonna pay for it.
Exactly.
So some last guy we got with you guys was a month ago, and you came in a week later and gave us a $950 check because I got him for like 7 or 8 bottles.
Okay.
So.
And they're members though. Why would they do that if they're members? Because they know they gotta swipe the card to pay for it, right? I'm gonna check the car real quick, make sure there's nobody inside the car.
That's him talking about it. Yes, sir.
How stupid.
Alright, so she's still shopping. So
like, you know what I mean? Like, they know who you are. I mean, unless she's using somebody else's membership, like, you're like, whoop, they know exactly who you are. So if they catch you on camera, like, got you.
3 weeks ago. She's close to registry, so she might, but we're. Okay. Yeah, we probably have another 5 minutes. I'm out here with guards. They got 2 units on scene, so. Yeah, okay. So we're gonna obviously go through the prosecution.
I shop at Costco a lot. This guy's really hard to hear, unfortunately, because all the background noise. But I shop at Costco a lot, so this is really interesting, seeing how they handle this shit.
Some officers, like us personally, I know it's a misdemeanor. You get an NTA, let them go.
Trespass too, right?
I'd rather you didn't. I'd rather you
looks like it's California too.
3228, pick them off their back door. But that's me.
Yeah.
If you can make that call as main officer, we would like that. But if you gotta do what you gotta do. So if you have enough units on scene to make that quick ride, that'd be great.
I'm just getting. I gotta look at the screen and I run by my sergeant, but we'll see. Like I said, just a misdemeanor, so he might say this NTA, but more bodies spit on the road, But
I know.
He wants her to go to jail. Is that what he's saying?
Well, and I'm gonna, like I said, I've got the selection. I've got her whole file, kind of dates, like.
All right, so I know you told me what happened.
Right, so that was some time ago when she got gas, so I can get her vehicle information.
Yeah.
That was when she concealed in that bag. Maybe 3 weeks ago. Okay. That was her at the register buying whatever she buys. So I don't know if she's the RO of the vehicle, but that's her info. So her first 65 was 2 bottles on the 22nd, same price, $99.99. She checked out, and then the first bottle, another bottle on the 8th. She hasn't been here since the 8th. She's been coming on Wednesdays. So.
And the report was taken for those.
No, we haven't done anything because we want to get the theft and that, we want to get everything done. And so.
Okay.
No, I know. Yeah, as long as she comes out the door, gets her receipt checked. So. Unless you want to. The letters. Her, yeah. The manager's outside behind her. As soon as she starts coming out.
Okay.
Now, after we get done the paperwork, if you can walk around Silvers, that'd be great.
Okay.
So people see it. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's, yeah, she has a bunch of stuff. So
that's it right there?
Now, that's her.
All right,
You look this way. So let her go and work.
Cop's not in a big hurry.
Excuse me, come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back.
Let's get up. Let's get up.
All right.
There you go.
Be detained, all right?
Damn. They swooped heavy on her.
Like you praying. Like you praying. Like you praying.
Down to 4-1 detain, please.
Like you praying. There you go.
Oh, I wasn't expecting that. They even have their liquor area separate in this one. Some Costco's they do that. Maybe it's not California.
So grab your bag right here.
Maybe like they have to do that in some Costco's.
You got 44 on you?
That's what's even crazier. She would steal from there. It's not even like combined. It's unreal that she would steal from this.
You sit right here on the hood of my car right here. Right.
Do you just think that Costco didn't care?
I got it. All right, so I'm gonna read you something, okay? You have the right to remain silent. All right, so.
Is that in here? No, that's the small one. The small one. There's a little one in here?
All right, so what's your name?
Ling. Yeah, that's a black one.
This one right here, your ID?
What's your name?
Ling.
Ling?
Yeah.
So what's going on, Ling? You know why you're in handcuffs?
Yeah, why are you in handcuffs and why are we here?
Well, he'll find it. So, Ling, why are you in handcuffs right now?
I'm sorry.
Why are you in handcuffs? You say you're sorry, but why are you sorry? Why are you sorry? What's going on?
Ooh, why is he dropping her shit in the bumper?
Ling?
Yeah.
Why are you in handcuffs right now?
I wouldn't be able to concentrate either. My cop was going through my wallet.
Huh? Yeah, some of the medication.
Medication?
Yeah.
Okay. Medication, what else?
I don't know. Can check in there.
So you're in handcuffs and you stole medication. Anything else that you took? Anything else? That might be in your bag?
Alright, so we'll just do this.
Yeah.
This is going to the office.
Where's it at? I still got my paperwork.
Yeah, but we can. Yeah, everything fine. I just want to know. Okay, so question.
Yeah.
Are these yours?
No.
Did you buy them?
No.
Did you buy this?
No, I'm not.
Did you buy this?
No.
Did you buy this? No? You bought this?
No, I'm not.
Did not. Okay. Yes or no? Did you buy this?
No, I'm not.
No, you're not. Did you buy this?
No.
Jeez. Yo. Let me see.
Did you buy this? No.
Yeah, I have some of those. Right here.
Did you buy this?
No.
This is what, for your work?
Yeah.
Is there anything in here?
Here's, man.
Cash money.
Oh, that was the news.
So this is for your hair salon? Yeah. Oh my God.
Oh.
So we're not worrying about money. This is your money for your hair salon. We're not worrying about this. We're worrying about these stuff that I'm coming out here with.
Man.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, she's a klepto.
Did this? You did not buy this.
Yeah. I asked you about that. You said all you took was medication, right?
Yeah.
Come on.
I just want to make out.
What was that? Okay.
All this is extra money that belongs to you. Nothing else.
No drugs, anything in there? misdemeanor?
No. It's a lot of money.
So if you want to sit in my car for a second while I do the paperwork.
Okay, so
as far as
this is money one back in those are yours. So these are not yours. Okay. So these are the ones that you stole these today. Okay. Did we get a melon?
Yeah, so what we're going to do is I'm going to have my manager take this in, scan it, get a printout of the value. So, being that we're at this point right now, my name is Chris, I'm the loss prevention officer of Mr. Crossback. We've been tracking your activity for the last 3 weeks now. Now I'm going to go through a couple things with you, and this is totally going to be up to you and your choice, okay? I'm going to let you know where we are right now. Let me pull up your file. Okay. So, on 222, we've got you selecting 2 bottles. One at that time and that time. Our inventory auditor marked them off as spent, so we know you took those bottles because we don't have them. Another bottle after that. Now, totally your choice on whether or not you want to repay for the bottles you've taken in the past. I have you on film taking the bottles. If you want to, we will ring you up a receipt and give you a total amount to be paid for those 3 bottles. If you don't, I will be at first appearance with you, trying to get restitution from the judge in a month or 3 weeks, however it is. Do you want to make payment for the bottles that you've taken in the past? Okay. Ring up 3 more bottles. These are the dates and times for our notes. 3 more bottles of the Farniente from the 22nd and the 8th.
Let her, I don't know, I would let her do what the last guy did, do all the check, she would come back and pay it.
She wants to pay right now, she can pay now. So yeah, so we can, so we have a membership, ring up for 2 bottles, we'll put it in the report. 2 on the 22nd and 1 on the 8th, so 3 total bottles.
She's 14 from the start.
I got my number.
So then, why did you take the stuff? Don't do hard times or?
I need a membership in your house.
Yeah, do you have your membership card?
What's that?
414.
He's thirsty, man.
791910.
Expensive
Let me
taste.
know your membership is canceled. You are no longer permitted ever in another Costco. Now, Palm Beach Gardens, we're going to be posting you for trespass. If you come back on this property, I don't care if it's to get gas, meter, friend, whatever it is, you are going to get arrested for trespassing after being posted. Are we clear? All right. Now that's Gardens for 18 months.
I think Florida. Where are we at?
No, we got somebody watching. Don't worry.
Once we get done with everything, you'll get your shopping cart.
You'll get your shopping cart.
Palm Beach Gardens.
Because they're just going to get your
Feels like Florida. Florida, yep.
Let's go to the back of the car, please. Thank you. Have a seat.
That's crazy. She has to pay for them and she gets arrested.
As much money she has, why would you still keep it up? She runs a salon like a complex. She has this whole thing. You saw all the money you took out? Look at all this. For today's thing.
For today's pay?
Yeah, today's pay. Good job.
No, they're not getting the money.
Good job. She runs a salon.
So the salon's hers?
Yes. So, and she's coming to the estate.
That's getting greedy.
Thank you.
That's getting really greedy to have.
It's kind of crazy.
And then you saw what you pulled out. You saw what you pulled out inside, which was $300. And then the receipt. But now you're here. You're here.
All suspects are innocent until proven guilty. Thank you for watching.
Well, she said she took it. I think that proves it. How many of these are there?
On August 18th, 2023,
there are a bunch of people getting arrested at
Gardens
Costco's
Police Department
in
was
Palm
at the
Beach
scene
Gardens.
at the local Costco for a potential
It's
theft on
because
the
this guy
premises of
is
the
a
business.
hard ass at this
The
Costco. It's
following
the same
shows the
one.
body-worn camera footage of what happened during the incident.
How you doing?
It doesn't let anybody.
Gary ripping open hard drive. Okay. We're gonna have you guys make 1025 and 1015 inside the store, so it's in the report. We'll make it legal on Costco's end.
Okay. Well, he's tampering, so it still counts.
Products and concealment. So
he doesn't have to pass all points of sale. Is that correct?
Thank you. This is what he's been opening. So I'm on the phone with my manager right now.
This guy's no longer at Palm Beach Gardens. He's now giving training courses on how to bust these little shits for Costco corporate.
Hang on one second. We want to verify. I want to make sure we're right statutorily. He doesn't have to pass all points of sale.
No, not in Florida. He does not. Okay. In Florida, you do not. Costco standards, you do. But my GM has told me is his officers. If you guys make the call to make the 1015 store, we're good.
All right. Just you want to. You good with that?
Okay.
Well, she's right, dude.
I don't think that opening it is enough.
It might be a little while.
That's why we have all this out of the world to wait for.
He's opening up the rest right now. My manager's got eyes on him.
So what do you do?
He's opening up these.
Everything in his cart? What are they?
No.
Let's see how much there's are. Just give you an idea. I know what it is.
We'll need them eventually.
What is it?
He's opening this up now. My manager's walking around. Yeah, he got my 14.
Yeah, no,
I don't. I need my deal. I know it's only like 27.
Is he opening, man? There's a hood ass Costco. Look at the floor. I wonder if he's catching all these people stealing. Never steal from the ghetto, boy.
Sir, how you doing? Officer Weston, Common Charge.
Number one.
Officer Weston, Common Charge, please. Hey, so
They're always watching
I have
the
Costco.
ghetto.
Can you guys back up, please? Thank you. So we have Costco workers that said they observed you ripping packages open and putting stuff in your bag.
This guy's fit, man.
You didn't put anything in your bag. No. No. So you have nothing. You never touched a package or anything.
His neck fits perfectly.
Oh yes, I do. Okay. So where is this item? Are they in
Sir, yeah. Sir, before I ask you any more questions, I'm going to read you your rights. Do you understand? I'm required to warn you before you make any statement that you have the following constitutional rights. You have the right to remain silent and not answer any questions. Any statement you make must be freely and voluntarily given and will be used against you in the court of law. Do you understand each of these rights that I have? Okay.
Do you have an ID?
Sure.
Driver's license?
Yeah, in my car.
In your car?
You don't have any. What's your name, sir? Thank you. You mind opening up your bag? So you don't.
What are the scissors for? What are the scissors for?
What are the scissors for?
No, I have it with me.
Man, this guy's on the list, man. On the registry.
Yeah, I don't.
I'm talking still hungry.
This one?
Yes, both of them.
No, this is my.
And the blue one also, please.
You have any more? Now's your chance. We already got you for the one, so you want to make it easier for
Do you have any more? Do you have any more on you? Because I'm going to search you again out here.
No, I don't.
All right.
Because they said there were two, so we're just trying to give you the opportunity now. Because at this point, it's still misdemeanor. We can work with you, but if you lie, we can.
No.
sir. Come with me.
What's the last?
They're gonna leave.
I'll take care of the car, so go ahead with the office.
He runs across the street. I think he might live over there, actually, at the neighbors.
Okay, so that's what that is.
Oh, there's more.
Yeah. Well, it was, I think.
He just, every garbage can he's been going through.
So that's the one thing he has, and he was probably going to use that to cut these open as well, but he never got to them because we were on.
What is he cutting open, though? What is it? Oh, the sand is.
Right next to him, I'm going to watch him play the whole box.
Okay. I see now. So only one thing.
Yeah.
For what, $70? We'll prosecute, we'll hit him with an NTA. He can come back to court, do it that way. Trespass 18 months for you guys?
I mean, I'm going to, once you all finish, I'm going to have things formed to let him know.
Sure, absolutely. I was going to say, and that's funny how that works. You guys get to, I don't know why they do it that way. That was implemented before I got here.
It's crazy, though. They helped me for $70. They're like older. He's like 50-something years old, probably.
Are you going to the police station? Are you going to the police station? Yep.
Oh shit.
Do you want him to get there? Sir, look here for me, please.
I'm surprised they arrested him.
And sir, you said you wanted him to trespass?
Yeah. So the officer's going to explain to you trespass standards from the police department for Palmich Gardens, and then I'm going to have my own tasting for you.
Hey, lives for trespassing people.
They have his membership card, so I'll give it back to us. You good? You guys got a 27 on it?
Yeah, I ran it. It's just a Costco ID card, which I can give it to you. This I'm going to give back to you. So. Just put it on his.
Membership revoked.
Here, it's up.
Like a bell.
All right, thank you.
All suspects are innocent until proven guilty. Thank you for watching.
That little thing.
On August 18th.
Why are there so many of these?
On June 6th, 2024, the Palm Beach
What in the
Gardens
hell?
Police
This
Department was called to the scene at the local Costco for
thought
an
two was
alleged
a lot.
theft occurring on the premises of the business. The following shows the body-worn camera footage of what happened during the incident.
117, they all went to 117. I don't know what's going on. Okay, that's fine. We'll go make contact with the loss prevention officer.
Oh, me lost for me. He's a whistle. When the cops get there, like, they know where he's at. I've never seen a single store have so many videos
No,
of.
those are threes. These are threes, but it could be in the backside of it. You guys make contact with the LP?
No, I don't know these fucking numbers. That's why I said have 56 over by the TV so we can figure out.
You want to stay here, and then we go. Well, you guys want to stay here? I'll go check the actual office.
Well, she's not LP.
Singing song covers.
We need to look for her. You habla español? Oh, okay.
Man, what the?
2-3. I'll be 10-12 with the female.
There we go.
Hello. Hi, how are you? How you doing? You mind coming to talk to me for a second? You mind coming to talk to me for a second? Okay. All right, grab your bag. You can
She's
leave the car
stealing
here.
tomatoes.
You can leave the car here. Just grab your bag.
Oh, she's right near the
Where's your
alcohol.
All right, let's go over there.
We got some alcohol in the bag.
3 set of 14. I'll be 51 with the female to the LP office. We're
So-
gonna go. Where's your office? Show me. All right, come on over
So
here.
some of the alcohol is in the main store here. Maybe it's just the liquor that's separated in Florida.
You don't speak English? No. Okay. We're gonna go over here. I
Dude, this Costco has a massive amount of space. Holy shit. They got so much, they're just putting shit all up in the aisles. Shut up, kid. You don't have any pudding tonight.
No. Nothing. She don't speak English.
No English. Okay, one more leg open.
Just looking at her ass. Help me. Her ass is kind of fucking massive though. What the hell's going on down there? Holy shit, y'all. Oh, you gotta see that ass though.
Nobody's checking her.
It's out of this world.
So I was foot patrolling the area. I was down 136 area of our foods. I saw her conceal the female version of the razor blades, and 2 hours down,
Razor blades.
Gillette version of razor blades, all of which have been happening.
I can see it from
Wouldn't have guessed razor blades. You guys all lost. If you got razor blades, you win 10,000 now.
Well, there was no description. It was all pictures and stuff like that. I haven't heard about it.
The next one, that's the game we're gonna play. What are they gonna steal? Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. You only get one guess.
We start on property receipts for these?
Okay, so. See if she stands up again. Oh yeah, they're gonna give us that one. Bop, bop.
All
Oh.
suspects are innocent until proven guilty. Thank you for... All suspects are innocent until proven guilty.
And then whap up. Holy shit. Ow.
Thank you for...
Alright, so here we go. Another one? Give me another one, I just know it. Come on, man, I got paid. Oh, I paid wasn't enough. I've been the only one. That might have been the last one, I mean. I was just getting recommended those randomly. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. Well. Makeup. Yep. Nope. Maybe the next one. There's the next one. Like we're about done with the cats for the day. At least for the outdoor cats. I'll be picking up the plates in a bit. But I gotta get some more fancy feast. I have one more can and some other food now I put out tomorrow morning for them. Some Royal Canine. Thanks for hanging, everybody. I have to get out of here. I've been here for 9 hours. So just been here for 9 hours too. Thanks everybody for being here. Thank you for holding it down. Sister T Northwest Media. Thanks for coming through again. Wiltos, thanks again for the 5, and Sister T for the 30. Thank you both. Goes a long way when it comes to the kids. Later, Ted, Miss Bungle. Thank you. You have a good night too. Who else was here? Bill, Mr. Wild Bill, Joker Toker, Brody, YYC. Golden Coin might have been here. I can't remember. No. That doesn't look like that far. Oh, do I need to wait? Is there a game that's going right now or something? Is it already? Oh, looks like, okay, we're all done. Good, good. All right. Later, y'all. Hope to see you again real soon. It looks so weird in here. It'd be so dark. Okay, all right. Thanks, Ted. Later, y'all. Keep breathing. Just keep breathing. Just keep breathing.
Another one. Meow, 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 meow.
You just gotta keep living, man. Livin'.